Zhu Chuan's life seemed to flow smoothly until he encountered the iceberg known as Bo Xingze, resulting in 2 disastrous turns of fate. Everyone claims Bo Xingze is cold and abstinent. Yet Zhu Chuan can't help but smirk. They have never witnessed Bo's true loss of control. While he may appear to be a victim in public, behind the scenes, he is anything but sane. As a beta, Zhu Chuan found it unbearable and decided to escape. 8 years later, the icy figure sought him out. Leaning against his shoulder, with an undertone of unspoken grievance, he murmured, "Why did you abandon me?" 8 years is quite a long time. Chapter 1. The Journey of Mountains and Rivers. The password for the front door is 993401. Zhu Chuan had been staring at the text message on his phone for a full 20 minutes. From the very first character to the last digit, it felt as if it was glaringly inscribed with 2 foul words. Beside him sat a cup of rosemary and lemongrass tea, thoughtfully brought by his secretary, and a small plate of freshly baked cookies, which he had no appetite for. He gazed at the phone as if it were a ferocious beast poised to bite. He picked it up twice but failed to do so, poking the screen a couple of times before ultimately swiping it away, wishing to forget it. The president's desk was expansive, and the phone teetered precariously, half hanging over the edge, ready to fall at any moment. Zhu Chuan reached out to retrieve it once more. The sender had written the message with the seriousness of drafting a formal document, concluding with a straightforward signature. Bo. In truth, he need not have signed. He already knew who it was. His newly acquired husband, from whom his secretary had just delivered a hefty stack of documents for his signature, 3 hours prior. Among them were the already signed marriage contract, the prenuptial agreement, and various clauses outlining obligations post-marriage. An overwhelming array of stipulations. A whirlwind marriage. Zhu Chuan still struggled to comprehend how matters had escalated to this point. Sleeping with an ex-boyfriend was such a common occurrence. Who wouldn't feel a surge of respect upon encountering an impressive former lover? Yet, to the extent of marriage. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted his thoughts. Come in. Mr. Mr. E has arrived, announced his secretary Hua Su. Before she could finish, a man poked his head through the door. Oh dear, has our social butterfly wilted? Zhu Chuan cast him a glance, retorting coldly, Hua Su, pour him some toilet cleaner. His mouth is foul. Xian plopped down onto a chair, lounging with his legs crossed as he surveyed the office. Zhu Chuan felt irked. Speak if you have business, otherwise, get lost. Noticing Zhu's dissatisfied demeanor, Xian's curiosity piqued. Zhu, I heard Bo Xingze is back, is it true? Having grown up together, Xian still called him by his childhood name even after the latter's renaming. Zhu Chuan responded with a non-committal grunt. He's really back? Did you see him? You two didn't come to blows upon meeting, did you? We did. Not only did they fight, but it escalated to a state of undress, even drawing blood. His subordinates would never guess that beneath Bo Xingze's cool exterior lay a back riddled with scratch marks, and even his shoulders bore bite marks. Wait, did you really get into a fight? You weren't hurt, were you? Xian inquired, reaching for Zhu Chuan's shoulder, only to inadvertently rip his deep blue silk shirt into a makeshift off-the-shoulder evening gown. Love bites and scratch marks marred his delicate shoulder, and his collarbone appeared swollen, revealing the aftermath of a brutal encounter. Pressing his neck revealed even the non-existent gland had been punctured. Ah, what a spectacle, a fairy brawl. Zhu Chuan tugged his shirt to cover the incriminating marks, casting a frosty glare at Xian. Is there something you need? If not, leave. Xian rarely witnessed Zhu Chuan in such a state of anger. He was usually inscrutable, harboring his thoughts deep within, appearing indifferent as if the world could end and it would matter little to him. This was the second instance he had seen him lose control. The first time, he had vanished for 3 days only to return with Bo Xingze, covered in wounds. Since then, the two had been inseparable. Zhu Chuan, once a proud peacock, had softened all his prickles, surrendering entirely to Bo Xingze. Xian felt a sense of foreboding. Have you and Bo Xingze been intimate? Zhu Chuan merely replied with a faint a delicate veil of petals seemingly cloaking a profound loneliness and fragility. Observing his lethargy, Xian leaned in closer, asking, Hey brother, I've been meaning to ask, why did you two break up back then? You were inseparable, and you, a beta, would have done anything for him. Bo Xingze was genuinely good to you, despite his icy demeanor. How did it end? Zhu Chuan hesitated, then masked his emotions. No particular reason, just incompatible. Xian found it hard to believe. Yet, after some reflection, he conceded, True. Remember that time we all had physicals together? We egged him on to test his pheromones, and Joe dared to check his size, ending up on the floor. Later, when we used the restroom together, I had a peek. He was indeed impressive, and you must be quite remarkable to handle him. Zhu Chuan flicked the ring box, a half-smile playing at the corners of his eyes. Less of the vulgarity, "What are you doing here? Boasting about him? Do you, as an alpha, have a rut?" Etienne ducked his head. "No, I can't handle it. Let's drop it. Have you heard? He seems to be getting serious with that heir from Hongya Group. They say he's already marked Su Yen. Is there any truth to it?" "No truth." Etienne shot him a look. "How can you be so sure?" Zhu Chuan extended his hand, revealing a red velvet box, which made his already pale skin appear even more ghostly. Etienne grabbed it for a closer look. "Oh, planning to settle down? Have you even bought a ring for a proposal? Which Omega or Beta is it? I can assist in setting up a celebration." Zhu Chuan replied, "From the Bo family, an alpha." The ring box clattered to the floor just as Hua Su entered, having just brewed tea and was about to knock. Upon hearing the noise, she rushed in, exclaiming, "Mr. E, how did you fall?" "Nothing, nothing." Etienne scrambled to his feet, eager to shake Zhu Chuan's shoulders. "Wait, what are you thinking? Proposing to him?" "I'm not proposing. He sent his secretary with the marriage contract for me to sign," Zhu Chuan said, glancing at the antique clock on the wall. "Given his secretary's efficiency, I must now be legally bound as his spouse." Etienne, clutching the ring box, was about to ask why the secretary delivered it, when he realized that if Bo had come personally, Zhu Chuan would have refused to marry him, possibly even shoving him out the door. Why sending the secretary? Bo had ensured that Zhu Chuan would not backtrack in front of others. Etienne sighed genuinely. Honestly, whether 8 years ago or now, Bo Xingze is truly inhuman. Zhu Chuan pictured the man from last night, his crimson eyes fierce and deep, as if his sanity had shattered, and nodded. "You're right. Shu Yi, what are your thoughts on this? Are you truly going to let him take advantage of you like this?" Although Etienne was rather uninformed about their breakup, his inclination still leaned towards Shu Yi. Zhu Chuan lowered his gaze. How could he think otherwise? That night, he once again experienced the long-forgotten sensation of pressure and pain, which violently tore open the sealed memories and the hidden resentment lurking within his heart. His mind was consumed with images of Bo Xingze embracing others in a similar fashion, sweat cascading into their eyes, that pair of abstinent, aloof eyes now suffused with desire, akin to a beast insatiably yearning for more. Deep within, he felt unwilling, biting down on Bo Xingze's shoulder as if he yearned to tear away flesh, coaxing him softly at the apex of passion. "Would you reconsider the marriage? Please marry me." Zhu Chuan closed the ring box. "I haven't thought much about it. This marriage is bound to end sooner or later." At 8 o'clock in the evening, the city lights began to twinkle. Bo Xingze, somewhat fatigued, removed his glasses and pinched the bridge of his nose, closing his eyes to alleviate the strain. His personal phone remained eerily silent, not even illuminating once. He reached for his tie, loosening it, unbuttoning 2 buttons to grant himself some relief, and once again glanced at his phone with a slight frown. Why has he not replied yet? Could he possibly be lost? Bo Xingze stood up and exited the office. His assistant Fang Miao and several female Omega employees from the planning department were huddled together, engrossed in conversation, oblivious to his presence behind them. "Wow, did you see that alpha? He's incredibly handsome, and his pheromones seem to be vodka so potent. Look at those abs and that waistline. I'm already intoxicated. And this Omega is so soft and sweet, my goodness. When he smiles, I'm utterly lost. Even as an Omega, I'm smitten. I could mark 10 of them. Hey, who do you think is more alpha, this guy or our boss Bo? I honestly think boss Bo is more attractive. Those brows, those eyes, that physique, and his charisma is definitely on par with those celebrities. Hey, Meow Meow, since you've been with boss Bo for a while, what kind of Omega do you think he likes? What's this? Are you feeling a crush? Who wouldn't be moved by such an alpha? You have no idea. Last time I went in to deliver coffee, I saw him casually tugging at his tie, and I nearly lost control right then and there, but thankfully I had taken suppressants beforehand. Bo Xingze had listened for quite a while before clearing his throat. The group of Omega employees stood up in unison, their faces pale. BB boss. Bo Xingze cast a glance over the desk, the female employees scrambling to close the tabs displaying pictures of muscular alphas and delicate Omegas, their voices trembling as they stammered, "Boss, we didn't mean to look at this during work hours. We promise we won't do it again." Fang Miao dared not speak, cautiously assessing his expression, but before she could formulate an excuse, Bo Xingze spoke first. "Is that wonton place you mentioned at the beginning truly delicious?" Fang Miao replied hesitantly, Yes, it's quite tasty. It's an old establishment, but you have to wait in a long line to get it. If you want to try it, I can buy it for you next time." Address. Fang Miao hurriedly sent the address to his phone. Bo Xingze glanced down, nodded in acknowledgement, and added, "No need to work late today. Make sure to rest early." "Thank you, boss." Bo Xingze nodded, took a few steps and suddenly halted. The female Omega employees sprang to their feet again, holding their breath, afraid to look up. I am married. Bo Xingze extended his hand, and under the bright lights, the ring on his right hand ring finger gleamed. The group felt a chill run down their spines. He must have overheard them speculating about him and Su Yen being a couple. They braced themselves for a reprimand, yet he remained silent. Fang Miao cautiously lifted her gaze, sensing he was awaiting something, and tentatively ventured, "Wishing you happiness in your marriage?" Bo Xingze smiled softly, "Thank you." The door opened and closed again. The tall, frosty-eyed man had departed, leaving the Omegas exchanging bewildered glances, until someone finally spoke up. "That just now was really Boss Bo, right?" Zhu Chuan, accustomed to the nocturnal lifestyle, typically spent his evenings at Yanshangwet as he drove. His phone suddenly illuminated, the unviewed message stubbornly lingering on the home screen. "The password for the main door at home is 993401. He tossed the ring box beside his phone, glanced at it, then threw it into the back seat. "What nonsense, who would want to go to your house?" Zhu Chuan pressed down on the accelerator. The high-performance vehicle surged forward. Minghua Road was serene, although the residential area lacked the grandeur of his mountainside villa. It was at least tranquil and elegant, devoid of boisterous square dancing. Upon entering the gate, the security guard merely glanced at him before raising the barrier to allow entry. Zhu Chuan was somewhat surprised as he rolled down the window, tilting his head to inquire, "Hey there, doesn't your community require license plate recognition?" The young guard looked at him curiously from the guardhouse. "Ping X, 3246M. Mr. Bo informed me this morning that this is his vehicle, you can let it through. May I ask if you're Mr. Boss?" "Oh, this morning." That was before his secretary had even brought the marriage contract for him to sign, and he had already assumed he would sign it. Zhu Chuan let out a cold laugh in his father. Chapter 2, Journey Through Mountains and Rivers. Zhu Chuan parked his car in the community garage and walked home with his keys in hand. After entering the password, the door clicked open with a beep. Upon stepping inside, Zhu Chuan was taken aback by the spaciousness of the residence. The shoe cabinet held a brand new pair of slippers alongside a well-worn pair, one black and one white. He slipped into the pristine white pair and surveyed the home, which exuded a minimalist aesthetic characterized by cool silver and black tones, with the study brimming with neatly arranged documents. It was evident that the occupant was a workaholic, consumed entirely by his professional life. Zhu Chuan curled his lip in disdain and wandered to the bathroom, where he discovered a dual set of toiletries, one black and one white, arranged side by side, as if suggesting the presence of two individuals cohabiting. On the sink, the toothbrushes were placed in parallel, and as Zhu Chuan reached out to touch them, a vivid memory flashed through his mind of Bo Xingze shaving in this very spot that morning, suddenly reminding him of their shared dormitory during their senior year of high school. Bo Xingze was meticulous about his schedule and never tardy. Zhu Chuan would force his heavy eyelids open to wash his face alongside him, and on occasions of laziness, he would simply lean against Bo Xingze, waiting for him to wash his face. Although Bo Xingze would adopt a stern demeanor and insist he do it himself, he would nonetheless wrap an arm around Zhu Chuan's waist, supporting him while the other hand carefully wiped his face with a towel, before coldly hanging it up, prompting Zhu Chuan to mischievously lean in for a kiss, leaving both with toothpaste on their lips. Zhu Chuan withdrew his hand from the towel, chuckling at the thought. Surely, he did not believe that they would live together in such an intimate manner. The master bedroom also contained a few documents on the nightstand, and the stark black bed linens were somewhat jarring. As he casually rummaged through the wardrobe, he found that the clothing was limited to black and white hues. Pristine black suits and meticulously pressed shirts, both white and black, hung in an orderly fashion, devoid of any creases. A soft click of a door closing pulled Zhu Chuan from his reverie, and he looked up to see a man slightly hunched over, changing his shoes at the entrance. The man's austere black trousers accentuated the contours of his waist and hips, exuding a subtly concealed allure. Their eyes met. Zhu Chuan's gaze flickered involuntarily. Truth be told, Bo Xingze was exceptionally handsome, with sharp brows and starry eyes. Even the glasses he wore exuded an air of restrained sophistication. The suit was impeccably tailored, and though he wasn't wearing a tie, the buttons of his shirt were fastened with precision. The cold intensity of his gaze, directed straight at Zhu Chuan, sent a flutter through his heart, making it difficult to maintain eye contact. Physically fit and exuding an alluring pheromone, Bo Xingze embodied the ideal partner, a coveted alpha that many would desire. Yet, he was Zhu Chuan's ex-boyfriend, a fact that inevitably rendered him foolish. After a moment of silent contemplation, Zhu Chuan broke the tension, asking, "Still working late?" Bo Xingze had finished changing his shoes and entered, maintaining his usual stoic demeanor, his fingers carrying 2 takeout boxes that he placed on the dining table. After a prolonged silence, he added, I happened to pass by a wonton shop on my way back and bought a little. Zhu Chuan watched him hang up his suit and roll up the sleeves of his white shirt, momentarily captivated by the handsome figure before him, only to be drawn in by the enticing aroma wafting from the boxes. Do you want to eat? Bo Xingze looked up, noticing Zhu Chuan's unwavering gaze, his brow furrowing slightly. He had driven around half of Pingzhou and waited in line for 2 hours to procure the wontons reputed to be delicious, a century-old establishment. Did Zhu Chuan not realize how hard it was to get them? Sure, Zhu Chuan replied nonchalantly, I'll have a little. Bo Xingze exhaled in relief, murmuring a cold, thankful that Zhu Chuan was unaware of the effort involved. Do you want vinegar? Bo Xingze's breath hitched, a hint of tension evident in his demeanor. What? Zhu Chuan pointed towards the kitchen. It's better with a bit of vinegar. It seems like there is none in this bag. Should I get some from the kitchen? All right. Zhu Chuan clicked his tongue in mild exasperation. Bo Xingze had always been reserved since high school, rarely speaking unless necessary, though his voice was undeniably pleasant, cool and soothing like a gentle stream, yet rich and deep like a cello, particularly in intimate moments. Previously, he hadn't worn glasses, but now, the way his gaze peered through the lenses added an extra layer of aloofness, inciting a desire to unravel the facade and reveal his more primal nature. After rummaging through several bottles, Zhu Chuan finally found a bottle of vinegar that hadn't even been opened. It seemed improbable that Bo Xingze, a corporate executive, would attempt cooking himself. Perhaps these items had been procured by his capable secretary. Just a little to enhance the flavor. Too much will spoil it. Zhu Chuan poured some into both bowls, stirred it lightly, and sampled a wonton, his brow slightly furrowing. Not to your liking?
Bo Xingze inquired.
It's all right. Zhu Chuan absent-mindedly fiddled with the wontons, the cilantro leaves floating in the milky broth, vibrant green against the creamy backdrop. The broth was fragrant, the skin thin and the filling tender. He had dined at this century-old establishment before but had grown weary of the long wait and ceased to send anyone to fetch them. Silence enveloped the two as they finished their bowls. Bo Xingze rose to tidy up the takeout containers, carrying the bowls to the kitchen. His gaze lowered as he patiently washed them. Zhu Chuan turned to glance at the kitchen, catching a glimpse of Bo Xingze's profile, his glasses adding a touch of restraint, the slight curve of his lips evoking low, breathy sighs in Zhu Chuan's ears. Lowering his head, Zhu Chuan idly tapped his fingers on the table. Suddenly, his phone rang. Glancing down, he saw it was Xian, and he answered casually, Missed me after just one day? If I don't show up every day, you'd probably miss me to death. Bo Xingze emerged from the kitchen, holding a glass of milk, pausing at the doorway with a furrowed brow, his fingers gripping the cup tightly enough to turn white. The alpha pheromones surged uncontrollably, saturating the spacious room with a potent scent of sake. His previously calm and composed gaze darkened, taking on a more aggressive edge, instinctively craving dominance and possession. Zhu Chuan felt a slight itch at the nape of his neck and scratched it absent-mindedly, only to turn and find Bo Xingze standing sentinel-like at the kitchen entrance. What are you doing? You startled me by standing there without saying a word. Bo Xingze's eyelids fluttered slightly as he suppressed the surge of jealousy and aggression, regaining his usual indifference. I saw you were on the phone. After a pause, he asked casually, a friend?
Yin.
Bo Xingze recognized the name. During the time Zhu Chuan was accepted into Jiangqing No. 1 High School, Xian and Zhu Chuan had caused him quite a bit of trouble, even going so far as to ambush him on several occasions. That expression of yours, still holding a grudge over the time he ambushed you? Zhu Chuan chuckled softly, his eyes softening, revealing a warmth that had been absent for 8 years. Not at all, Bo Xingze replied coolly, though in his mind, he was already plotting how to rid Pingzhou of Xian. All right, thank you for the hospitality. I'll take my leave now. Zhu Chuan stood up, taking his car keys, ultimately leaving the enticing glass of milk untouched. Bo Xingze firmly grasped his wrist, saying, It's quite late. Zhu Chuan glanced at his wrist held captive, then looked up, a hint of a smile in his eyes. What's the matter? Are you trying to ask me out? Or something else? Bo Xingze opened his mouth to speak. Zhu Chuan gently withdrew his hand, chuckling lightly. No, I've already dated you once. It wasn't enjoyable, so I'm not interested in doing it again. Bo Xingze looked down at his hand, gently pinching his fingertips. Zhu Chuan exited the door, and as he reached the garage his phone rang again. Connecting to Bluetooth, he answered and discovered a ring box had fallen onto the passenger seat. He reached down to retrieve it. "You're due for your pheromone treatment this month. Don't you feel it in your body? I'll be free tomorrow. Why not come over?" Zhu Chuan laughed. "Sure, otherwise I'll be doing it myself at home, and if someone hears, they might think I'm doing something else. Who would I be breathing heavily for? Anyway?" Su Yang laughed for a long while. "Actually, I suggested you settle down and resolve this once and for all. You wouldn't want to suffer every month, would you? The one your grandfather found for you is quite good. You just refuse to accept it. He's even equipped with a pheromone stimulant. Yet you hesitate at the last moment." Zhu Chuan lowered the car window slightly, letting in the heat before rolling it back up and switching on the air conditioning again. "How could that be? I'm far too shameless. I've slept with so many Omegas that I've lost count. Go ask around. My ex-girlfriend could circle Pingzhou and gather 100 surnames." Su Yang spat at him. "You might fool others, but you can't deceive me. If you were truly with someone, would you still come here every month?" Zhu Chuan's smile faded as his finger hovered over the hang-up button. "I'll come by tomorrow at 10. No more chatter. I need to drive. Otherwise, you might wake up to the news of a mangled body on the streets from a phone call gone wrong. Go to hell." The call ended abruptly. Zhu Chuan raised the car roof and pressed the accelerator on the desolate road, the roar of the engine nearly tearing through the heavens. The wind howled violently, tearing past his eardrums, as his long fingers gripped the steering wheel tightly, revealing prominent blue veins. Years ago, after he had his glands removed, pheromones surged chaotically within him, especially with the potent alpha pheromones left by Bo Xingze, which nearly cost him his life. His surgery had been a failure, leaving half of the gland intact, which continued to secrete pheromones without any control, making it impossible for him to suppress them. He could only periodically expel the pheromones. Initially, he thought his relationship with Bo Xingze would be one of absolute detachment, yet fate had led him back into this person's orbit. All these years, he had never outwitted Bo Xingze. On the surface, it appeared as if he allowed himself to be bullied, but in truth, he had never managed to escape Bo Xingze's grasp. As the car slowed down, he realized he wasn't in a crisis like Professor Fu's imminent peril. He wasn't at death's door and certainly couldn't offer love. So how could he harm this Omega? Bo Xingze lowered his gaze, pouring the neglected cup of milk into the sink before rinsing it and returning it to its place. Upon entering the bathroom, he glanced at the neatly arranged toothbrushes and toiletries, quickly averting his gaze. After a cold shower, he proceeded to the study. His phone lay quietly on the desk, and despite flipping through documents, he found it hard to concentrate. He opened WeChat and sent a message to Yen Xian. Yen Xian had just settled down, feeling a hint of drowsiness when a notification startled her. "What is it?" she asked, sitting up abruptly. Bo Xingze pondered for a moment, his fingers dancing on the screen. After 3 minutes of typing without sending anything, Yen Xian felt a twinge of unease. Surely, this regional president wasn't planning another drastic reform? After a prolonged silence, Bo Xingze finally replied, "Forget it." Yen Xian stifled a question, hesitating to voice her curiosity. But recalling the lengthy typing, she cautiously probed, "Is it about President Zhu?" A swift response came back, affirming with a simple yes. Yen Xian exhaled in relief. Having worked alongside Bo Xingze for quite some time, she felt slightly closer than others yet had never truly penetrated the icy facade of this president's heart. She treaded carefully. "Is President Zhu not home today?" Bo Xingze's silence sent a chill down her spine, reminiscent of a horror movie. Fearing he might retort, "Who allowed you to inquire about your boss's marital life?" Yet, she felt compelled to address the dilemma troubling her superior. After a moment's hesitation, Bo Xingze sent another message, revealing a hint of distress and disappointment. "He had dinner with me but left without asking me to see him off. Is that it?" Yen Xian blurted out, "Today is your wedding day. Your husband didn't stay home to celebrate your honeymoon, and your concern is that he didn't ask you to see him off? Help me," she thought. Chapter 3. The Journey of Mountains and Rivers. Bo Xingze was a person of few words, rarely interacting with others. Yen Xian, serving as his confidant, handled both work duties and occasional personal matters. After a moment of contemplation, her fingers tapped the screen. "You didn't wear a ring." Yen Xian felt faint at the thought. If it weren't for her reluctance, she would have liked to scold her boss like the secretary from Lu's company she had seen a few days ago. "President Bo, have you forgotten? I was the one who represented you at your wedding signing ceremony. It was just a transaction. Once he signed, I took the documents to the marriage management office. There wasn't even a proposal, and you didn't even put the ring on his finger yourself. Were you expecting him to do it? Bo Xingze pondered for a moment. Are you suggesting I should propose properly? Yan Xian replied, well, it's not impossible to propose after the fact. Perhaps a romantic gesture might touch President Zhu. After all, you're such an outstanding alpha with so many Omega admirers. Just think about it. Even if it doesn't succeed, what harm could it do? And who knows? Bo Xingze considered her words thoughtfully. Zhu Chuan, feeling disinterested in the moonlight, drove back to the house he hadn't visited in a while. Upon arriving, he heard a cacophony of noise before he even opened the door. Frowning, he pushed the door open. Are you throwing a party here? Brother, you're back. A girl, adorned in over-the-top makeup and dirty braids, stood up, her eyes glimmering with sequins. The room full of eccentric characters stood up in unison, awkwardly calling, Zhu Gu, over the blaring music. Zhu Chuan flicked on the lights, the harsh illumination cutting through the chaotic colors, revealing the mingled scents of pheromones and discarded bottles strewn across the floor. Who let you all in? Does your mother really allow you to behave so recklessly? Zhou Yinyin stood frozen, not daring to speak. Zhu Chuan scanned the room filled with intoxicated youths, Alpha, Omega, and even Beta, all clad in disheveled outfits, with one boy's pants nearly hanging off his knees. Sensing Zhu Chuan's displeasure, Zhou Yinyin discreetly signaled her friends to leave before things escalated. We need to run some errands, so we'll head out first. Zhu Chuan ascended the stairs, and Zhou Yinyin followed closely. Brother, I wasn't messing around. Look, I've applied pheromone blockers. My mother only cares about my second brother and leaves me alone overseas with just money. I ran away because... Zhu Chuan abruptly halted. You ran away? Zhou Yinyin took a cautious step back, almost losing her balance on the stairs. It was too boring abroad. Those foreigners are incredibly annoying. I can't stand it anymore. Brother, let me join your company. I can dance and sing. Please sign me. Not a chance. Please, brother, I truly love being a singer. Let me go, please. Zhou Yinyin pleaded, tugging at him. Zhu Chuan raised a hand to stop her. Go remove that makeup. Fix your hair. Clean up downstairs. And never associate with those people again. Zhou Yinyin immediately raised her hand. I promise. Zhu Chuan, exasperated, felt a dull ache in his remaining gland. After a quick shower, he collapsed onto his bed, only to awaken at 11:30. Zhou Yinyin lounged on the couch, engrossed in her phone, while the television blared a mundane financial channel. Hearing a sound, she turned her head and sweetly called, Brother, still here? Zhou Yinyin climbed off the couch, resting her chin on her hand. Brother, your hickeys on your shoulder and neck are showing. Zhu Chuan frowned, tugging at his sleepwear's collar. Why don't you get lost? Zhou Yinyin giggled, following his movement with her eyes. Brother, you said you'd sign me. When are we going to your company? She eagerly poured milk and set out breakfast, resting her chin on the table opposite him. Zhu Chuan glanced at her, acknowledging that despite being his half-sister, she was undeniably beautiful and an Omega, with naturally sweet eyes that sparkled, though she could be quite clingy. Have you discussed this with your mother? Zhou Yinyin suddenly deflated, lifelessly slumping over the table. I had foreseen her reluctance. She often remarked that the entertainment industry was filled with mere performers, playthings for others. She remained unaware of my clandestine return to the country. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly have bound me and dispatched me back, which I vehemently opposed. Zhu Chuan took a sip of the slightly cool milk, well aware of his stepmother's temperament. Her aristocratic demeanor was imbued with disdain for others, a vivid manifestation of class hierarchy that seemed to categorize people into distinct tiers. Brother, I don't wish to go abroad. I don't know a single soul there. Zhou Yinyin pursed her lips, a hint of grievance in her voice. If you abandon me, I shall run away from home. Run away from home? Can you not be more melodramatic? Are you 3 years old? Zhu Chuan placed the milk back on the table, leisurely finishing his breakfast before wiping his mouth with deliberation. Stay at home. I'll come to fetch you for work this afternoon. Zhou Yinyin blinked, suddenly springing from her chair. Thank you, brother, she exclaimed, reaching to embrace him, only to be deterred by her gaze falling upon that telltale hickey. Oh, brother, am I about to gain a sister-in-law? You already have. We wed yesterday morning. Who is it? Who is it? Him. Zhu Chuan gestured casually. Zhou Yinyin followed his line of sight to the financial news playing on the television, where a coolly handsome man stood at a podium, his dark lashes casting a shadow that heightened his austere demeanor. Zhou Yinyin was momentarily stunned. Isn't he an alpha? She gazed blankly at her brother's silhouette before shifting her attention back to the man on the screen, recalling the purple hickeys adorning her brother's shoulder. So, the seemingly ascetic man indulged in such escapades behind closed doors? By the time Zhu Chuan arrived at the clinic, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Su Yang greeted him with a teasing remark. "Oh, I thought you weren't coming. How could I not?" Zhu Chuan replied with a smile, peering into the treatment room. "No one else? Well, there were 2, but they had to reschedule for tomorrow. Today, you're the sole client." Su Yang opened the door to the treatment room. Zhu Chuan caught a glimpse of the dental tools and felt a twinge of discomfort. Perhaps a hug from an alpha wouldn't be so bad.
Su Yang scoffed.
"Just sit down. You talk a lot for someone who would struggle to put those words into action. Your social butterfly persona remains intact. Your artists would bow to you. Is my suffering that amusing to you? Fortunately, you're an Omega. If you were an alpha, I might need to wear iron underwear." Zhu Chuan tilted his head, chuckling softly, the corners of his eyes softening with a hint of languid charm, lending an air of flirtation and mischief to the moment. Su Yang shot him a disapproving glare. "Is an Omega living off your family?" Zhu Chuan placed his hands on the arms of the chair, his pale wrists ensnared by black restraints that clung to his skin, while his ankles and waist were similarly bound, rendering him immobile. "Hey, Su Yang, there's a thrill to this. When you're free, find your alpha to experiment with this harness. It's quite exhilarating." Su Yang shot him a sidelong glance. "Could you please be quiet? Even in this state, you still find ways to be frivolous. Otherwise, enduring this without any excitement would be too harsh. Would you care to join me? It's rather thrilling, especially." Zhu Chuan exhaled softly, gently moving his neck, feeling the cold, hard tools gripping his half-gland, furrowing his brow slightly. "There should be an alpha to deal with you, so your mouth won't be so reckless." Su Yang pointed at him earnestly and promptly activated the pheromone expulsion program. Ugh! Zhu Chuan's fingers curled involuntarily, unable to suppress the tremors as he bit down on his lip, cold sweat visibly beading on his forehead, his complexion turning ashen. The pheromones surged forth uncontrollably. With only half a gland, he could not autonomously secrete or digest the pheromones and required external assistance for expulsion. His body unaccustomed to such stimuli, heating up uncontrollably. Su Yang, wearing a protective mask, observed from the side, frowning as he noted the transition of Zhu Chuan's complexion from pale to flushed, beads of sweat forming on his nose and trickling down his collar. His body instinctively struggled. Delicate fingers gripped the armrests, turning pale, veins in his forehead bulging as if they might tear through his skin, the restraining chair emitting a piercing creak. The expulsion program lasted only half an hour, yet it felt interminable. The suffocating agony and ecstasy tore him apart, driving him to the brink of madness, his teeth chattering uncontrollably, biting down hard. Finally, the long ordeal came to an end. The machine ceased its operations, leaving his back drenched in sweat, hair clinging to his forehead, accentuating his pallor. "Take a break, catch your breath, and go wash up." Su Yang removed the apparatus, gesturing for him to do as he pleased while he focused on the data. Zhu Chuan sat for a moment, his legs completely devoid of strength, letting out a gentle sigh as he leaned his forehead against his palms, trying to alleviate the tension. After a prolonged silence, he furrowed his brow like tree bark. "Am I dying or what?" Su Yang shot him a cold glare, his voice muffled by the mask. "Your gland condition isn't great. The surgery years ago was a failure. Although you don't experience heat cycles, this is even more troublesome. Moreover, you cannot undergo another removal surgery. While it won't worsen significantly, the process of expelling pheromones might become increasingly painful. In my opinion, you should." Zhu Chuan slightly tilted his head, pausing as if contemplating something, before finally saying, "I got married yesterday."
Su Yang blinked in surprise.
"Your ex-boyfriend?" Zhu Chuan confirmed. "An alpha." Su Yang stammered, "When exactly yesterday?" His mind struggled to comprehend, taking a while to regain its logical flow. Reuniting? What a riveting narrative. Happy newlyweds. I must send you a gift later. Zhu Chuan curled his fingers, a faint smile gracing his lips. The mirror may be broken, but it hasn't mended. We're just making do. Perhaps I might be divorced by tomorrow. Su Yang's thoughts raced. Wait, divorce? What else? Do you think he has been pining for me for 8 years, specifically coming to Pingzhou to marry me? Zhu Chuan scoffed lightly, rising from the chair, staggering slightly as he steadied himself. I'm not that significant to him. Su-young exclaimed, not that significant and you married him? So, that means this is a sham marriage. You should ask him for some pheromones. A little bite should be no big deal, right? It's as easy as asking for a kiss. Zhu Chuan's fingers recoiled slightly, raising his head to smile. Let him bite. The outcome won't be as simple as just a kiss. Su-young reviewed the data for a moment. When Zhu Chuan emerged, his complexion had improved slightly, his shirt collar undone, revealing a red tattoo on his collarbone, his eyes gleaming with a hint of mischief, exuding the aura of a charming rogue. Su-young administered a pheromone regulator injection, watching him as he composed himself, appearing somewhat languid, reminiscent of a beauty awakened from slumber, as though he were about to beckon someone to ignite a fire for him. If you don't ask him for anything, what will you do? Zhu Chuan rubbed his temples, suddenly fixing his gaze on Su-young. His peach blossom eyes elongated and slightly upturned, glistening with a hint of moisture from the recent stimulus, yet his unwavering stare felt unsettling. Why are you staring at me like that? It's nothing. Zhu Chuan stood, casually remarking, since I married him, I shall only have him as my man until divorce. Before arriving, Zhu Chuan had called Zhao and I, timing his visit to coincide with the end of her shift. She was his designated driver, a female alpha, few words spoken, yet her eyes always conveyed a sense of resilience and silence. Once a diligent student working part-time at Xian, her steadfastness had irked a lecherous old man, who, by chance, witnessed her silent determination and unexpectedly offered her assistance. Come be my driver. The pay will undoubtedly surpass your part-time job. You won't need to come every day. Just come when I call for you. With a playful wink, he elicited laughter from those nearby, who teased that Zhu Zong had taken a fancy to someone. Zhao and I regarded his flamboyant demeanor, his wine-red silk shirt hanging loosely, his eyes glimmering with an unmistakable flirtation, and she felt a twinge of skepticism towards his apparent recklessness. I do not accept sponsorship, she declared firmly. The group erupted in laughter, suggesting that the allure of a socialite had waned, and that an alpha like Zhu Chuan could not possibly be interested in him. Zhu Chuan shot back with a dismissive glare, urging them to scram. You, an alpha, fear a mere beta like me? If you're scared, that's your problem. Still smiling, Zhu Chuan withdrew a strikingly unreliable red business card from his pocket, standing out boldly in the crowded hall. Take this to Shenghua Entertainment and ask for a lady named Yu Peng. Tell her I wish to sponsor your college education and living expenses. It's not a sugar arrangement, but rather a philanthropic endeavor. Do you understand? Something respectable. Zhao and I scrutinized the card, then turned her gaze back to his face, perhaps sensing a hint of sincerity beneath that extravagant facade. After a lengthy pause, she said, Then I'll write you an IOU, and I'll repay you once I start working. Zhu Chuan paused, then replied, Fine, an IOU it is. That look in her eyes reminded him of someone, both stubborn and headstrong. When she arrived, Zhu Chuan was dozing against the passenger window. She tapped on the glass, and he immediately blinked awake, smiling at her in a dazed manner before unlocking the door. Zhao and I opened the door and placed her backpack in the back seat, fastening her seatbelt as she asked, Why do you look so exhausted? You're as pale as a ghost. Zhu Chuan rested his forehead against his hand, offered a faint smile, but said nothing, instead remarking, You've become quite talkative. Has your aloof persona crumbled? Zhao and I fell silent for a moment, deciding to refrain from further conversation. She had picked up Zhu Chuan many times before, and he had always appeared ghostly pale, lacking the vivacity of the socialite persona that could light up a room with a mere glance. She glanced sideways, observing him pressing his thumb against his temple, his brow furrowed tightly. Zhao and I switched on the car's player. The first track was a light piano melody he often listened to, though the quality was subpar, and the pianist's skills were amateurish at best. Once, during a weekend outing, they had witnessed a proposal in the square, surrounded by a heart of roses near a fountain, as the couple shared a tender kiss amidst the music. Their school's music classroom housed a piano, and during evening study sessions, Zhu Chuan had convinced Bo Xingze to pry open the door and play for him in the darkened room. Although Bo Xingze claimed he couldn't play, he managed a clumsy tune that made Zhu Chuan laugh for ages. Is that what you call playing? I could let a cat walk across the keys, and it would sound better than that. Bo Xingze, humiliated, had retaliated by pinning him to the piano, biting him several times until he begged for mercy. That awkward rendition of Ren Fei Chao Mu had been recorded during that time, echoing the sentiment of choosing to plunge into worldly affairs and become a person capable of feeling pain. Turn it off. I don't like it. Zhao and I blinked in surprise, accustomed to his mercurial temperament, and raised her hand to silence the music. Zhou Yinin, anxiously waiting at home, called to remind Zhu Chuan of his commitment to take her to the company. The girl indeed possessed some talent, but her current status would inevitably stir up a considerable fuss. Zhao and I go home for a bit. Bo Xingze had spent the morning in meetings and paused as he returned to his office. Yan Xian, get me a cup of coffee. Huh? Sure, Mr. Bo. Yan Xian replied, surprised. Bo Xingze typically refrained from asking others for such favors, preferring to handle tasks himself. After a moment, Yan Xian recalled something from the previous night. Mr. Bo, the coffee. Bo Xingze didn't even glance at the cup, pausing briefly to fix his gaze on Yan Xian. Generally speaking, how can couples quickly deepen their bond? Yan Xian hesitated before confessing, to be honest, Mr. Bo, I'm rather inexperienced myself. However, I believe that feelings develop naturally over time. As long as two people spend enough time together, there will inevitably be moments of intimacy. Bo Xingze's brow twitched slightly. Yan Xian jolted, realizing she had become too casual with him. She cleared her throat and adopted a serious expression. Regardless, I believe it's crucial not to let Mr. Zhu stay home alone, working tirelessly while feeling lonely. Loneliness breeds thoughts, and those thoughts can lead to trouble. Bo Xingze pondered for a moment. Are you suggesting I should spend more time with him? Yan Xian nodded in affirmation. Exactly. Bo Xingze contemplated her words, and Yan Xian added, by the way, Mr. Bo, aren't you meeting with Mr. Liu at Wutenjiayu on Qingjiang Road this afternoon? Since Mr. Zhu's company is nearby, perhaps you could bump into him accidentally? Bo Xingze cast her a sidelong glance. I am conducting business with Lu Xianzhao. Do you think I would blur the lines between work and personal matters? Yan Xian shivered slightly. Of course not. I'll reflect on this. Zhou Yinin appeared in a pleated skirt and white shirt, resembling a sweet young girl, a stark contrast to her appearance the night before. Cheerfully, she greeted Zhu Chuan and then turned to Zhao and I. The company isn't solely my decision. I can't just support whoever I want. If the agent won't take you, then please stop bothering me. Understood? If you get signed, you must be obedient and refrain from reckless behavior. Those marketing accounts can dig up your past indiscretions and dissect them. Think carefully about whether you can handle that pressure. I understand, big brother, you're so verbose. Zhao and I glanced at Zhou Yinin in the rearview mirror before shifting her gaze to Zhu Chuan. In her memory, Zhu Chuan seemed to live on the edge of the moon for 360 days a year, as if he had been stained with wine. She had never seen him speak with such a mix of helplessness and fondness. Could he truly be such a good big brother? As she parked the car downstairs at the company, Zhou Yinin hopped out first, cheerfully calling, Sister-in-law? Zhu Chuan paused, following her gaze to see Bo Xingze holding a short man, his cheeks flushed, appearing soft and adorable. Big brother, listen, Zhou Yinin lamented, reaching up to tousle the man's hair. It's raining on the green grass outside. Sister-in-law has a beautiful Omega. How unfortunate for you. You should dye this one green later. Zhu Chuan glanced at the scene, smirking slightly as he replied, Little sister, you must know that no raindrop can fall on my patch of green grass. Hey, Bo Gu, what are you doing here? Thank you. Su Yan stood upright, clearly startled, and spoke softly, a hint of fear in his voice. Bo Xingze immediately withdrew his hand. No need. Su Yan was about to say something more when he looked up to see Zhu Chuan calling out, squinting his eyes with a smile. Oh, Zhou Gu, what a coincidence. Here we meet. This is my company's entrance. Isn't it normal for you to run into me here? Zhu Chuan quipped, casting a sidelong glance at Bo Xingze. Mr. Bo, such a coincidence. Bo Xingze replied, just passing by. Zhu Chuan always greeted others with a smile. Even when angry, his face bore a hint of amusement, concealing his true emotions. Oh dear, this pothole at my entrance almost tripped young Master Su. Good thing he didn't fall. Otherwise, I'd have to arrange for repairs. Su Yan's face turned slightly red. Brother, you're just joking. Bo Xingze observed their banter, feeling inexplicably irritated. Su Yan, weren't you here to visit Shenghuai? Su Yan, reminded by him, quickly replied, Oh right, I'll head over now. Zhu Chuan watched his retreating figure, amusement still lingering on his lips as he mocked. To have Mr. Bo personally chauffeur him, it seems our young Master Su is quite the catch, isn't he? A warm hand pressed against Zhu Chuan's forehead, The palm soft yet the fingertips calloused. When it touched him, he nearly bit his tongue, forcing himself to swallow the remainder of his sentence. The setting sun cast its waning glow upon Bo Xing's shoulders, imbued with a hint of fleeting beauty, while the faint scent of sake filled the air. Having just completed his pheromone suppression, he could still detect the aroma of his own essence. Sake, though not intoxicating, seeped through his breath like the delicate dew trickling off bamboo leaves. Zhu Chuan found himself momentarily entranced. Bo Xingze took a step closer, his stature slightly taller than Zhu Chuan's, and with a subtle lowering of his brow, inquired softly, "You look rather unwell. Are you feeling all right?" "It has nothing to do with you," Zhu Chuan replied, pushing him aside and forcing his racing heart to return to its normal rhythm. Yet he still stumbled over his words. With a gentle flick of his fingertips, Bo Xingze brushed aside a few stray locks from Zhu Chuan's forehead and quietly added, "I did not pick him up, nor did I personally drive him. I have never been anyone's chauffeur. I had a business meeting, and Su Yan happened to be getting out of the car, and I merely offered him a hand. Please do not be upset." Zhu Chuan bristled, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Am I angry? Which of your eyes perceives my irritation? You may send anyone you wish. It has no bearing on me. However, one thing, do not engage in such activities at my company's entrance. You are aware that this is an entertainment company, and there are numerous paparazzi lurking about. If they capture something, I shall find it difficult to explain the nature of your relationship with young Master Su. Wouldn't you agree?" Bo Xingze withdrew his hand, his gaze once again landing on the empty ring finger of Zhu Chuan's right hand, furrowing his brow. "What are you doing? You reek of an unpleasant omega scent. Your pheromones are the ones that are odious." "That is not correct." He had just exited from Su Yang's presence, and his own scent likely lingered on him, as he forcefully waved Bo Xingze's hand away in an attempt to dismiss the situation. "What does it matter to you, Zhu Chuan?" Bo Xingze called him by his full name, his fingertips pressing against the skin of his neck, inadvertently releasing a commanding alpha pheromone that loomed ominously. "Big sister." Zhou Yinin rushed over, effectively rescuing Zhu Chuan while also restoring Bo Xingze's composure. Yet, the chilling and sharp possessiveness remained firmly anchored on his shoulder, causing discomfort. "Did you call me?" Zhou Yinin nodded vigorously, beaming at him, then bounded over to Zhu Chuan's side. "I am his little sister, so, you must be my big sister now?" She leaned in and, in a voice audible to all, whispered, "You are more handsome than on television. This morning, I watched you with my brother, and he even told me to call you big sister." Zhu Chuan thought, when did he watch me with her? And why did he instruct her to call me big sister? Bo Xingze had never received such compliments before. His inherently aloof nature rendered him momentarily speechless, appearing cold to the point of severity. Zhu Chuan grimaced in pain. Zhou Yinin immediately straightened, casting a quick wink at Bo Xingze, signaling, "I have been staying at my brother's house recently." Zhu Chuan smacked her playfully on the back of the head. "Get lost." Zhou Yinin stuck out her tongue and smiled at Bo Xingze. "Goodbye, big sister. I still have the house keys. My brother doesn't have a spare." Bo Xingze merely regarded her. Zhu Chuan ground his teeth in irritation, thinking, this insufferable girl. I shall strangle her one day. After scolding her, he turned back to find Bo Xingze wearing the faintest hint of a smile in his eyes, a rare occurrence akin to a glacier melting, a solitary droplet cascading onto the ice. "What is so amusing?" Bo Xingze suppressed his smile, replying, "Your sister is quite charming." "Charming has nothing to do with you. I do not have a spare key. However, I have ample places where I could stay. I have no intention of visiting your house." Zhu Chuan observed him as the sun slipped from his shoulders, leaving only the lingering warmth of late summer. "We did not marry for love. There is no need for us to reside under the same roof and perform the charade of a loving couple. Let us simplify matters." Bo Xingze fell silent for a moment before suddenly asking, "Have you not read the contract terms?" "What contract?" "The stipulations we are to adhere to post-marriage. Should either party violate or neglect any aspect, the other holds the right to demand compensation." Zhu Chuan recalled the time Yan Xian had handed him a stack of documents. He had only glanced at a few property papers, dismissing the lengthy text with a remark, "Too long." Didn't he read before hastily signing. He had no idea what he had agreed to. Bo Xingze stepped closer, pressing his forehead against Zhu Chuan's, and before he could react, gently kissed his eyelids. Zhu Chuan instinctively raised his hand but halted just before it reached Bo Xingze's cheek. "Are you out of your mind? You signed the contract. I am entitled to request compensation. Bo Xingze gazed into his eyes, an expression of contentment hidden beneath a facade of seriousness that was maddening. Moreover, I do not wish to detect the scent of any other Omega on you again. Be obedient. Chapter 4. The journey of mountains and rivers. For the first time in his life, Zhu Chuan became engrossed in work, courtesy of Bo Xingze. The entire Xinhui building was his alone. He meandered from logistics to publicity and then to legal affairs, exploring every floor and reviewing the talents under his management, propping his head on his hand as he perused recent promising variety shows and scripts. In recent years, the popularity of variety shows had surged. While films and television dramas had waned, artists established their personas, and the shows adhered to scripts, garnering more screen time, occasionally buying trending topics, yielding substantial returns. He reviewed several promising romance variety shows, ranging from leisurely travel to adventure and mystery themes, all of commendable quality, with post-production leaning toward sweet, romantic narratives, marketing CPs, and avoiding negative content. As he diligently focused, an unexpected waft of sake reached his nostrils, and upon glancing up, he spotted someone standing at the door. What brings you here? Zhu Chuan was perplexed. Why would this CEO, who seemed eager to tear himself in half, visit his modest establishment? I came to take you out for a meal. I am not hungry. You can either leave or... His words were interrupted by the grumbling of his stomach as his pen clattered to the floor. How about Sukai? Bo Xingze inquired. Whatever. Zhu Chuan turned his gaze toward the window, feeling as though his mind was in disarray. Why would he agree to dine with him simply because he suggested it? If he said he wanted to go to bed, would that mean Zhu Chuan was to strip down and comply? That afternoon, he took the time to meticulously read through the exceedingly long and intricate contract terms they were to follow post-marriage. He could not memorize every detail, but the gist was clear. The couple was required to live together, notify each other if they would be late returning home, share a kiss daily, and engage in marital relations at least once a week. What utter nonsense. Bo Xingze would never force him into that. The stipulation of at least once a week implied that he would simply lie there while Bo Xingze took charge. If he were to be left to his own devices, he could very well perish in bed. Zhu Chuan ground his teeth, but not all the terms were exclusively in Bo Xingze's favor. Most benefited him, with the remainder split evenly, meaning that matters concerning their bed were decidedly advantageous for Zhu Chuan. Having been single for 8 years, he had not truly been intimate with anyone, and throughout his life, Bo Xingze was the only man he had ever known. At that time, he was unable to produce pheromones, and due to his condition, the analysis had gone awry, leading him to believe he was a beta until he was later diagnosed with omega pheromones. By that point, he had already parted ways with Bo Xingze, and throughout his life only one person had left a mark on him, only one person had caused him pain. Bo Xingze was the epitome of an alpha, from his pheromones to his physical attributes. During a pheromone test at school, the doctor had winked with a teasing smile, saying, "Your omega will surely suffer in the future." Unbeknownst to him, Zhu Chuan's face had flushed crimson as he seized the opportunity to bite Bo Xingze's hand when no one was watching. 8 years later, that familiar pain surged within him once more. It felt as if he had been transported back to his senior year, reacquainting himself with the pain that reminded him he was still alive, alongside an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. "What are you thinking about?" Bo Xingze asked. Zhu Chuan regained his senses and realized the car had come to a stop. His gaze flickered momentarily before he managed to suppress the turmoil within, feigning indifference as he scoffed. "What is it to you? Who are you to interfere? A mere contractual husband?" Indeed, Bo Xingze fell silent. A wave of satisfaction washed over Zhu Chuan as he opened the car door and strode towards the restaurant, thinking to himself that when it came to verbal sparring, he was still unmatched. The establishment Bo Xingze had chosen was quite fortuitous. It was owned by Lu Xianzhou, who had previously frequented it for leisure. Later, due to his wife's fondness for sweet dishes, he had transformed it into something resembling a personal kitchen. What a foolish king. Upon entering, everyone recognized him, and with smiles, they exchanged greetings before Bo Xingze made his entrance. Manager Lu promptly approached, asking, "Good day, sir. Are you the Mr. Bo who made the reservation? It's for 2, correct? Will your companion be joining you shortly?" Bo Xingze lifted an eyebrow. Following his gaze, Manager Lu turned to see several front desk staff glancing over as well. Zhu Chuan's eyelids twitched, and with a forced, humorless grin, he replied, "That would be me." Even Manager Lu, accustomed to the ups and downs of life and adept at reading the room, was momentarily taken aback, managing a dry chuckle. Well, we were unaware of your marriage. Mr. Liu didn't mention it at all. Allow me to extend our congratulations on your nuptials. Today's meal will be at a 20% discount. Zhu Chuan chuckled, thinking how Lu Xianzhou had indeed become a miser, offering such a discount as if it mattered to their family's wealth. Manager Lu smiled in response that's not an option.
Boing's gaze flickered.
Fixated on Zhu Chuan's face. The phrase "our Mr. Bo" had made his heart skip a beat, and his throat tightened, instinctively swallowing hard. He yearned to kiss him, to capture that tender, rosy lip and extract the soft sounds that could emerge from it, to elicit little sighs of pleasure. Zhu Chuan was well acquainted with the place and didn't require Manager Lu's assistance, confidently locating their reserved private room. He retrieved a tablet to place their order and glanced sideways. You order? Go ahead. Zhu Chuan didn't press further, merely responding with a casual "oh" as he selected familiar dishes, opting for lighter options since Bo Xingze did not indulge in sweets. What's the status of that merger case from a while ago? I heard Jiahe is keen on acquiring Quansheng, and Lu Xianzhou seems to have some thoughts on it. However, his involvement here appears to be minimal. This is your first case since transferring to Pingzhou, so you can't afford to falter. Bo Xingze continued pouring water, unperturbed. It's all good. A few days ago, I noticed someone from the Lu family seeking you out. I presume it was not through an official collaboration with the Lu Corporation. With a new project on the horizon, it's likely they won't follow the Lu route. Honestly, what are you two up to? Business secrets. Zhu Chuan hissed, feeling his teeth ache from his remarks about all good and business secrets. He thought, if you don't want to share, then don't. Who cares if you do or not? The dishes were swiftly served, crafted with utmost precision in Lu Xianzhou's personal kitchen. Each plate a testament to culinary excellence, with no room for complacency. Bo Xingze was also discerning in his choices. Zhu Chuan, having turned his days and nights upside down, found himself in better spirits lately, indulging in a pot of clear sake, sipping it intermittently. Propping his head with one hand, he observed the person beside him, who ate with the same leisurely pace as in the past, though now his aloofness seemed sharper. The restaurant's lighting, warm and orange-hued, softened the harshness of his demeanor, while the slightly tousled hair hanging over his forehead added a touch of gentleness. The gold-rimmed glasses perched on his high nose lent him an air of distant restraint. A memory struck Zhu Chuan of their first meeting, when Bo Xingze wore the school's blue and white uniform, his icy demeanor capable of inflicting wounds. He recalled how, despite maintaining a stern expression, Bo Xingze would often relent, allowing Zhu Chuan to take what he desired. Open wide. Zhu Chuan instinctively parted his lips, only to have a sauce-coated shrimp tail thrust into his mouth, causing him to freeze momentarily, his thoughts snapping back to reality. Bo Xingze turned to him, asking, "Still eating?" With the shrimp tail still in his mouth, Zhu Chuan found himself at a loss, unable to express that his gaze had not been about wanting to eat, but rather reminiscing about half a year ago. Thus, he stubbornly replied, "Peel me another one." "All right." Bo Xingze lowered his eyes and peeled another. "One more." Zhu Chuan consumed nearly half the plate, licking his lips with satisfaction as he drained the last remnants of sake. Bo Xingze seemed engrossed in this act of feeding him, and when Zhu Chuan declared he was done, he sounded almost regretful. "What's the matter? Gotten addicted to feeding me?" Zhu Chuan, never one to miss an opportunity to tease, couldn't resist throwing out a cheeky remark, even if it often landed him in trouble. Bo Xingze's gaze lingered on Zhu Chuan, whose eyes were slightly reddened from the alcohol, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile,
igniting a warmth in Boing's chest.
It felt as if a tide of emotion was surging forth, the scent of sake permeating the room, mingling with the intensity of their exchanged glances. "All right, let us go." Zhu Chuan set down his cup and stood, but before he could fully rise, Bo Xingze yanked him back into his seat, the heat of his grip searing against Zhu Chuan's wrist. Then, his lips descended upon Zhu Chuan's, even hotter. Zhu Chuan was momentarily dazed by the fervor of the kiss. In that instant, he felt ensnared. The scent of sake enveloped him, blurring the lines between what he had consumed and the intoxicating essence emanating from Bo Xingze, leaving him gasping for breath. It felt as though they were trapped in a confined space, the air around them being relentlessly consumed by the other, leaving Zhu Chuan struggling to breathe. He attempted to break free from Bo Xingze's grasp, but the disparity between beta and alpha was palpable, rendering his efforts futile. and his breath grew even shallower. "Let go, you fool. Stop. Bo Xing." As he cursed, it inadvertently opened the floodgates, allowing Bo Xingze to deepen the kiss, as if welcoming an invading army, even prying his lips apart with fervor. Zhu Chuan, who understood Bo Xingze's aloof demeanor, knew all too well how fervently he could be consumed by desire. Thankfully, he was still aware of their surroundings, allowing the kiss to linger only on his lips without venturing further. Bo Xingze's kisses were always laden with passion, never satisfied with mere superficiality, each encounter driven to extremes, resembling a madman. "Mr. Zhu." Pardon me." Manager Lu knocked and inadvertently swung the door open, witnessing the electric scene within, nearly collapsing in shock at the overwhelming scent of alpha pheromones. Having witnessed such encounters with his boss before, he calmly closed the door behind him and left. Bo Xingze, sensing the presence of another, instinctively heightened his possessiveness, kissing Zhu Chuan more fiercely until the sound of his pained moans snapped him back to reality, releasing him as if burned. "Are you an idiot?" Zhu Chuan finally regained his breath, gasping for air before wiping his lips, which stung from the encounter. "Can you not bite me next time? Are you a dog? Attacking without warning?" Bo Xingze seemed momentarily stunned by the reprimand, staring at Zhu Chuan, rendered speechless. After a moment of silence, Zhu Chuan frowned. "What's wrong? Lost your tongue?" "Sorry." Bo Xingze extended a hand, gently tracing the broken skin of Zhu Chuan's lower lip with his thumb, as if caressing a treasured artifact, his eyes betraying an unmistakable warmth and tenderness. The wetness at the corner of Zhu Chuan's mouth was wiped away, bringing a tingling pain that made his heart flutter unexpectedly, causing his ears to redden and the atmosphere to become inexplicably intimate. Zhu Chuan pushed Bo Xingze away, muttering that apologies were useless, making it seem as if he wouldn't bite again. Yet, without words, Bo Xingze's eyes conveyed a resolute message. While an apology was offered, the next time he would still bite. Let us head home. Chapter 5. The Journey of Mountains and Rivers. As they exited, Manager Lu stifled a smile at Zhu Chuan's glance, barely managing to suppress his laughter. Clearing his throat, he ultimately succumbed to mirth once more. "Greetings, Mr. Zhu. Please do not feel embarrassed. Our general manager Lu often behaves thus with his wife, and we have all grown accustomed to it. It is of no concern, really." Manager Lu wore an expression that suggested a shared understanding among them. Zhu Chuan, upon seeing his smile, felt a sense of ease and returned the gesture, mentioning to Lu Xianzu that he should consider placing a bed in the office next time. Manager Lu, taken aback, responded with a bewildered, "Ah?" Zhu Chuan winked at him with a hint of mischief, indicating that it was merely a jest. Lu managed a dry laugh, glancing at the reticent man behind Zhu, whose ears appeared tinged with a faint blush, causing him to inwardly gasp. After all, it was Zhu Chuan who had been pressed against that chair in such an intimate manner, yet it was he who seemed shy now. Furthermore, he added, "Do convey to Lu Xianzu that he ought to refrain from preparing solely sweet dishes. Occasionally, a bit of Sichuan or Hunan cuisine, something with a touch of spice, would be most welcome." Manager Lu, still perplexed, replied, "Ah?" Zhu Chuan responded with a knowing smile, laden with meaning. "Very well. I shall certainly relay your suggestions to General Manager Lu. I hope you both enjoy your meal. Please take care." By the time they exited the restaurant, it was nearly 11:30. Bo Xingze, who typically engaged in little by way of entertainment, had only one destination in mind: home. Zhu Chuan could not take him to the Yenjing Moon and was too weary to visit elsewhere, so he simply entered the car. "Has your sister signed a contract?"
Bo Xingze inquired.
"Yes. Zhou Yinin has a solid foundation and considerable ability. Recently, the company has plans to push several rookie trainees for a girl group, and Yu Peng took an immediate liking to her, even declaring her the center position. I thought you wouldn't sign her," Bo Xingze remarked, pausing before continuing, "but it's clear you care for her deeply. In this industry, one must protect their own." Zhu Chuan fiddled with his phone, casting a glance out the window as the streetlights flickered by, shadows overlapping. Bo Xingze was aware of Zhu's complicated familial matters and understood his aversion to the entire Zhou family. Indeed, save for Zhou Yinin, Zhu harbored resentment toward them all. "I do not care for her at all. Do you hear me?" Zhu Chuan turned his head, his words sharp like a knife. "Stop trying to label me as the elder brother." Bo Xingze, recognizing Zhu's reluctance to dwell on the topic, reached out and ruffled his hair, akin to soothing an agitated cat. "Fine. Zhu Chuan was momentarily taken aback by the gesture, quickly swatting Bo Xingze's hand away. Who the hell told you to touch my head? Bo Xingze withdrew his hand, falling into silence as the car filled with the quiet rhythm of their breathing. As they approached a traffic light, he gently pressed the brake. The countdown felt interminable, lasting a full 96 seconds. When do you finish work tomorrow? I'll come to pick you up, Bo Xingze proposed, adding silently in his mind, I'll be your driver, just for you. No need, I'll be working overtime. I've heard that Shanghai never requires overtime. Their boss doesn't exploit employees. Zhu Chuan scoffed, of course. Shanghai is merely a small workshop. The most we can do is have a few underperforming artists trending online. There's no opportunity for overtime. Unlike your esteemed company where you, as the president of the Asia region, have ample chances for extra work. Bo Xingze regarded him thoughtfully, realizing that Yan Xian was indeed correct. Zhu harbored grievances about his constant overtime. He shouldn't be left alone at home. He ought to spend more time with him. I understand, Zhu Chuan replied, raising an eyebrow. What do you understand? Bo Xingze glanced at him once more before turning his attention back to the road. It's nothing. He decided to let it go. He had always been somewhat of a closed book, keeping his thoughts hidden. He had little interest in prying further. Their relationship was one he viewed with acceptance, existing in a state of coexistence while awaiting separation. By the time they returned home, it was already past midnight. Bo Xingze instinctively headed toward the study, but after a few steps, he halted, appearing somewhat conflicted. Zhu Chuan, lacking the inclination to join him in bed, took the initiative to speak first. If you have work to do, then go ahead. Finish up and rest early. I'll take a shower and sleep. Good night. Bo Xingze paused, nodded in acknowledgement, and replied, all right, good night. When Zhu Chuan emerged from the shower, the door to the study was already closed, a sliver of cold white light seeping through the gap. A low, stern voice echoed from within, seemingly reprimanding someone. Zhu Chuan's steps faltered, the cold tone piercing his ears. Although he too had once been aloof, he had merely ignored others. Now, in a position of authority, his words carried an unspoken weight, a stark contrast to the past. Indeed, 8 years had passed. What had remained unchanged? He had married for the sake of interests, no longer the person who had once pleaded with red eyes that marriage should not be a bargaining chip. Zhu Chuan let out a scoff and retreated to the guest room, shutting the door behind him. Bo Xingze, having completed his tasks, found himself awake in the early hours of dawn. He removed his glasses, rubbed his weary forehead, and took a shower, eventually dozing off on the sofa in the study. Although he had been exhausted, once he lay down he felt surprisingly alert, especially with that person resting nearby, unguarded, on the bed he had made himself, their soft profile nestled against the pillow he had once traced. A warmth spread through his chest as he recalled the kiss from the previous night. The softness of their tongues had nearly driven him to the brink of madness. Having already kissed him that night, he realized he would have to wait until tomorrow for another. Bo Xingze sighed softly. He could only kiss him once a day. Had he known, he would have stipulated in the contract that multiple kisses were permitted. If that were the case, he feared he might not be allowed even a single kiss. Conflicted, Bo Xingze quietly approached the guest room, carefully pushing the door open. Zhu Chuan was already asleep, defenseless as he had envisioned. He tiptoed to the bedside and, like a thief, gently stole a kiss from his lips. Good night. Zhu Chuan typically rose only when the sun was high, yet having gone to bed early, he was already awake, sitting downstairs enjoying breakfast delivered by an unknown hand. Upon hearing a voice, he called back without turning. I didn't tea by yours. Bo Xingze, freshly groomed and dressed, paused in the act of fastening his cufflinks and replied, I'm not having breakfast. Zhu Chuan sipped his rich coffee, his gaze falling upon the man, and let out an exasperated click of his tongue. Last night, he had struggled to sleep, remaining awake until 3, contemplating a visit to the Yenjing moon. However, upon seeing the study light still aglow, he peered through the crack in the door and observed Bo Xingze, his head bowed, engrossed in paperwork. After watching for a while, he found himself disinclined to go, excusing himself to the restroom before returning to his room. Hey, if you can't finish it, just eat it so it doesn't go to waste. Zhu Chuan pushed the plate away and stood, gesturing dismissively behind him as he walked away. Bo Xingze watched the half-eaten breakfast, a mixture of Eastern and Western dishes, his gaze following Zhu Chuan's retreating figure, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. After a brief silence, Bo Xingze remarked, "You haven't brought any of your things over. Are you asking for a bride price?" Zhu Chuan replied, his tone laced with sarcasm. Bo Xingze lowered his gaze. He simply wished for their belongings to be combined, to have their clothes and daily necessities arranged together, resembling a home. You've purchased a house. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to buy another. It wouldn't be fitting for you to live in my old place either. Zhu Chuan contemplated, then proposed, "How about this? I'll go pick up a car today and put it in your name. Consider it my gift to you. Is that sufficient?" Bo Xingze's hand, poised to lift his coffee, hesitated. He wanted to refuse but feared that rejection might be misconstrued. He nodded slightly. "All right. I won't be returning tonight. I'll stay at Yanjing Moon." He turned to leave, unaware that Zhu Chuan's expression darkened momentarily at his words. The pleasant mood brought by breakfast suddenly soured. Yi Xian, having not seen Zhu Chuan for several days, greeted him with a teasing tone. "What brings our esteemed General Zhu to grace us with his presence today? Get lost. Can't I come to my own place?" Zhu Chuan shot him a glare, navigating through the clutter of wine bottles, ties, and high heels to find a relatively clean chair. "You still remember this is your place? I thought you had reformed, no longer mingling with the likes of us." Yi Xian, draped over an Omega companion, leaned in to kiss her neck, eliciting a chorus of giggles from her. "You're the one who should be ashamed. Get lost. Why so irritable? Is marital life leaving you unsatisfied?" "I'm afraid not. I believe that with someone like Bo Xingze, you should be more than satisfied. Just look at that weary expression on your face. Did you engage in a battle of hundreds of rounds last night?" Yi Xian gave him a flirtatious smile. "Good times. Huh? What time are you leaving tonight?" "Not leaving tonight. I'm staying here. I'm exhausted and have no desire to go out." Zhu Chuan, disinterested, leaned against the armrest. His long legs sprawled awkwardly on the low chair.
Yiyin mischievously lanet closer.
"Buddy, I want to hear something thrilling." Zhu Chuan lazily lifted an eyelid. "Thrilling? Last night, we went at it all night. The bed collapsed. Downstairs thought we were drilling through the walls and cursed us for renovating at midnight." Yi Xian fell into a contemplative silence, then heartily gave him a thumbs up. "I shall refer to you as the king of debauchery, the supreme socialite." Zhu Chuan scoffed. "You're insane. If you want excitement, why not watch a movie?" Yi Xian chuckled and nudged his shoulder. "Hey Shui, back in the day, I caught a glimpse of Bo Xingze while sneaking off to relieve myself. To be honest, even as a male alpha, I must concede he's a true phenomenon." Zhu Chuan kicked him lightly. "Sure, he's impressive, but not to the extent of being a monster. It's within the realm of what I can handle, though it certainly is taxing." "What, are you defending your husband?" Zhu Chuan dismissed him, waving for a few Omegas in the room. "Get this fool to calm down. Fill him with a drink. Is there such a good thing?" Several Omegas pounced on Yi Xian, pouring liquor down his throat, resulting in him struggling and ending up drenched as if he had just taken a shower. "Damn you, Zhu Chuan. I just bought this shirt today. Are you giving me a bath? All right, beautiful, stop pouring. Cough, cough, I can't drink anymore. I'll give you 5,000. Zhu Chuan watched Yi Xian's disheveled state for a moment, then tossed a few ice cubes into his glass. Before he could drink, the door burst open, and someone shouted, "Brother, there's trouble." He disliked the cold, formal address, so everyone in the establishment referred to him as brother. Zhu Chuan glanced up at him. "What's going on that has you so flustered? Did someone cause a ruckus? Send Sister CC to handle it." "Brother, have you forgotten? Sister CC is on leave recently." "Oh right. She's in her heat period and has taken a week off to rest at home. I almost forgot about that because Bo Xingze has been bothering me. Fine, I'll go check it out myself." Chapter 6. The Journey of Mountains and Rivers. Shao Qi followed closely behind Zhu Chuan, speaking rapidly. When young Master Chun came today, he was in a foul mood and scolded Wanwan, whose eyes are still red now. "He smashed a few bottles and cups that you brought back from Yaoqing. A complete disaster." Zhu Chuan scoffed. "He's in a bad mood? Taking it out on me?" Shao Qi lowered his voice. "He insists on having Chanqian accompany him. He has even tried to get Sister Yuan to go. But it must be Chanqian." Although Yi Xian joked that the establishment was a brothel, the girls here had the option to choose whether or not to accompany guests. Many were willing to go out, and there were plenty of innocent girls as well. Everyone knew that these girls were protected by Zhu Chuan. Zhu Chuan didn't slow his pace and first glanced into the hall, where Wanwan was bowing her head to serve someone, her eyes red as she forced a smile. Qianqian stood behind Sister Yuan, her cheek bruised, clearly having been hit. What on earth happened? Zhu Chuan began with a smile, first glancing at Wan. Wipe your tears. How can you serve guests while crying or smiling? Go wash your face and touch up your makeup before returning. Wan nodded and hurried off to the staff lounge. Chun Zhang still reeked of alcohol, clearly inebriated. Boss Zhu, what kind of temperament do your girls have? If they're going to work, they shouldn't pretend to be virtuous. If they want a company, what are they doing in a nightclub? They should find another job. Zhu Chuan didn't even bother to acknowledge him, his gaze landing back on Qianqian's face. Who taught you this? Young Master Chun is our guest. Is this how you refuse him? Qianqian jumped at his expression, whispering, I'm sorry, Brother Zhu, but really, I don't accompany. Zhu Chuan turned, forcing a smile towards Qin Zheng. Young Master Chun, look at my girls. They're all quite young and unruly. I say one thing and they retort. How about this? You tell me what you want, and I'll see what I can do. Chun Zheng called for 2 girls, both of whom refused him. His pride had already taken a hit, and now that Zhu Chuan had said that, he immediately declared, this Omega will accompany me for 1 night, and we'll call it even. Zhu Chuan pondered for a moment. Qianqian upon hearing this, Qianqian was so frightened she began to cry, shaking her head vigorously, tears streaming down her face. No, Brother Zhu, I can't. The hour was still early. Though there weren't many people in the first-floor hall, a loose circle had gathered to watch the spectacle. Under the sultry lights and suggestive music, the atmosphere became fraught with tension. Nightclubs were a mixed bag. Drunkenness and impulsiveness often led to trouble. Working here was generally safe, especially for Omegas, who were often marked or coerced. Even without the boss's protection, they had little recourse. Qianqian's sweat and tears flowed freely as she clutched Sister Yuan's hand, repeatedly calling for her. Chun Zheng sat smugly on the couch, casting a sidelong glance at Qianqian. You want to accompany me? I'll just have to see if you'll accompany me today. You still want to uphold your virtue? Among the rich second generation in Pingzhou, he was quite prominent. Who wouldn't give his father some face? Even the new president of Hongye Group had to personally visit his father to discuss cooperation. In this little rundown place, how dare they disregard him? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhu Chuan walked up to Chun Zheng, picked up the remaining half-glass of wine from the table, and, with one hand pressing against the back of Chun Zheng's chair, leaned slightly forward. What brings you here today? You usually avoid this place unless it's for socializing. What's going on? Yi Mingli paused, following the gaze of the people beside him. A man in a deep purple shirt leaned against the chair, slightly bent over, with a smile in his eyes and a glass in hand, seemingly feeding the man seated. The atmosphere among the spectators turned subtly suggestive. Bo Xingza's expression was as cold as frozen snow, his fingers clenched tightly by his side. Was this what he meant by staying at the Yanshang tonight? That man, so unattractive, looking utterly listless, short, dark, and even his pheromones were unpleasant. Zhu Chuan was actually feeding him wine? He had never even fed himself. The more Bo Xingza thought about it, the angrier he became, his clenched fingers making cracking sounds. The jealousy within him, combined with an alpha's innate possessiveness, overpowered his reason, locking it away in a dark corner. The scent of sake and pheromones wafted through the air, causing Yi Mingli to shiver involuntarily. So angry? An alpha's possessiveness is truly terrifying. Hey, calm down. If you release your pheromones like that, everyone here will end up kneeling before you. Bo Xingza shot him a cold glance, and Yi Mingli immediately raised his hands in surrender. I sincerely advise you. What if your sister-in-law isn't straying? Well, it does seem a bit like it, but... Slap.
Ye Mingli jumpe din şok.
Qin Zheng, still hazy from the alcohol, caught Zhu Chuan's implication that he should let it go. This display of deference only egged him on, making him feel even more powerful. I'm not drinking. You better let her accompany me quickly, or your Yanshang. Zhu Chuan remained unfazed and instead smiled. He reached out, grasping Chun Zheng's chin to lift it, his eyes curving into a flirtatious smile. You think I'm letting you run wild because I'm giving your father some face? You little brat. If you keep causing trouble, I'll have your glands removed and fed to the dogs. You know that. And don't even think about seeking revenge on Qianqian. You know she's part of Yanshang. If she loses even a single hair, I'll pluck a few of yours in return. Understand? Chun Zheng was momentarily taken aback, only to erupt in a fury. How dare you speak to me like that? Do you know who my father is? I am aware of your father as well. The set of cups you just shattered was purchased by me in Yao City for 16 million, and your father was present at the time. Zhu Chuan picked up a shard, the delicate porcelain gliding down Chen Zheng's face. What are you doing? Chen Zheng stammered. Zhu Chuan chuckled softly, his voice as smooth as whispers exchanged between lovers, yet it sent a chill down one's spine. By tomorrow morning, these porcelain shards will find their way to your home. You'd better strip bare, for your father will have to personally clean up after you. Won't he? I want a single finger for every penny you've lost. Chen Zheng, sobering up, dared not resist, fearing that the shard might inadvertently slice his face or, worse, his carotid artery. Zhu Chuan stood tall, extending his hand as Sister Yuan presented him with a pristine silk handkerchief to wipe away the alcohol on his hands, carelessly tossing it into the trash bin afterward. Remove him, he commanded. As soon as the words left his mouth, two burly alpha men approached, one on each side, dragging Chen Zheng out. They had long wished to do so but refrained from acting without the boss's orders. Next time someone tries to force you to accompany them, no matter who it is, grab a bottle and smash it over their head. Whether you kill them or not, consider it my responsibility. The drinks will be on my tab. The onlookers murmured, Isn't your sister a bit too ruthless? Chen Zheng was humiliated in front of his friends. When had he ever been so degraded, especially dragged out like this? Slurred threats spilled from his lips. You better watch out. I will have your establishment shut down by tomorrow. Bo Xingze observed Chen Zheng being pulled away, his expression impassive as he withdrew his gaze, already contemplating how to ensure Chen's establishment ceased operations first. What are you thinking? Yi Mingli inquired, noticing Bo's distraction. Bo Xingze replied coolly, Murder is a crime. One must not act impulsively. My suggestion is to use a more civilized approach to protect one's spouse, such as refusing to collaborate with them, something that should be quite effortless for you. Bo Xingze added he was so close.
Ye Mingli paused.
Realizing that Bo's thoughts lingered on the drink he had just been served. Such possessiveness was indeed alarming. All right, everyone disperse. Attend to your own matters, Zhu Chuan announced before turning, colliding directly with a pair of extremely cold eyes, causing his heart to skip a beat. What is he doing here, and how long has he been watching? It hardly mattered. Yuan, please attend to that gentleman. He has a low tolerance for alcohol, so advise him to drink sparingly. If necessary, offer him something with a lower alcohol content. When he leaves, ask if he needs a designated driver. Zhu Chuan waved his hand, unconcerned, knowing this man wouldn't cause a scene regardless of his drinking habits. Yuan hurried over. Sir, are there two of you? Bo Xingze glanced at Zhu Chuan from a distance, his gaze still icy. Is it permissible to order someone to accompany me here? Having just experienced a ruckus, Yuan hesitated, unsure of his exact meaning. She stammered, yes, I suppose. Everyone in this establishment is available, correct? Yuan wanted to scratch her head. Well, sort of. But some do not wish to accompany. Most can drink with you, but for anything else, it depends on their willingness. Do you prefer an alpha, beta, or omega, or someone you are familiar with? I want him. Yuan followed his gaze and stammered, that's our boss. Bo Xingze shifted his gaze back to her. Is that not permissible? Well, it isn't that it can't be done, but... Yuan felt her teeth nearly grind together. Sometimes, Zhu Chuan would send drinks and snacks to familiar patrons, but that was different from accompanying someone for drinks. Surely he didn't think of his boss as a mere escort. Though their boss was rather carefree, resembling a socialite, it did not imply that he could be casually ordered to drink with someone. The man before her exuded an imposing aura, leaving her hesitant to make a fool of herself. Yi Mingli noticed her apparent ignorance of Bo Xingze's identity and quietly advised, This is your boss's husband. I just saw him feeding someone else drinks. He's feeling jealous. Yuan gasped. Really? Yi Mingli stifled a laugh. It's true. They are legally married. Feel free to let him go. Any trouble will fall on him to handle. Yuan regarded Bo Xingze's expression, realizing it was decidedly frosty. Well, that might not be appropriate, she said cautiously. She was hesitant to offend him, nor did she dare to agree readily. After a moment's thought, she cautiously ventured, How can you prove you are married to our boss? If you are, why hasn't he come to find you? Bo Xingze's expression darkened further. Zhu Chuan not only served drinks to others, but had seemingly ignored him, failing to inform anyone of their marriage. It seemed he detested him so. Yuan suddenly felt that after uttering those words, The stern-faced man before her appeared somewhat saddened. She recalled Zhu Chuan mentioning his low tolerance for alcohol and advising him to drink less, feeling as though it was a subtle act of care. Are they quarreling? The boss is at the bamboo drop platform. Go left and around the second room, that's where he is. Are you truly our boss's husband? Bo Xingze nodded, yes. Zhu Chuan did not return to Yixian, instead opting to enter the bamboo drop platform and sit on the terrace. The summer evening breeze was slightly humid, mingling with the sticky, melodious tunes that carried a hint of ambiguous softness. Even if tomorrow brings 1,000 stars, none will shine brighter than tonight's moon. Zhu Chuan hummed lightly, still off-key, a stark contrast to the harmonious music surrounding him. The faint sound of the door creaking open alerted Zhu Chuan, who didn't need to turn around to know who it was. The unmistakable scent of sake wafted through the air, an indication that Bo had witnessed him feeding Chen Zheng. A surge of possessiveness ignited within him. Such was the nature of an alpha's pheromones. Though unrelated to love, it could still manifest in such primal ways. Zhu Chuan turned slightly. The deep purple shirt he wore, with some buttons undone, revealed a glimpse of his fair chest, making it easy to imagine the softness beneath. His features radiated a roguish charm, akin to a flower attracting bees and butterflies. Bo Xingze struggled to suppress the jealousy, possessiveness, and the primal urge to pin him down and take him right then and there. Yet, he knew that such actions would only lead to self-loathing. Perhaps even abandonment once more. 8 years was far too long. He couldn't bear to endure a second round of rejection. Bo Xingze clenched his fists tightly, etching those thoughts into his mind, striving to appear more composed and indifferent. Is it necessary? Bo Xingze's eyes widened in surprise, momentarily bewildered. What? The weekly rendezvous. Chapter 7. The Journey of Mountains and Rivers. Bo Xingze stood at the door, gazing through the sheer curtain, the scene before him appearing somewhat ethereal. His voice floated upwards, light and teasing, like a soft hand delicately toying with a feather, evoking a sense of hesitation in those who dared approach, as if he would dismiss them with a smile. You do not deserve this. Do you not wish to? Zhu Chuan observed him from the doorway, stifling a laugh inwardly. After all, having seen him in such a state, he would hardly want to engage. Let us divorce, that would be best. His former self would never have let him off so easily, swinging a bottle directly at someone's head with a fearlessness that was both audacious and arrogant, akin to a proud peacock. Now, he had become considerably more diplomatic and tolerant. Zhu Chuan paused as he raised his glass, contemplating. Indeed, one must eat. Running such an establishment requires a certain finesse to win people over. If someone throws a wrench in my plans, I wouldn't survive. Is it not a grievance? Grievance? Zhu Chuan chuckled lightly. I have faced far worse grievances. This is nothing. Moreover, Bo Xingze waited patiently for him to continue, but when he glanced up, he found Zhu Chuan pouring himself a glass of wine, a reminder that one must learn to be humble in life. I have already encountered that once. I cannot afford to be arrogant again. Bo Xingze remained rooted in place. Zhu Chuan smiled knowingly, his words laced with deeper meaning. That is not like you. Bo Xingze approached, the evening breeze clinging to him like a lover's moist kiss, sending his heart into a tumultuous frenzy. Zhu Chuan had indulged in drink. The corners of his eyes tinged with crimson, and his half-truthful smile resembled that of a seductive vixen, beckoning him towards mutual ruin, clearly indicating the abyss below. Yet Bo Xingze found himself unable to resist. He knelt slightly, their gazes merely inches apart. The familiar fragrance of his perfume, a subtle blend of ylang-ylang and citrus, was intermingled with an elusive hint of omega pheromone, making it evident how intimately he had been involved with an omega. Bo Xingze yearned to locate that omega and obliterate him, instinctively attempting to mask the lingering scent with his own pheromones until it was utterly eradicated. Only his essence was permitted to manifest. Neither alpha nor omega could infringe upon it. Zhu Chuan had recently undergone pheromone exclusion, leaving him with diminished mental and physical defenses, and under Bo Xingze's pheromones he felt slightly dizzy and powerless. His hand, clutching the wine glass, trembled, spilling some liquid onto his wrist. Bo Xingze lowered his gaze. His heated eyes, obscured by thin lenses, sought out Zhu Chuan's lips, replacing the need for words with a kiss. His hands moved unceasingly, tearing apart the deep purple shirt, the sound of fabric ripping signaling the imminent occurrence of something. Zhu Chuan bit his lip and then his tongue, averting his gaze from those burning eyes, their intense and scalding glow causing him distress. Bo Xingze pressed his forehead against Zhu Chuan's, their breaths chaotic yet remarkably restrained, cascading into Zhu Chuan's ears like a forbidden performance veiled behind gossamer curtains. Here, Zhu Chuan had always been one to never concede defeat. Even if he had dug a pit of fire for himself, he would leap into it, determined to be the one who would not falter. He reached for the nape of Bo Xing's neck, delicately resting his wrist on the gland, giving it a gentle rub. Or shall we go downstairs? I wouldn't mind if we drew a crowd. Bo Xingze felt an overwhelming urge to tear apart Zhu Chuan's reckless demeanor but suppressed it, murmuring, "The floor is quite hard. Then you can hold me." "Endure a bit." Zhu Chuan half raised himself, wrapping his arms around Bo Xing's neck, while his other hand reached for the frames of his glasses, his eyes shimmering with a spring-like allure nearly fragrant enough to be sensed, as his fingertips lightly brushed the sweat from Bo Xing's forehead. Bo Xingze encircled his soft, weakened waist, sensing the approach of the ylang-ylang scent. Yet the Omega pheromone remained an unyielding presence. Jealousy surged within him, and he instinctively tightened his grip, hearing a pained gasp as if the key to his long-suppressed envy had finally been unleashed. He pressed down on Zhu Chuan's shoulder, lowering his head to bite the non-existent gland area. Zhu Chuan shuddered at the pain, the sharpness awakening him somewhat. Did he realize he still had a half-gland? Bo Xing's teeth pierced the flesh, futilely attempting to inject his pheromones repeatedly, growing increasingly agitated. Having just undergone pheromone exclusion, no amount of pheromones could mark him. The alpha's anxiety intensified. Residual pheromones escaped, and he could not mask them. Bo Xingze felt nearly driven to madness. No matter how fervently he attempted to cover the Omega scent, he could only become entangled with it, unable to suppress it. It hurts, Zhu Chuan thought, too distracted to ponder further, his scalp tingling from the bite, his fingers trembling in pain. Bo Xingze resembled a king stripped of his territory, having invaded both land and partner yet trapped within a cage, helplessly watching as the door remained shut, his teeth gnashing against the bars, seeking to break free. These bars were not steel but the flesh at the back of his neck. "Stop biting. I'm a beta. You can't mark me. Please don't bite." Zhu Chuan gasped, yet it only seemed to provoke Bo Xingze further, his tongue licking and gnawing at the broken skin, inflicting exquisite pain and pleasure. Bo Xingze buried his head, his once clear voice now muddled. "You shall not say no. You shall not deny me." When Zhu Chuan awoke, it was already noon the next day. Propping himself up, he discovered he was still fully clothed, and though he hadn't rolled up his sleeves, he could feel bruises forming. Pain radiated through him both inside and out. Rubbing his temples, he stepped outside to find Yuan seated in the hall, engrossed in a popular television drama, even projecting it onto the massive screen, effectively using public resources for personal enjoyment. He glanced over, observing an Alpha and Omega passionately kissing, the sound of water even emanating from the top-notch sound system. "Oh, our flower has finally awakened," Yuan exclaimed, cracking sunflower seeds, momentarily glancing at him before immediately returning her attention to the screen.
Kish hayırdır?
"Haven't you eaten? Where's your tongue? Haven't brushed your teeth? Come on, kiss. If this Alpha can't do it, I'll step in." Zhu Chuan approached the table, noticing a pot of rose and jasmine herbal tea, pouring himself a cup to soothe his throat. Bo Xingze, that fool, had utterly disregarded him on the terrace, exerting all his strength, leaving Zhu Chuan's throat parched. He had no idea what had possessed him last night, relentlessly biting at his glands as if determined to mark him. His careless remark about holding him had inadvertently facilitated the situation, leaving him unable to escape despite his struggles. Thankfully, the soundproofing in other rooms of the building was decent. Otherwise, it would have been no different from being in the hall. When had Bo Xingze left? Yuan paused. "Who? Oh, you mean Mr. Bo? He made me prepare a bowl of porridge for you this morning and left after feeding you." He seemed rather hurried, perhaps due to some urgent matter at the company. Zhu Chuan replied, "What porridge?" He vaguely recalled eating some porridge in his dream. Was it real? Half asleep and in a daze, he had thought it was merely a dream. Yuan chimed in, "Boss, you have good taste. Last night, he even asked me where your clothes were. Brought over a basin of water to wipe your hands." Wipe his hands? He had passed out last night, completely unaware. It was likely not just his hands that were being wiped but his whole body, as if they had indulged for centuries without cessation, leaving a mess behind. Zhu Chuan's brow twitched. "So, everyone at the company knows I was with him?" Yuan reassuringly replied, "Sister Cece doesn't he know yet? I plan to tell her shortly." "I appreciate that." Zhu Chuan scoffed inwardly, cursing Bo Xingze again. What a fool. It's not kindness. It's guilt. He's merely trying to make amends after the fact. What's he trying to compensate for? By the way, that fragment, have someone deliver it to the Chin family. Yuan spat out the sunflower seed shell. Mr. Bo took it. What does he want with that? Yuan looked at him as if he were insane. How should I know? Do you think he would explain his intentions to me? Zhu Chuan fell silent. That iceberg would indeed never reveal his plans to anyone, and it was a wonder he even acknowledged Yuan. However, I need to swing by the company. If Xinjiang causes any more trouble, throw him out. Yuan's eyes remained glued to the TV screen as she gave him an okay gesture. Go. Don't delay me while I enjoy my drama. Zhu Chuan hissed, lightly tapping her on the head. All right, I'm off. Mr. Bo, Mr. Chun from Vita has arrived. Yan Xian reminded. Bo Xingze, seemingly waiting for this moment, did not lift his head but simply acknowledged with an allowing him to enter. Chun Mingwei hurried in, his youthful face etched with anxiety, slamming a document onto Bo Xingze's desk. Mr. Bo, what is the meaning of this? Why have you suddenly withdrawn funding from the project we just negotiated? Are you unaware of how crucial this project is for us at Vita? Your withdrawal puts us in the path of a tremendous storm. Bo Xingze continued to keep his head down, reviewing documents, and replied coolly, I am aware. It was precisely because he was aware that he opted to withdraw his support. What do you mean by that? Upon arriving at the office early in the morning, Chun Mingwei was met with the alarming news of a withdrawal of investment relayed by his secretary. He was overwhelmed with anxiety and frustration. In recent years, Vita real estate had been steadily declining, and he had finally managed to secure support from Hongya Group, hoping for a turnaround. Yet, the sudden withdrawal of funds left him in disbelief. Taking a deep breath, he composed himself. Mr. Bo, I would like to inquire if there are any issues with the project, or perhaps you have other requirements that we could discuss. Vita is certainly willing to accommodate your needs. Chun Mingwei gazed at him, suppressing his fury. He had approached the matter with courtesy, even going so far as to visit in person to negotiate a reasonable compromise, yet he was met with Bo Xingze's indifferent demeanor. Were it not for the incompetence of the heir of Hongya, he would not have such authority. He had heard whispers of this business prodigy who, during his time abroad, developed a project with friends only to sell the patent, subsequently joining Hongya Group, where he now wielded significant power. Chun Mingwei feared that he had become too formidable, overshadowing his superiors. Mr. Bo, there is still room for negotiation. Chairman Su entrusted the company to you in hopes of elevating Hongya to even greater heights. Am I correct? Chun Mingwei insinuated, reminding Bo that Hongya ultimately belonged to the Su family, and he was but an outsider. Bo Xingze, having finished signing a document, pressed his intercom. Fang Miao, 2 cups of coffee, please. Chun Mingwei quelled his anger. One must bow their head under a roof. Both parties could indeed cooperate harmoniously. It is essential for the project to achieve a win-win outcome. A sudden breach of contract would not only harm us but also tarnish Hongya's reputation. Would it not? If there are any issues, we can discuss them further. I kindly ask you to illuminate a path forward. Mr. Bo Xingze lifted his eyelids, fixing his gaze on Chun Mingwei. Last night, your young master insulted my husband under the eaves. He stated coldly, his voice devoid of warmth. Chun Mingwei was taken aback. What do you mean? Behind his glasses, Bo's eyes were icy, his tone equally frosty. I dislike it, therefore I do not intend to collaborate. The contract has not been signed. Thus, there is no breach. You would forsake a multi-million project over a mere individual? Chun Mingwei found it utterly perplexing. Bo Xingze cast his eyes downward, flipping through documents, responding with a nonchalant You are insane. You are merely an employee of Hongya, not the one in charge. How will you explain to Chairman Su if you lose this project? It seems you are not concerned about your job. Chun Mingwei had never encountered such madness. Everyone claimed she was rational and composed, yet to him she appeared utterly deranged. Bo Xingze set down her pen and raised her gaze to meet his, her eyes piercing through her glasses, causing Chun Mingwei to feel a chill run down his spine, as though he were being assessed with lethal intent. Vita is your lifeline, Bo Xingze stated, her voice frigid and deliberate. My husband is my lifeline, surpassing all else. Chun Mingwei gritted his teeth. Can you not discern right from wrong? Is it merely for my husband embodies my sense of right and wrong? Bo interrupted. At that moment, Fang Miao entered with 2 cups of coffee. As for your concerns regarding the project, I possess the capability to assist Chairman Su in recouping losses elsewhere. There is no need for you to fret, Mr. Chun. Bo Xingze retrieved a paper box from the edge of the table and handed it to Chen Mingwei. Feng Miao presented the box to Chen Mingwei, unveiling its contents. He froze in shock. It was a set of cups he had previously failed to acquire in Yaoqing. Your young master shattered a complete set of my husband's cups. I kindly request compensation for the loss. Thank you. Chapter 8. The journey of mountains and rivers. Zhu Chuan was quite sedentary. His physical activity limited to disembarking from the vehicle to meet with the young master. Having been exhausted throughout the night, even the slightest exertion left him feeling as if he might fall apart. With no energy to ponder further, he thought, let them take what they will. He could always use super glue to fix it. At that time, it was trendy to engage in mentally taxing puzzle games. Xian had gifted him one, wagering that if he could complete it, he would call him Dad. Not one to back down easily, Zhu Chuan approached Bo Xingze. Brother, would you like a son? Bo Xingze, engrossed in his work, replied without looking up, too ugly, no thanks. Zhu Chuan chuckled despite his headache, while Xian could only watch in disbelief, his frustration evident as he gritted his teeth. As if you could even complete it. I spent 3 days and only managed a piece the size of my palm. Gazing at the mountain of fragmented pieces, Zhu Chuan lamented the mental toll it exacted. Forget it, I no longer desire this son. Bo Xingze finally looked up from his work. You want a son? Zhu Chuan propped his chin on his hand. Having one would be nice. And I made a bet that if I can't complete the puzzle, I'd have to call you Dad. Please help me out, good brother. Leaning in, he whispered, if you complete it, I'll kiss you. Bo Xingze silently took the puzzle pieces and spent the evening assembling them, transforming the mental chaos into an ironically mocking dog's head. Surely, he wouldn't expect a kiss in return once completed. As the drama episode concluded, Yuan took advantage of the ending theme to glance over. What is so funny? You're acting like a fool. Zhu Chuan's smile vanished, and he lightly tapped her forehead. Continue watching your drama. After a couple of steps, he turned back. By the way, keep it within limits. No watching restricted content on that screen. And turn down the surround sound, you can't afford to be that extravagant. Yuan replied, SNT that what I learned from you? Good things should not be imitated. Zhu Chuan managed numerous small businesses, all running smoothly under the management of professional managers, allowing him ample time to indulge in leisure activities. With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, he sought a gift for his goddaughter, whose birthday coincided with the holiday. However, being too young for jewelry and toys deemed too childish, he wandered for a while until he stumbled upon a newly opened shop with a unique decor, selling handcrafted suits. The proprietor, a young woman in her 20s, wore a fitted cheapao that accentuated her figure, a cigarette dangling from her lips as she focused on cutting fabric. Zhu Chuan, disliking the smell of smoke, hesitated at the threshold, but the quality of the suits was undeniable, rivaling any high-end bespoke tailoring. He lingered for a moment, envisioning a certain figure. A row of black suits caught his eye. Although he had a fair complexion, his deep, penetrating features were better complemented by navy blue. Most of those suits were likely prepared by Yen Xian for him. Wrap up this deep blue, this lead gray, and that black one. The woman approached, discarding her cigarette and scrutinizing him closely. Are you just going to buy based on color without trying them on? Blindly shooting in the dark? Zhu Chuan stepped back slightly, avoiding the smoke, and replied with a smile, no need for a fitting. My partner's temperament is akin to a dog. He dislikes shopping. Otherwise, he would have come here to try them on himself. The woman chuckled, wishing him a happy marriage while deftly wrapping the suits. As she handed them to him, she shot him an ambiguous smile. You carry a strong alpha pheromone scent. Your partner must possess quite the possessive nature. Last night, he had gone a bit overboard, nearly tearing apart the last remnants of his gland, saturating everything about him with his scent. Now, holding the weighty suits, he suddenly felt a pang of regret. What had started as a simple shopping trip had spiraled into an impulsive purchase of clothing. Brother Zhu. Turning around, he saw a beautiful Omega with a noticeable baby bump, accompanied by a gentle-looking man who carefully supported her waist as they exited a baby supplies store. Oh, Mr. Liu, despite your busy schedule, you still find time to accompany your wife shopping. He approached, lightly tapping the Omega's belly. Looks like you're expecting a little one. Chao Jin, typically shy, blushed and nestled closer to her husband. You're teasing me again. Zhu Chuan returned his attention to the baby supply store, teasing the couple. Shouldn't you be at work instead of shopping for baby items? Mr. Liu, you're neglecting your duties. Chow Chow is with me at the office. She just woke up from a nap and has low energy. I'm accompanying her while she shops for baby essentials. Everything seems so cute. She wants to bring them all home. Lu Xianzhou gently cradled his wife's belly, casting a glance at his hand. And you, do you truly need to venture out to shop for clothes yourself? Is the company on the brink of collapse? If it comes to that, I might as well sell myself under the eaves. At least I can sustain myself. Would you care to join me? Perhaps Chow Chow would come to seek your favors then. Lu Xianzhou chuckled lightly. Are you suggesting that you wish for President Bo to seek your company? Why would I want him to do that? Does he even deserve such an honor? Xiao Jin suppressed a smile, the scent of milk wafting from her, a consequence of her pregnancy. Zhu Chuan feigned lament. Ah, the old fellow is truly fortunate, sitting comfortably at home while his obedient and gentle wife attends to him. Such envy is unbearable. Lu Xianzhou observed Chow Chow, whose face had turned crimson from his teasing as she nestled closer to him. He extended a hand to reassure her. Do not be shy, and then turned to Zhu Chuan. Chow Chow was previously worried, believing you and Bo Xingze would never reconcile. Now that you are married, do you intend to let go of past grievances? Not at all. There has been no real estrangement between Bo Xingze and me. That chasm has existed for many years, and I have no intention of laboriously attempting to bridge it. What has transpired is a matter of the past. Dwelling on it only invites unnecessary turmoil. When do you plan to hold the wedding? Zhu Chuan chuckled lightly. Eventually, I suppose we must part ways. No need to exert ourselves over that. Xiao Jin regarded him for a moment, her dark eyes spinning thoughtfully. She gently tugged at Lu Xianzhou's sleeve and whispered, Xixiang. Lu Xianzhou lowered his head. Xiao Jin tiptoed slightly, leaning closer to his ear, and whispered, I would like to propose a wager with him. Lu Xianzhou paused momentarily, then swiftly comprehended, pinching her nose playfully, you little rascal. Xiao Jin blushed, her expression earnest as she asked Zhu Chuan, would you like to take a bet? What sort of bet? If you ultimately do not divorce Brother Bo, you must buy Xixiang a sports car, one that exceeds the value of the one he bought for you. Xiao Jin turned to Lu Xianzhou, offering a sweet smile that proclaimed, I've avenged you. Zhu Chuan fell silent for a brief moment, realizing that this child had indeed learned mischief from Lu Xianzhou, avenging grievances so openly it left no room for rebuttal. Years ago, Lu Xianzhou had married Xiao Jin due to the marriage allocation by the Gene Management Bureau, declaring he would never be swayed by the delicate Omega. If he ever did, he would owe a sports car. Fate has a way of turning the tides. Zhu Chuan hesitated to accept the wager, yet refusing it felt akin to relinquishing control. Fine. Should I not divorce him, I shall owe your Xixiang a sports car. Is that satisfactory? Upon concluding, he glanced at Lu Xianzhou. You truly have no shame, relying on your wife for protection. Lu Xianzhou maintained an air of indifference, gently caressing Xiao Jin's belly before lowering his head to place a tender kiss upon her. Chow Chow, you are so obedient. Zhu Chuan, unable to bear the sight, departed. He tossed his suit jacket onto the back seat of the car, and before starting the engine, his phone chimed with a new message. President Zhu, Vita has arranged to transfer 16 million to us, though they did not specify the purpose. Did you sell yourself? Zhu Chuan read the message twice, then recalled that Vita was the company owned by Chun Zheng's father, and the 16 million was the price for a set of cups shot in Yao City. He had merely mentioned sending the fragments last night to intimidate Chen Zheng, leaving the amount of compensation to fate. He did not expect Bo Xingze to act so swiftly. Should we accept this money? Yes, of course, let us accept it. Treat the entire company to afternoon tea, with the finest offerings. Understood. Zhu Chuan pocketed his phone, having thought Bo Xingze was merely playing around, only to discover he was pursuing compensation. His eye caught the ring box carelessly tossed in the compartment. He retrieved it, the glimmering ring reflecting the sunset against his hand, and inexplicably slipped it onto his ring finger, momentarily stunned. It fit perfectly as if custom-made for him. After dining at the eaves, Zhu Chuan drove home around 10. Today, Bo Xingze had not sought him out, likely preoccupied with work. His career was more significant than life itself, and he would not cling to Zhu Chuan for meals daily, which was just as well. While hanging clothes, Bo Xingze returned, standing by the door with a slight frown. His eyes tinged with redness, his glasses dangling from his fingertips, a faint scent of alcohol lingering about him. Have you been drinking? Yes, Bo Xingze replied, perhaps realizing his tone was too curt. He added somewhat awkwardly, Business dinner with a few heads from the subsidiary discussing projects. Just a little, not much. Have you eaten? Bo Xingze hesitated before shaking his head. Of course. At a drinking table, eating is seldom a priority. Zhu Chuan scrutinized him leaning against the doorframe, his shoulders swaying slightly, evoking a sense of pity that made Zhu Chuan chuckle inwardly. What a ridiculous notion. Bo Xingze could barely handle his liquor. Back in high school, when he went out drinking, he would ignore Bo Xingze if he refused to drink, and he would end up with red eyes, leaning on Zhu Chuan's shoulder. Zhu Chuan sighed internally and approached him, shutting the cabinet door. Just as he tilted his head to speak, Bo Xingze suddenly pushed him away. Zhu Chuan staggered back, nearly colliding with the wall, cursing under his breath. What the hell is wrong with you? Bo Xingze turned and swiftly headed toward the bathroom, his steps unsteady yet hurried, prompting Zhu Chuan to wonder if he was merely pretending to be drunk. Concerned that he might hurt himself, Zhu Chuan followed to check on him. Bo Xingze's gaze was unfocused due to inebriation, his hands shaky as he clumsily squeezed toothpaste onto his toothbrush, brushing with a roughness that bordered on rude. Zhu Chuan watched in disbelief, leaning against the doorframe. Hey, what are you doing? Bo Xingze quickly finished brushing his teeth, set down the cup, and returned to stand before Zhu Chuan, waiting almost expectantly, like a tamed wolf, standing obediently. Now can I kiss you? Chapter 9. The Journey of Mountains and Rivers. Zhu Chuan froze, the faint scent of smoke wafting to him. He despised the smell of cigarettes, so did Bo Xingze brush his teeth to eliminate it? Did he think that Zhu Chuan was going to kiss him when he approached? No, when did he ever indicate such a desire? Why was this person's imagination so vivid? Zhu Chuan stared at him in silence, as Bo Xingze waited patiently, his eyes reflecting confusion and anxiety, reminiscent of a child yearning for candy. This was the second time Zhu Chuan had seen Bo Xingze intoxicated. The first was in high school when he had been well-behaved, falling asleep on Zhu Chuan's shoulder. This time, however, he resembled a child. I did not intend to kiss you. You did. Who told you that? Zhu Chuan grasped Bo Xingze's shoulders, torn between worrying he might fall and wanting to let him be. You did, you want to kiss me. I do not. Bo Xingze wrapped his arms around Zhu Chuan's shoulders, resting his chin there, and sniffed at his neck. There was only the scent of ylang-ylang and citrus, devoid of that bothersome medicinal aroma, and he took 2 more firm sniffs. What are you smelling like a damn dog? Don't bite me, Zhu Chuan exclaimed, feeling Bo Xingze's hand gripping his waist while the other pressed on his shoulder, his teeth grazing the side of his neck, sending a shiver through him. There's no omega pheromone left. Bo Xingze mused against his neck, the lightness of his words causing Zhu Chuan to tremble, quickly realizing he must have mistaken it for someone else's scent. There isn't anyone else. If you bite me again, I won't care about you anymore. Get off me. Zhu Chuan pushed him away forcefully, surprised when Bo Xingze actually stumbled back, standing before him in silence, looking rather aggrieved. Though he appeared distressed, his face remained cold enough to keep others at bay. Zhu Chuan's dismissive words sounded to the inebriated Bo Xingze like I don't want you anymore, and he gazed at Zhu Chuan with a slightly reddened countenance, his eyes reflecting a touch of vulnerability. I won't bite anymore. With those 3 words coupled with his piercing gaze, Zhu Chuan found himself breathless. Just as he was about to suggest Bo Xingze should go take a shower, he heard him say, Then can I kiss you? Go kiss your grandfather. Bo Xingze appeared somewhat troubled. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, My uncle has been deceased for many years. Even if he were alive, his stamina would not rival mine, and his pheromones would lack potency, thus failing to elicit your cries of delight or pleas of desperation. Damn it! Stop talking. I am neither dying nor in ecstasy. You retorted. You mentioned it, yet you still shouted too loudly, chastising me for being so crude, even claiming I might pierce your belly. Zhu Chuan could no longer endure the conversation and swiftly covered Bo Xingze's mouth. While playing with Yixian, he often indulged in risque banter. However, the contrast between his playful words and those emanating from this solemn man was stark. Such remarks, when uttered by a man of stoic demeanor, inexplicably invoked a sense of shame. Bo Xingze, are you truly intoxicated? He inquired. Bo Xingze offered no response, his gaze fixated intently upon him, seemingly targeting his lips. Zhu Chuan pondered why he was so adamant about the act of kissing. Perhaps it stemmed from his principled nature, as the contract stipulated a daily kiss, and he resolutely believed it must be fulfilled. Very well. I shall give you a kiss, and then you must obediently take a shower, understood? No more antics today, nor any other activities. I am still in pain. Bo Xingze, with an expression of indifference, reluctantly nodded, then stepped forward, slightly bowing his head in anticipation of the kiss, his long lashes casting shadows over his icy gaze. Zhu Chuan thought to himself that while his face might exude an air of restraint, deep down, he was undeniably an animal. Taking a gentle breath, he raised himself slightly to press his lips against Bo Xingze's, intending to withdraw immediately. However, he was unexpectedly seized by the waist, the scent of alcohol and minty freshness overwhelming him as Bo Xingze's lips and tongue pressed fervently against him. You promised just a kiss. Are you not a man of your word? Zhu Chuan managed to curse before being swept away, his mind racing with the realization that this fool was undoubtedly feigning intoxication. Bo Xingze, tasting warmth on his lips, instinctively deepened the kiss, particularly invigorated by the tremor he felt in Zhu Chuan's embrace. Exploring further, their heated breaths and soft tongues mingled, creating a sweet nectar reminiscent of long-aged sake, infused with a refreshing sweetness that stirred a flurry of heartbeats and flushed faces. Both were no strangers to passion, each encounter igniting a fervent blaze, relentlessly pursuing exquisite pleasure. During a moment of breath, Zhu Chuan abruptly pushed him away. All right, the kiss is over, go take your shower.
Bo Xingze, somewhat reluctant,
Nodded in disappointment and turned toward the bathroom. Hey, bring in a change of clothes, Zhu Chuan called out, but was met with the resounding slam of the door, leaving his half-finished sentence to dissolve into a frustrated exclamation. As the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom, he wiped his burning lips, muttering, just go in there naked, why don't you? After cursing under his breath, he picked up the keys and glanced back, biting his teeth in annoyance before seizing his phone. You better bring me some late-night snacks. The address is Minghua Community. Yes, I realize you're at your sister-in-law's house. Indeed, just finished, and I need to replenish my energy to continue. Stop wasting time and bring it over. He tossed the phone aside, took a deep breath, and moved toward the master bedroom, opening the wardrobe to search for a pair of underwear and sleepwear to take to the bathroom. If it weren't for your drinking. Damn it. Just as Zhu Chuan was about to push open the door, it swung open instead, revealing a stunning naked man standing before him, both surprised and intrigued. With sculpted abs and a taut waist, his physique was impressively striking, ideal for an advertisement. Zhu Chuan gritted his teeth, reflecting that it was this very figure that had driven him to the brink of madness. Being an alpha, what's the point of looking so magnificent? The doorbell rang suddenly, startling him. Instinctively, he shoved his clothes into Bo Xingze's arms and rushed to the bathroom to dress. I'll answer the door. Zhu Chuan assumed it was Yuan and grumbled about her quick return, only to find that it was Yan Xian, the man who had come to deliver the contract for his signature. Both stood frozen for a moment in surprise. Zhu Chuan quickly regained his composure and smiled. Looking for Bo Xingze? Yes, he asked me to bring these documents after work today, Yan Xian replied, holding a hefty stack of papers, indicating they were for Bo Xingze's perusal that evening. That's quite a lot, Zhu Chuan remarked, frowning. SNT, he's still drunk? Even if he wasn't, working all day and then receiving this many documents in the evening must be exhausting. Yan Xian nodded in agreement. Oh, please come in, Zhu Chuan said, stepping aside. Yan Xian glanced at the two pairs of men's shoes lined up and took a step back, smiling politely. It's quite late. I want to intrude further. Could you please hand these documents to President Bo? Zhu Chuan nodded and took the files from him. Yan Xian presented them with a respectful demeanor, casting a meaningful glance at Zhu Chuan's bare ring finger before discreetly averting his gaze and cheerfully bidding farewell. Zhu Chuan placed the documents on the table, glancing at his empty ring finger. What is so interesting? Just then, Bo Xingze emerged from the bathroom, towel in hand, drying his damp hair, exuding a subtle scent of sake-infused pheromones, less cold and more tender. The doorbell rang once more, this time revealing Yuan. All nutritious dishes, she exclaimed, winking at Zhu Chuan. Upon placing the items on the table, Zhu Chuan suddenly comprehended the meaning behind her wink, his teeth nearly grinding together in irritation. Sea cucumber with ginseng, eel with egg, pig kidney porridge, and okra with pork kidney. A kidney-enhancing feast. Bo Xingze glanced at the dishes on the table, his brow slightly furrowing in evident distaste. He had never been fond of such foods. Zhu Chuan couldn't help but chuckle, picking up a slice of pork kidney and offering it to Bo Xingze. Hey, give it a try? Bo Xingze's expression twisted in disgust as he stepped back, turning toward the kitchen. Zhu Chuan followed him, curious about what he intended to do. Upon reaching the doorway, he froze. Bo Xingze rummaged through the cupboard, retrieving a small handful of noodles, a tomato, and some vegetables, then clumsily reached for a knife. Hey! Zhu Chuan stepped forward to take the knife, concerned he might accidentally sever a finger. I'll do the cutting. Bo Xingze paused, placing a pot of water on the stove and turning on the heat, quietly watching Zhu Chuan as he chopped the vegetables, his expression tinged with subtle disdain. Zhu Chuan caught his gaze and glanced down at the awkwardly cut tomato. Having never cooked before, he had little experience in the kitchen and was unsure of how to cut. Wasn't it sufficient to chop it into pieces? Why the insistence on aesthetics? What else with that look? If you keep judging me, I might just chop you up too. Bo Xingze picked up a grotesquely cut piece of tomato and held it to Zhu Chuan's lips, not eating it. He then set it down. As the water in the pot boiled, Zhu Chuan, fearing for Bo Xingze's safety, pushed him aside. You just supervise. Should we add the noodles or the tomato first? I'll handle it. Noodles. Zhu Chuan grabbed a handful, measuring it. Is this enough? Too much. Is this little bit sufficient? Yes. Zhu Chuan placed the noodles into the boiling water, stirring them with chopsticks as they floated and sank in the bubbling water. He then heard Bo Xingze's slightly hoarse, deep voice from behind him. Tomato. He added the tomato into the pot. And now? Seasoning. How much? Bo Xingze observed his back, a flicker of clarity returning to his eyes, though he still swayed slightly, struggling to maintain his balance. He focused intently on Zhu Chuan's back, careful to temper the intensity of his gaze. Forget it. I'll do it myself. Zhu Chuan added 2 spoonfuls of salt and a dash of oyster sauce, noticing Bo Xingze hesitatingly eyeing the last bottle, remaining silent for an extended moment. What about vinegar? Frowning, Bo Xingze, like a child, displayed overt distaste, even his expression betraying his aversion. I don't like vinegar. Zhu Chuan responded with an "oh," setting the vinegar aside. Then we want to use it. Is this enough? He inquired, checking if the noodles and vegetables were cooked. Shall I serve it? Yes. He retrieved a bowl from the cupboard, only to realize it contained enough for 2 servings, and the presentation was rather unappealing, failing to stimulate one's appetite. Perhaps you should consume what Yuan sent over. While it may be somewhat lacking, it is surely more palatable than this dish. Zhu Chuan could not bear the thought of him eating such a meal, despite his desire for this person to endure a little hardship. Bo Xingze had already taken a seat, maintaining a quiet demeanor during the meal. He was typically reticent, and now he was even more so, methodically finishing the noodles and even drinking the broth. Zhu Chuan stared at him, asking, "Is it good?" After a brief silence, as if weighing his thoughts, Bo Xingze finally nodded gently. Zhu Chuan glanced curiously at the bowl of noodles, surprised by his culinary aptitude. He picked up a noodle with chopsticks and put it in his mouth, only to spit it into the trash can. Is this fit for human consumption? Bo Xingze remained silent, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth, his eyes shimmering with a myriad of affectionate emotions. Zhu Chuan was too busy rinsing his mouth to notice. How can you tolerate such saltiness? It's not salty. It's sweet. Sweet? Have your taste buds gone awry? Bo Xingze affirmed confidently, yes, sweet. The noodles I personally cooked are always sweet. Chapter 10. The Journey of Mountains and Rivers. Worried that he might choke, Zhu Chuan went to the kitchen and retrieved a glass of milk from the fridge. Drink this. If you choke, I might be charged with murder for letting my husband die, and I refuse to accompany you in death. Bo Xingze took the glass and sipped. Zhu Chuan observed him from the side, noting that he seemed obedient, perhaps due to just having bathed and not wearing glasses, which made him appear less distant. His eyes were still slightly red, likely a remnant of inebriation. Go to bed. Bo Xingze glanced at the folder on the table, seemingly wanting to say something. Looking at it tomorrow won't hurt. Missing a day of red leaves won't lead to bankruptcy. Now off to bed. Zhu Chuan, lacking the patience for gentle words, issued a direct command. Generally, one must coax a drunken person, but with him, firmness was necessary. Bo Xingze sat on the bed, and just as Zhu Chuan opened his mouth to speak, he was suddenly pulled onto the bed. Bo Xingze's gaze penetrating so deeply it felt as if it were delving into his very soul. Hey, I told you not to do this. He was still in pain, not like an Omega who could naturally secrete pheromones to accommodate him. This person lacked restraint and tenderness, treating every encounter as if it were the last, pushing him to the brink. Even a deity would struggle to endure this. If you dare to force me, I will kill you. Bo Xingze lowered his head, burying it in Zhu Chuan's neck, and they drifted off to sleep. Are you 3 years old? Get lost. Zhu Chuan kicked him, only to have his leg easily pinned down and his hand restrained. Fearing he might provoke Bo Xingze, he quickly lowered his voice to coax him. Be good. I haven't tea-bathed yet. Let me shower first, all right? Bo Xingze remained silent. Zhu Chuan took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to curse, and adopted a sultry demeanor. Leaning in close to his neck, gently licking his ear, Brother Bo Xingze shuddered, his grip immediately loosening. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Chuan pushed him away and rolled off the bed. Sleep well, I'm not going to sleep with you. You behave yourself, I'll go to the guest room. Bo Xingze turned to look at him. I warn you not to pry open the door. Otherwise, Zhu Chuan paused, observing him sitting there blankly against the bed, momentarily at a loss for words. He twisted his statement, tomorrow you won't get a kiss. Do you hear me? With that, he promptly shut the door. Bo Xingze sat up, gently rubbing his forehead, then touched his ear where Zhu Chuan had just licked, still slightly damp. That word brother had stirred something within him. He glanced down at his arousal, breath becoming hot and erratic, and as he looked towards the door, he couldn't resist the urge to break it down, to shatter the lock of the guest room. Taking a deep breath, he repressed the heat rising within him. He reached for the documents on the bedside table, forcing himself to concentrate, but his mind was consumed by the echo of that brother and the lingering warmth of a tongue brushing against his ear. He longed for him. Zhu Chuan intended to leave, but, considering that this person was drunk and unpredictable, he worried that if something went awry, the next day's headlines might read something like CEO of a certain corporation found dead at home. By morning, Bo Xingze was already awake, his expression impassive as he ate breakfast, glasses perched on his nose, his white shirt impeccably pressed. TSK. Now that he was sober, he appeared like a model of restraint. If he realized how he had behaved while intoxicated, he might be humiliated enough to demand a divorce. Never mind, I won't embarrass him. Bo Xingze looked up as Zhu Chuan entered the room, offering no words, merely a sarcastic greeting, his brows twitching slightly before returning to his indifferent demeanor. Do you want to eat? Zhu Chuan glanced down, seeing a selection of light Chinese breakfasts, though something seemed to be in the porridge. He stirred it and found it contained finely shredded chicken and fragrant mushroom strips. Did you buy this? Bo Xingze paused momentarily before responding with an affirmative. Zhu Chuan sat down and took a spoonful, finding it smooth and delicious. The delicate fish and mushrooms complemented each other without being fishy. The porridge was excellent. Which place is this from? This porridge was something Bo Xingze had prepared early in the morning, simmering the chicken and cooking it for a long time, but he couldn't specify the origin. Zhu Chuan had only asked casually, so he let it go. If you like it, I'll buy another portion tomorrow. Let us discuss it tomorrow. I might not return tonight. Zhu Chuan finished a bowl, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and casually remarked, with your meager alcohol tolerance, why do you still insist on drinking? Isn't it embarrassing? I wouldn't even want to drink with you. From now on, drink less. Hire a secretary or assistant with a stronger tolerance. As a CEO, you don't need to drink personally, especially since you're not the type who needs alcohol to conduct business. Bo Xingze did not respond but retorted with a question. Do you need it? Me? Zhu Chuan leaned back in his chair, chuckling softly. I do. For people like us, what business isn't discussed over drinks? We drink as if it's water. If it were you, I'd have died 10 times over. He spoke nonchalantly, as if it were merely drinking water, but to Bo Xingze, it tightened his brow. He had no idea how Zhu Chuan had been living these past 8 years. What had he experienced? Who had he met? He had not been part of any of it. And that medicinal scent of pheromones, who had left it on him? Zhang Chen's matter, thank you. He had never truly considered the idea of compensation. 16 million was no small sum, but he was even less inclined to engage in disputes or entanglements. Whether it was Yanshangyu or Shenghuai, there were plenty of things he chose not to fuss over. Yet, securing the compensation provided him with a sense of relief, comfort. Bo Xingze acknowledged with a hum, it was no trouble. The porridge is delicious. Thank you for the hospitality. Zhu Chuan stood, his fingers resting on the edge of the table, when he suddenly paused. Oh, right, I saw a few suits while shopping yesterday that would suit you well. I placed them in the closet. Wear them if you like. If not, toss them. Mr. Bo, Fang Miao's elongated tone trailed off until Bo Xingze entered the office, at which point she finally completed her sentence, turning back to exclaim, "Wow! Did you all see? Mr. Bo has changed his clothes today." Yan Xian happened to walk in and spotted several Omega girls huddled together, chattering animatedly about Bo Xingze. He gave one a light tap, admonishing, "If you don't clean up and prepare for work, do you not care about your jobs, gossiping about Mr. Bo here?" Fang Miao turned around, too excited to care about the reprimand, and eagerly said, "Sister Yan, look, Mr. Bo has changed his clothes today. When hasn't he changed his clothes? What's the big deal?" Yan Xian turned to leave, but her half-formed statement about how they couldn't think he never changed clothes just because he always wore black suits and white shirts got stuck in her throat, transforming into an exclamation of surprise. "Oh my!" Fang Miao wore a knowing expression. Yan Xian stared in disbelief at the transparent window of the president's office, where the man seated behind a grand wooden desk wore a deep blue suit with a white shirt, impeccably tailored but without a tie. His previously indifferent demeanor now possessed an air of cool restraint, and suddenly, Fang Miao exclaimed, "Oh no, I think I might be entering my heat. Why should I chase after any stars? From now on, I shall pursue our esteemed President Bo instead. He is far more handsome than the lead of that recently popular drama." Oh, the fluttering feelings. Sister Yan Xian, can you sense my pheromones wafting through the air? Might I dare to approach President Bo and request a temporary mark? Yan Xian withdrew her gaze from Bo Xingze and lightly tapped each of their foreheads, urging them to wake up. "President Bo is already married. You have no chance. A temporary mark? Does this young lady even understand the meaning of embarrassment?" Oh right, that day. He even showcased his ring, and they received from her a spontaneous wish of happy wedding. "May you have 100 years of harmony." I almost forgot in the midst of his striking appearance today. In this era, all remarkable alphas belong to someone else. I might as well cherish my inhibitor. Alas, alas. To be frank, during President Bo's sensitive period, he too was enamored with his inhibitor. It is likely that this couple has not even shared a kiss since their marriage. How tragic for President Bo. Yan Xian entered with documents in hand, reporting his schedule and some pending tasks, stealing glances at him and quickly averting her gaze. Bo Yingze, without lifting his head, noticed her lingering stare and asked, "What are you staring at?" Yan Xian replied softly, "President Bo, why have you adopted a new style today? You typically only wear black suits. Are you planning to entice President Zhu with your looks? While it is a good strategy, it is rather conspicuous and comes across as somewhat forced. I would suggest. He bought them for me, a whole bunch of them, keeping it low-key." Yan Xian nearly choked on those unfinished words. "Huh?" Bo Xingze raised his head, his expression as frigid as an iceberg. "Yesterday he personally bought me many suits, each tailored perfectly. Though I am not particularly fond of this color, it would be impolite to refuse his goodwill." The corners of Yan Xian's eyes twitched. She thought to herself that he should just revel in his secret pleasure. "President Bo, first of all, your phrase personally bought is a grammatical error. Secondly, I believe you are not at all averse to this color. You are simply being coy. You not only have no desire to refuse but are inwardly elated." Feigning modesty, Bo Xingze inquired, "Does this outfit look good?" The topic shifted too abruptly for Yan Xian, who simply nodded in earnest. "It looks splendid. Those little Omegas outside are bound to be enraptured upon seeing you enter the company, turning their tears into puddles of drool." Bo Xingze frowned slightly. Yan Xian hurriedly clarified, "It's a metaphor, a metaphor. I merely meant to express that your attire is indeed appealing, captivating even." Bo Xingze nodded. He possesses good taste. Are you perhaps waiting for me to praise your wife?" Yan Xian rolled her eyes internally, unable to resist dousing him with cold water. "May I ask, President Bo, has President Zhu donned his wedding ring yet?" The air suddenly grew still. "Get out and work," Bo Xingze commanded. Yan Xian quickly retreated. Lingering even a moment longer might provoke the ire of some. Bo Xingze lowered his head to examine the documents, lost in contemplation over Yan Xian's question about the ring. He seemed to catch a whiff of that irritating medicinal wood scent of pheromones once more. How could an Omega's pheromones be so unpleasant? Wasn't he fond of alcohol? The aroma of sake would suit him far better. Those affected medicinal scents were utterly unbefitting. Bo Xingze was unaware that his current mindset mirrored that of a child deprived of affection and attention. Yan Xian was right. He needed to propose promptly, so that each day, upon gazing at the ring, he would be reminded of whose he truly was. Those Omegas should keep their distance. He picked up his phone, his fingers swiftly typing a message. How did you propose back in the day? Lu Xianzhou had just returned from a meeting when he saw a message pop up on his phone. Puzzled, he replied, "What's up? Are you thinking of proposing? Haven't you two already tied the knot?" Bo Xingze was momentarily speechless, pausing to reply, "Help Yan Xian inquire. She wishes to propose." After a while, the other party responded, "As for me and Xiao Xiao, it was arranged by the state. Do you know what love at first sight means? That was how it was for me." Chapter 11. The Journey of Mountains and Rivers. Zhu Chuan seldom visited the company, but recently, having signed the utterly inexperienced Zhou Yinin, he felt a tinge of unease and decided to make another appearance. Su Yan lurked in the corner, peeking around like an eager paparazzo. "Hey, what are you doing here?" He playfully patted the little Omega's shoulder, startling both the boy and himself. "Wow, am I that frightening?" Su Yan's ears turned red, a physiological itch prompting him to scratch absent-mindedly as he whispered, "Brother." Zhu Chuan observed him with a hint of guilt. Rumors suggested that Bo Xingze had marked Su Yan and even that they were married, neither party having denied it. Given Bo Xingze's cold nature, his silence was understandable. Yet, the elderly chairman Hongya cherished this only son too dearly to allow anyone to tarnish his reputation. A marked Omega essentially signified ownership. Unless one underwent a marking removal, they could not be marked again. In his frustration, Zhu Chuan had once provocatively said, "Marry me," but it had merely been playful banter. Now, the situation had evolved into him having stolen someone else's alpha. "What are you sneaking around for at the entrance? Come in." "No, brother, I was just passing by." "Not here on purpose." Su Yan frantically waved his hands, looking as if he had been caught in the act of wrongdoing. An Omega by nature, Su Yan's temperament did not reflect his father's commanding presence. He was soft-spoken, and even a few words would leave him blushing. It was no wonder the old chairman sought Bo Xingze to manage the company. Zhu Chuan, seeing Su Yan's indecision about entering, wanted to have a chat. "May I invite you in for a cup of tea? Does that count as coming on purpose?" Su Yan hesitated, gently shaking his head. "I have things to do, perhaps next time." "Really not coming?" Su Yan nodded and dashed away. Zhu Chuan watched him flee with the speed of someone escaping danger, incredulous, pondering if he had just narrowly escaped an assassination attempt. Beauty is often a perilous trait. He accepted this premise. The company staff rarely saw Zhu Chuan, yet they held him in high regard. Every afternoon, they indulged in tea and snacks, with flexible work hours and never a need for overtime. Where could one find such a boss? He was handsome, effortlessly charming those around him, leaving them flustered yet unoffended, like a social butterfly amidst thorny roses. "What are you gossiping about? If you don't start working diligently, your afternoon tea will turn into plain water and compressed biscuits." Zhu Chuan lightly tapped on the table, though it hardly intimidated anyone. The two Omega girls blinked and smiled. "Why are you back again? We're almost out of this year's supply. Don't come again tomorrow." "I came to inspect my domain. I hope there are no traitors plotting against me." The girls laughed together. "Handsome boss, what are your plans for the day after tomorrow?" Zhu Chuan momentarily faltered. "What plans? You're not going to spend the festival with our future boss lady?" As for his marriage, aside from Yu Peng, no one at the company was aware of it. The mention of a boss lady was likely just a playful jab at his flirtatious nature, suggesting he couldn't possibly spend the festival alone. In truth, he had always celebrated the festival under the eaves of the moon. Let me think about which boss lady to spend it with this year. Oh dear, there are so many I can't choose. Whoever I pick will surely get jealous. Never mind, perhaps I won't celebrate at all." Just then, Yu Peng entered from outside. Zhu Chuan waved his hand. "For the day after tomorrow, please order some flowers to be delivered before the end of the day. As for gifts, let them choose whatever. I'll cover the personal expenses." Zhu Chuan was always generous with these girls. Each felt as if they were being cherished and held in his palm, smiling brightly as they relayed that their boss was footing the bill. "Why compliment pretty? You should say handsome." The young ladies giggled. "All right, let us get to work. No slacking off." "Yes." Zhu Chuan pushed open the office door and instructed Yu Peng to bring in 2 cups of coffee. Before he could settle down, his phone rang. Upon answering, the voice on the other end rushed. "Is Een with you?" "Yes." "The university called to say she hasn't attended classes for a week and hasn't returned to her dormitory. We're at our wits' end, even considering calling the police and flying over there." "Why didn't you mention she was with you?" Zhu Chuan took the coffee that Yu Peng handed him, listening to the frantic voice while responding, I've reviewed the contract for that dating adventure show, and it seems quite promising. After Lu Whiting finishes shooting the advertisement this afternoon, I'll have him come over. Yu Peng hesitated slightly but nodded in agreement. Zhu Chuan turned to the now quiet phone and said, "What were you saying just now? I was too busy with work to catch that." Just as the other party began to speak, Zhu Chuan interjected, "Oh, I have a contract to discuss. Let us talk another time." With that, he hung up, leaving no room for a response. When the caller attempted to dial back, he immediately blocked the number. What a relief. He had never been one to passively endure. No one in this world could make him uncomfortable. Ever since his stepmother entered the picture, he had never shown her a pleasant demeanor, so why would anyone expect him to be filial now? How amusing. He had arranged several tasks for the afternoon, with dedicated managers overseeing other industries. Even the entertainment company, which he frequently dealt with, had its own agents meticulously managing affairs. Bored, Zhu Chuan opened Weibo and scrolled for a while. His own artists were frequent visitors to the trending topics, appearing with various peculiar headlines every few days. Nothing particularly surprising, though one post caught his eye: how to spend this Qixi festival, Qixi frog. He could grasp the concept of how to celebrate the festival. But what was a Qixi frog? He clicked on the topic, and the most popular post was from a marketing account he had collaborated with before, known for its integrity and fair writing, not one of those unscrupulous accounts that would forsake principles for money. A pot of wine. A story. How to spend this Qixi festival. Here's a Qixi frog for your lonely king friend. Ha 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 ha. This submission is hilarious. I'm sending you a Qixi frog, and now I'm about to start calling. Zhu Chuan opened the image, the avatar on the left depicting a green frog, which indeed looked quite eye-catching. The frog croaked repeatedly, a total of 9 images which could be described as quite heart-wrenching. This Qixi festival could not possibly be celebrated in such a manner. Perhaps he should celebrate it with Bo Xingze? On second thought, given how intoxicated he had been last night and how Yen Xian had delivered so many documents to him, it was likely that he would be working overtime even on the festival. Besides, it would be inappropriate for them to celebrate together. Zhu Chuan was the epitome of enjoyment. The floor-to-ceiling window opened to reveal an entire wall, fragrant incense wafting through the air, accompanied by soft, melodious music that filled the room. The setting sun streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on his desk. He propped his legs up on the table, languidly reclining in the spacious leather chair, lost in thought. Bo Xingze was probably swamped with work, having drunk so heavily the previous night and still waking up at midnight to review documents. He would likely be consuming coffee as if it were water today. He always donned those crisp white shirts and black suits, giving him an air of aloofness. Su Yan, the heir of the Hongye group, appeared more intimidated by him than by his own father. I wonder if he's wearing the suit I bought him. The deep blue would suit him well, and the standing collar would add a touch of leisure. Zhu Chuan imagined him in that suit. It seemed that raindrops might truly be falling on the green grass. He straightened up, grabbed his car keys, and stepped out of the company's entrance. Not far away, he spotted Xian standing by the roadside, engaged in a scuffle with some people. He chuckled, intending to pass by, but then saw in the rearview mirror that Xian was surrounded and kicked to the ground. Before he could rise, one of the assailants picked up a brick from the flower bed and hurled it at his head. Zhu Chuan immediately honked the horn sharply, interrupting their actions. What's going on? Zhu Chuan opened the car door and stepped out. The assailants, upon seeing him approach, hastily discarded the brick. Consider yourself lucky this time. Even if you sell yourself, pay me back. If you can't come up with the money next time, I'll break one of your arms. Let us go. Xian struggled to get up, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Who were those people? He asked, wiping the corner of his mouth and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Robbers, he muttered, his speech slurred. Zhu Chuan observed the torn skin at the corner of Xian's mouth and the swelling on his cheek, frowning slightly as he noted the surveillance blind spot. You remember what he looked like, right? We should call the police. Xian quickly grasped his hand. It's fine. They only took some worthless stuff. Reporting it would involve a lot of procedures and back and forth, which is a hassle. Zhu Chuan paused, retracting his phone. Where are you going? Where's your car? I came to find a friend. My car is at the intersection ahead. You can go ahead. I'll call someone to take me to the hospital later. Xian replied, wincing as he rubbed his mouth. Enough of that, your hands aren't clean either. I'll take you to the hospital. Xian's right eye was swollen shut, barely able to squint at Zhu Chuan, who held the steering wheel with one hand. his profile lacking its usual carefree demeanor, replaced by a hint of coolness. You haven't been around these past few days. You're not thinking of marrying Bo Xingze and settling down, are you? Is he keeping you from coming to places like this? Xian asked, his words slurred by pain. Zhu Chuan scoffed. Can he control me? Xian laughed at him, causing Zhu Chuan's scalp to prickle. Just say what you want to say. Shui, why did you change your name back then? And after using it for 8 years, you still haven't changed it? Do you really believe you have no feelings for Bo Xingze? Honestly, I think you've been nonchalant about everything over the years, except when it comes to one person, where you're utterly infatuated. His original name was Zhou Shui, and he only learned during his senior year of high school that his parents had divorced years ago when he was still in elementary school. He had been the only one unaware, believing his family was happy. His father had a woman outside for over a decade, an Omega, charming and beautiful, with an exceptional demeanor, who had given birth to a younger brother, just 2 years his junior. The so-called loving parents were merely performing for the outside world, as they held significant positions. Their marriage had caused quite a stir, and the Zhou family could not afford to lose face by being discussed as a divorced couple, thus maintaining the facade of a loving couple. No one knew, including him. The woman bore 2 children for him, the younger being Zhou Yinyin. As a mistress, she must have had her motives. As the years passed, she could not allow herself to remain without a title, so she brought her 2 children to the Zhou family. Zhu Chuan witnessed their apparent happiness and, in a fit of rage, shattered family photographs he had cherished since childhood and ran outside to vent his anger, fighting with anyone he encountered, until no one could find him. It was Bo Xingze who eventually found him. That day, he lay by the river, his body battered and bruised, feeling no pain, consumed by the hypocritical father, the smug stepmother, and the timid Zhou Yinyin calling him brother, all haunting him like demons. Bo Xingze found him, crouching beside him, while he lay there, and Bo Xingze looked down at him. He extended his hand, gently covering Zhu Chuan's eyes, his voice a touch hoarse yet soothing during the boy's voice change. Don't be afraid. I found you. In that moment, Zhu Chuan could no longer hold back. Tears streamed down his face, soaking Bo Xingze's palm. That was the first time he cried, the first time he showed weakness in front of someone else. Who asked you to come? Go away. Yet the hand did not move, remaining in place. The wind by the river that day was strong yet gentle. One boy lay down while the other crouched, and although no words were exchanged, their hearts were closely intertwined. Later, when Zhu Yuxi asked him what name he wanted to change to, he thought for a moment and decided on Zhu Chuan. Mountains halt, rivers flow. Mountains halt, rivers flow. The Xingyin Bo Xingze's name. Chapter 12. Chuanze's filth. The hospital was quite nearby, and they arrived in just a few minutes. Zhu Chuan, gathering his thoughts, turned his head slightly as he parked, casting a glance at Xian, and with a smile that danced between sincerity and jest, remarked, indeed, it's impossible to forget Bo Xingze. The magnitude is overwhelming, both robust and lengthy. After all these years, no one else has evoked such feelings in me. Xian responded with a hint of incredulity. And you dare to utter such words to Bo Xingze? Face to face? Zhu Chuan shot him a sidelong glance. Have I ever been close to death? Should he dare to speak so brazenly to Bo Xingze, this Qixi festival would be a mere prelude to his own funeral. Enough. Tend to your own wounds. I shan't be your chauffeur today. Very well. Xian took a couple of steps before turning back to gaze at Zhu Chuan, as if he had something to convey but was at a loss for words. The intensity of Zhu Chuan's stare sent a shiver down his spine. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't look at me with such longing. It's rather revolting. Get lost. Zhu Chuan frequented the hospital, familiar with the doctors and nurses, who acknowledged him with nods amidst their busy schedules. You all carry on, I'm off to find Dr. Shin. Navigating the familiar corridors to the 3rd floor, he found the door to the examination room ajar. A young doctor was examining a patient, his sharp features softened by a gentle smile as he laughed. A ring adorned his finger, indicating he was already committed. After a brief wait, Zhu Chuan entered the room once the patient had departed, casually pulling out a chair to sit. Dr. Shen's charm was dangerously beguiling. If he lingered any longer, he might find himself smitten. As Dr. Shen approached the sink to wash his hands, he chuckled at Zhu Chuan's comment. Is it me who is beguiling, or is it President Bo? Zhu Chuan crossed his legs nonchalantly. Let us not discuss him. Dr. Shen dried his hands and pointed at Zhu Chuan's neck, asking with a teasing tone, what is this? Bitten by a dog again? Zhu Chuan's brow twitched in irritation. Dr. Shen's eyes danced over the mark on his neck. Smirking, this President Bo truly is something else. If he wants a kiss, he kisses. If he wants to take action, he does. Why leave marks? Honestly, I recommend you consider getting insurance. Is there such a thing as a spousal accident policy? In case of death, do they offer compensation? Zhu Chuan, unable to contain his frustration, kicked him lightly. Protective or just shy? Dr. Shen teased, and Zhu Chuan gritted his teeth, letting out a cold huff. You should consider getting yourself an insurance policy for premature ejaculation. What? You think I suffer from that? You have no idea how many times I go in a night. Just look at my 2 little bunnies at home. Dr. Shen leaned closer, smirking. So, brother, how many times does President Bo last in a night? Can you handle it? Professor Fu has truly failed in family education, raising someone like you. Zhu Chuan felt a surge of comfort after venting his frustrations, finally revealing the purpose of his visit. Though he spent most of his time as a beta, he had once differentiated into an omega, with all his organs fully developed, including his reproductive cavity. When he was with Bo Xingze, he had felt immense pressure but never pain. Yet recently, the discomfort had become unbearable, even affecting the cavity itself. Dr. Shen meticulously disinfected the instruments, including the endoscope, and upon examining, he suddenly gasped. What is wrong? Am I dying? Zhu Chuan chuckled lightly, as if he was prepared for the worst. Not quite. A disaster may last a millennium, but a creature like you won't perish so quickly. Dr. Shen turned the screen towards Zhu Chuan. Here is your cavity. It's not as fully developed as an Omega S, but it's acceptable. President Bo has certainly put in the effort. It's quite swollen. Zhu Chuan's brow twitched. Modern technology had advanced significantly. The endoscope provided an incredibly clear image, revealing even the smallest folds, pulsating as if breathing, resembling a flower in bud, its petals tightly gathered, showcasing the ravages it had endured. The most alarming aspect was that this flower could still breathe, seemingly inviting further devastation, insatiable in its desires. The endoscope your company developed is quite impressive. Zhu Chuan remarked with a chuckle. As the weather cools, I shall have this wretched research team dismissed, redirecting their efforts to coffin sales. I'll leave you the most exquisite one. Dr. Shen, smiling, chose not to press further. There's nothing wrong. Just take some anti-inflammatory medication. However, the effects won't be immediate. It's best to apply the medication directly. Zhu Chuan paused, perplexed. What do you mean directly? Apply the ointment yourself, Dr. Shen winked. Your fingers might not reach that deep. Either find a suitable tool or have President Bo assist you. He could easily manage it, and I'm sure he'd be more than willing. Zhu Chuan smiled. I may not be a good person, but you truly are a dog. After an afternoon filled with meetings, Bo Xingze emerged from the conference room, casually adjusting his tie, only to remember he hadn't worn one today. The outfit Zhu Chuan had personally selected for him was ill-suited for a tie. He sighed, removing his glasses to rub his temples before putting them back on. The fleeting moment of fatigue vanished, replaced by an impenetrable fade of indifference. Taking a sip of his slightly cold coffee to alleviate his drowsiness, his phone buzzed. Yan Xian sent a link. President Bo, take a look at this video. It was a video from a popular app, titled, Such a Romantic Proposal, showing an Omega overwhelmed with emotion, embracing an alpha and exclaiming, I do. Bo Xingze, satisfied with the title, replied to Yan Xian, not bad. Yan Xian almost informed him that the video was actually a poor example of a proposal but thought better of it upon hearing his approval. As long as President Bo likes it, he mused silently. RCO appears so stoic and aloof, yet his taste is quite peculiar. Bo Xingze clicked on the video, witnessing an alpha orchestrating an elaborate display along the riverbank, spelling out the name of the Omega with countless lanterns and igniting fireworks as the unsuspecting Omega was brought to the scene. Under a sky filled with fireworks and cheers, the alpha knelt, presenting a ring and asking if the Omega would marry him. Bo Xingze saved the video, gazing at his silent phone, pondering why Zhu Chuan hadn't called yet. He had specifically bought new clothes for him yesterday. Was he perhaps feeling bashful? After a moment of contemplation, Bo Xingze surmised that Zhu Chuan must be shy, prompting him to initiate a call. Is there something you need? Zhu Chuan's voice, laced with a captivating timbre, reached his ears, and Bo Xingze steadied his breath, striving for a calm demeanor as he responded with a simple I'm taking you out for dinner. Zhu Chuan was bemused by Bo Xingze's persistent insistence on dining together. It was as if this domineering CEO was devoid of other commitments. Yet, with nothing pressing on his agenda, he acquiesced. Very well, I just left the hospital and am driving. I'm not far from your company. I'll pick you up. Bo Xingze, however, had missed the latter part of Zhu Chuan's statement, his brows knitting together in concern as he asked, "Are you ill?" Zhu Chuan paused, momentarily taken aback before clarifying, "No, Isian was mugged and injured, so I took him to the hospital and chatted with Dr. Shun." Bo Xingze sighed in relief. That's good. Zhu Chuan's health has always been impeccable. He has never fallen ill, not even to the common cold. In high school, despite his delicate demeanor akin to that of an Omega, he would often complain about discomfort in the dormitory, climbing onto his bed to squeeze in beside him for sleep. The dormitory beds were exceedingly small, requiring him to lie sideways, embracing him, or allowing him to rest atop him. The following morning, he would whine about feeling unwell, playfully commanding him to attend to his needs. Bo Xingze, in those days, indulged him as one would a revered ancestor. There was an occasion when Zhu Chuan's antics caused him to cry out in pain, kicking him in frustration, needing assistance to put on his shoes. Remarkably, Bo Xingze did indeed crouch down to help him. Isian remarked that Bo Xingze had truly been good to him back then, and Zhu Chuan concurred, though he understood that the ephemeral beauty of youth had faded. No matter how well Bo Xingze had treated him, it belonged to a bygone era. Wait for a moment at the entrance. If traffic permits, it should take about 10 minutes, Zhu Chuan stated. Very well, he replied. However, what was meant to be a mere 10 minutes turned into a grueling 2.5 hours of traffic. By the time Zhu Chuan arrived beneath the Red Leaf building, night had fallen, and apart from a few lights flickering on the 3rd and 4th floors, the rest of the offices were shrouded in darkness. Bo Xingze had likely already departed. He halted his vehicle, preparing to call, but before he could dial, there was a knock on his window. Turning to see Bo Xingze slightly leaning towards him, his hand resting on the glass, Zhu Chuan found himself momentarily transfixed. The deep blue suit he wore was even more captivating than he had imagined. The fabric clung elegantly to his form, and in the dim light of the street lamps, it appeared as if dusted with a delicate frost. Merely standing there, he exuded charm. Zhu Chuan couldn't help but think that his past judgment had been quite astute. Back then, Bo Xingze wore faded jeans and a checkered shirt, emanating an air of youthful impoverishment. 8 years had elapsed, transforming that once humble figure into a commanding CEO. As they exchanged glances through the car window, Zhu Chuan noticed the surprise in Bo Xingze's eyes shift into a hint of disdain, causing a wave of inexplicable tension to wash over him. Was his appearance unappealing? Yan Xian had assured him otherwise. Bo Xingze examined his reflection on the glass, and the combination of the white shirt and deep blue suit seemed incompatible. Yan Xian's taste must be lacking, as he felt he looked far from presentable. Zhu Chuan's discontent was evident, and Bo Xingze's furrowed brow startled him out of his reverie. Haven't you left yet? Have you really been waiting here for 3 hours? Indeed. Bo Xingze replied with a nonchalant nod. All right, come in then. Zhu Chuan unlocked the window, and Bo Xingze circled to the other side of the car. His expression remained as frosty as ever, revealing no sign of happiness or displeasure. Zhu Chuan pondered for a moment before explaining, there was road construction, and I had to navigate through it, resulting in over 2 hours of delay. You really didn't need to wait for me. 3 hours is excessive. Not at all, Bo Xingze replied tersely. As Zhu Chuan turned his head to glance at him, he mused, you really don't find it long? You seem rather patient. Indeed. After waiting for 8 years, 3 hours is hardly a stretch. In Chapter 13, Chuan's Compromise, Zhu Chuan inquired, what would you like to eat? He hadn't truly savored the previous dining experience, having only nibbled on a few lighter dishes. Having been in Pingzhou for scarcely a month, and with his life revolving around his family's company, he likely had little knowledge of local culinary delights. How about Cantonese cuisine? Good, Bo Xingze replied. What about the restaurant on Minjiang Road? Good, he affirmed.
Or si je suis en cuisine?
Good, Bo Xingze answered yet again. Zhu Chuan, noticing his distracted demeanor, wondered what occupied his mind but chose not to inquire further. He lightly pressed the accelerator, maneuvering past the road construction toward Minjiang Road. Bo Xingze maintained a calm facade, revealing no trace of excitement or anxiety, responding only with a single word, as if he hadn't really absorbed what Zhu Chuan was saying. Regardless of what was suggested, he simply agreed as if all were acceptable. Dining in the same room inevitably risked rekindling previous incidents. A candlelit dinner would be overly romantic. Zhu Chuan recalled a popular barbecue place on Minjiang Road, recommended by Zhao and I during their last encounter, which he had yet to visit. As they approached, the throng of people surprised him. There seemed to be an overwhelming number of patrons. Zhu Chuan was unfazed. He had dined at roadside stalls and upscale restaurants alike, never allowing the identity of a domineering CEO to constrain him. However, Bo Xingze likely found such a bustling environment disconcerting. Perhaps we should choose another place. It's far too crowded, Zhu Chuan suggested. Just as he spoke, a surge of people jostled him, and he instinctively reached out to catch a little girl who had been separated from her mother, pulling her into his embrace. Yet, the momentum caused him to stumble forward, instinctively bracing himself with one hand to the ground. "Be careful," a shrill voice cried out, and abruptly, the scent of sweet wine invaded his senses. Zhu Chuan's heart raced as he felt the tremors of adrenaline coursing through him. Bo Xingze quickly wrapped his arms around him, stabilizing him while gripping his waist with a warm, firm hand. Zhu Chuan found himself nestled against him. The little girl, startled, looked between them, her eyes wide and confused. "Brother, you're holding me too tightly," she murmured softly, glancing nervously at the indifferent Bo Xingze. "Brother, it hurts," she whimpered, her voice barely above a whisper. Bo Xingze seemed oblivious to her plight. Zhu Chuan, in that precarious moment, felt his heart nearly leap from his chest. Thankfully, he had managed to catch her. The embrace was firm, and even he was unaware of the strength with which he held her, while the little girl, too frightened to cry, bit her lip, her delicate features trembling with distress. Zhu Chuan, regaining his composure, gently tapped Bo Xingze's arm, urging him to loosen his grip. He hesitated for a moment before releasing her just as the girl's mother rushed over, visibly shaken and expressing her gratitude profusely. Thank you. You scared me to death," the woman exclaimed, reaching for her daughter. "Chow Chow, you frightened your mother." The little girl clung to her mother, tears beginning to well up. The mother, pale with fright, held her daughter tightly as if to shield her from the world. Zhu Chuan reached out to stroke the little girl's head, reassuring her. "Don't be afraid, Chow Chow. You're such a beautiful little magpie. If you cry and ruin your lovely face, no one will adore you." With wide eyes, the girl, her tears glistening on her lashes, contemplated whether to cry or maintain her composure, pouting in displeasure. After a moment, she asked, "Then I won't cry anymore. Do you still like me, brother?" Zhu Chuan chuckled softly. "Of course I like you. I adore beautiful little magpies." Bo Xingze's gaze fell upon the empty ring finger of his hand that had just been brushing the girl's hair, a frown forming as he contemplated reclaiming that hand, disallowing it from touching anyone else. The woman continued to express her gratitude to Zhu Chuan and then to Bo Xingze, who appeared cold and somewhat intimidating, offering only a fleeting, awkward smile. After several rounds of thanks, she hurried away with her daughter. Zhu Chuan cast a sidelong glance at Bo Xingze, detecting a hint of dissatisfaction mixed with a trace of envy. What thoughts preoccupied him? "That was quite dangerous," Bo Xingze remarked. Zhu Chuan paused, a light laugh escaping him. "Next time, don't pull me. We might all tumble down together, and there wouldn't even be anyone to call for an ambulance." Bo Xingze extended his hand, resting it on Zhu Chuan's neck. Lowering his voice, he stated, "I caught you." Zhu Chuan was momentarily taken aback, not immediately pushing him away. He found himself gazing up at Bo Xingze, whose expression was a blend of coldness and an almost imperceptible warmth, laced with a hint of apprehension. Bo Xingze's fingertips grazed the tender skin at his neck, sending a shiver through him. "Do not be afraid," he murmured, his voice deep and resonant, stripped of the awkwardness of youth, now rich and pure, akin to a finely tuned cello, devoid of impurities. The proximity of his voice, whispered intimately, felt like a gentle caress against Zhu Chuan's ear. His heart fluttered, warmth creeping to the roots of his ears. Recovering his composure, he lightly swatted Bo Xingze's hand away, turning his back in an attempt to mask his fluster, and moved forward as a space opened up ahead. Bo Xingze withdrew his hand, gently twisting his fingertips, as if still yearning for that fleeting touch. The trendy establishment is thriving, boasting a commendable selection of dishes, adorned with exquisite decor and maintained in immaculate cleanliness. The proprietor possesses a pleasant demeanor, greeting the two newcomers with a warm smile and offering them complimentary beverages. "Wishing you both a joyful Qixi festival in advance. This is our complimentary drink for you. Dining expenses will be at half price for today and tomorrow," he announces cheerfully. Zhu Chuan, Glancing at the menu, chuckles. So it's half price for couples on Chishi? Is that a loss for you? The owner responds with a grin, it's only half price for couples and spouses. Zhu Chuan pauses in his perusal of the menu, intrigued, and playfully queries, how do you know that this gentleman and I are a couple? The owner, taken aback for a moment, soon laughs, I had no idea you two were a couple. But the way he looks at you, I can assure you, you are certainly not just ordinary friends. You seem very happy. Zhu Chuan is taken aback. If he can discern from Bo Xing's frosty gaze that they are not mere friends, his talent for nonsense is quite exceptional. You're not mistaking that for hatred, are you? He quips. The owner, perceiving it as a jest, chuckles, I hope you enjoy your meal. Bo Xing's gaze remains fixed on Zhu Chuan's face. Truth be told, when Zhu Chuan met his eyes for a fleeting second, he felt as though he had vanished into thin air, as he could not discern anything within those eyes. Zhu Chuan is not particularly fond of labor-intensive grilled meat, deciding inwardly not to return. Yet noticing Bo Xing's appears quite interested, attentively grilling each slice of meat, the aroma wafting enticingly. Do you enjoy barbecued meat? Bo Xing's hesitates for a moment before nodding, offering a vague reply, it's all right. The establishment does not serve alcohol, and Zhu Chuan, disinclined towards alcoholic beverages, opts for a can of juice, taking a few sips while observing Bo Xing's attention drawn to a nearby couple. The young couple, both university students, are feeding each other. The young man carefully wraps leftover grilled meat and cools it before offering it to his girlfriend, radiating happiness. The atmosphere in this trendy spot is tranquil, the music soft and slow, creating an ambience steeped in romantic tension. Bo Xing's, fixated on the couple, furrows his brow slightly, then glances away, seemingly torn between speech and silence. Zhu Chuan surmises that he likely finds such public displays of affection rather bothersome and chuckles. Young people so engrossed in each other. It's not a show, it's just natural. Bo Xing's grunts in acknowledgement. Observing that Bo Xing's has grilled quite a bit but has hardly eaten, Zhu Chuan lightly taps the juice can and asks, why aren't you eating? Don't you like it? Bo Xing's ponders for a while, contemplating how to feed him naturally without revealing himself. It's hot. His attention is drawn back to the couple, as the girl exclaims in distress from the heat. The young man hurriedly hands her a drink. I'll be more careful next time. Does it hurt? The girl, after sipping the juice, playfully pouts. Of course it hurts. Want to try it yourself? It's scorching. The young man apologizes, leaning in to kiss her, causing her to blush and push him away. What are you doing? There are so many people watching. Bo Xing's hand trembles slightly, unsure of what he is holding, and brings it to his mouth. Zhu Chuan stifles a laugh and coughs lightly. Wait, you can't eat seafood. You'll have an allergic reaction. Bo Xing's glances down and indeed finds it to be so. He gingerly wraps a lettuce leaf around the grilled meat, attempting to cool it down awkwardly, testing the temperature with his hand before looking at Zhu Chuan. Are you suggesting I eat it for you? Very well, hand it over. Noticing Bo Xing's troubled expression, Zhu Chuan surmises he feels it is wasteful to discard it, so he reaches out, takes it and places it in his mouth. It is grilled to perfection, tender yet not overcooked. Is it delicious? Bo Xing's inquires with an earnest expression. Zhu Chuan, unable to lie, responds honestly, it's quite good. Shall I grill some more? Bo Xing's asks again. Zhu Chuan, averse to greasy foods and concerned about the potential splatter, quickly replies, grill away. Bo Xing's lips curve into a restrained smile as he prepares another bite, feeding it to Zhu Chuan. Although it is intended for Zhu Chuan, it feels as though he is feeding himself as well. He contemplates whether to grill it a bit more for him, wondering if Zhu Chuan would feign a complaint about the heat, providing him an opportunity to steal a kiss as comfort. After much contemplation, Bo Xing's sighs regretfully, wishing to spare Zhu Chuan from the heat. What's wrong? Zhu Chuan asks. Bo Xing's lifts his head. Nothing. As the meal progresses, Zhu Chuan, who has not lifted a finger, feels completely satisfied, while Bo Xing's has also eaten quite a bit. Upon exiting, both feel a tad too full. Let us take a walk to aid digestion, Bo Xing's suggests. Zhu Chuan glances at his watch, noting the time is still early. He thinks returning now might lead to that unwanted task, and since he is feeling lazy, a stroll would be agreeable. With the Qixi festival approaching tomorrow, the atmosphere is already celebratory. They find themselves in a square, where the central landmark is adorned with balloons and roses, depicting the tale of the cowherd and the weaver girl, blending Eastern and Western festive cheer. Young couples gather, sharing food and feeding each other, while others meander hand in hand. Two young Omega girls have been observing them for a while. Zhu Chuan notices and tilts his head, offering a smile. The two girls blush and look down, one tugging at the sleeve of the other. Moments later, the two girls approach, the shorter one blushing, quietly saying, Excuse me, young sir, my classmate and I have lost our wallets and phones. Could we borrow some money to return to school? Just 50 yuan would suffice. Zhu Chuan, with his kind disposition, rarely turns people down, pulls out his wallet, and hands them a few bills. The girl, visibly anxious, exudes a scent of pheromones as she accepts the money, her fingers trembling slightly. Could you please share your WeChat ID? Once I replace my phone, I'll return the money to you if that's all right. Zhu Chuan, having suppressed pheromones for a few days, can no longer detect their scent. But Bo Xingze beside him furrows his brow. The pheromones from the two young Omega girls are quite unpleasant. Do not agree to this, Bo Xingze insists. Zhu Chuan appears to be contemplating, while the young girl clasps her hands together, softly pleading, I don't want to owe anyone a favor. Please leave me a contact. A phone number would suffice. Bo Xingze is fixated on Zhu Chuan's profile, contemplating whether to pull him away without leaving any contact information. No, this small sum doesn't need to be repaid, the young Omega girl insists. No, it must be returned. If you don't want it, then I want to borrow it. Zhu Chuan, somewhat helpless, realizes that both he and she share a sense of pride, likely a trait of university students. Very well. Here's my phone number, he states, reciting it aloud. The girl nods, her pheromone scent intensifying with the triumph of her scheme. Thank you so much, young sir. Happy Chishi. The taller girl winks at him, sweetly asking, Is this gentleman your friend? Zhu Chuan glances at Bo Xingze, leans slightly, and whispers, He is my husband, then adds with a grin, Shu, don't let it slip. He might get too pleased with himself. The shorter girl, though unable to flirt with her crush, feels content seeing their compatibility, nodding vigorously, wishing you both happiness. Your husband has been glaring at me. I think you're in for it. Zhu Chuan playfully taps her forehead. What a good girl you are. Why do you speak so freely? Let us go. Bo Xingze commands. The two young girls bid farewell and walk away, as Zhu Chuan smiles and shifts his gaze, intending to remark on the joys of youth, only to hear a cold voice nearby interject, Qishi is not a day for lovers. Bo Xingze's expression darkens as he coldly retorts, It's merely the Qishi festival, not worthy of celebration. Wishing happiness for every holiday except Qingming is unnecessary. Zhu Chuan, taken aback, exclaims, Ah, young sir, perhaps you should buy a bouquet for your beloved. Bo Xingze, staring at the flower seller blocking his path, coldly replies, I will not purchase any. The Qishi festival marks the day when the cowherd and the weaver girl reunite. Today, purchasing a bouquet of roses for one's beloved symbolizes being immersed in the fervor of love, destined to cherish one another eternally. The young lady persistently peddled her flowers, her diminutive stature making it somewhat challenging to gaze up at the tall figure of Bo Xingze. On this day, it is customary for everyone to present flowers to their significant other. Zhu Chuan, feeling somewhat amused, decided to stand aside and observe how Bo Xingze would handle the flower-selling girl, wondering if he might dismiss her outright. When he had first met Bo Xingze, he had often been told to get lost, though it was usually he who had instigated trouble, consistently stumbling upon this icy figure. In the end, he even lost the person himself. The young lady noticed Bo Xingze's frosty demeanor and felt a twinge of apprehension. Perhaps he was single, or had just gone through a breakup. Did she inadvertently touch upon a sensitive topic? Bo Xingze's gaze fixated on the fiery red roses, as if he intended to bore a hole through them. Just as the young lady conceded, and Zhu Chuan approached to mediate, he finally spoke. One bouquet. The young lady exclaimed. Huh? Zhu Chuan added, Eh? Before Zhu Chuan could fully register what was happening, Bo Xingze had already opened his wallet and completed the transaction, leaving the flower basket nearly empty. The young lady departed, satisfied and with a full pocket. Zhu Chuan rubbed his forehead, remarking, Mr. Bo, while we are affluent, such extravagance is unwarranted. How have you managed to remain in business without losing your shirt? Bo Xingze, clutching a large bouquet of fiery roses, coldly shoved them into Zhu Chuan's arms and after a lengthy pause, uttered, Happy Qishi. Zhu Chuan, holding the roses, was momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, he had been dismissing Qishi as a mere festival of skill and not worth celebrating. Yet here he was, receiving flowers. The unpredictability of Bo Xingze's temperament was indeed perplexing. You are more reckless than I am with money. Zhu Chuan plucked a rose petal and, with abandon, popped it into his mouth, only to find it somewhat bitter. Do you not like it? Not particularly. Bo Xingze turned his head, the warm-toned lights of the square casting a gentle glow on his profile, softening his pallor. His elongated, upturned peach blossom eyes held a tenderness reminiscent of spring. The vivid red roses complemented his fair complexion, as if they were crafted solely for him. He had transformed from the brash and domineering character he had been 8 years prior, becoming even more captivating. Still bold and ostentatious, yet akin to a fox poised to ensnare its prey. Lost in thought, Bo Xingze gently swallowed. They had yet to share a kiss today. Should he seize the moment to propose one? He had signed the contract, so a refusal was unlikely. Fixating on a petal, he tore a piece and placed it into Zhu Chuan's mouth. Zhu Chuan lowered his head. I am not fond of this. It's bitter. Bo Xingze withdrew his hand and, without much preamble, inquired, Then what do you like? Zhu Chuan, puzzled by his insistence, ultimately replied, Bluebells, I suppose. Recently, the young Omegas in the company had been discussing flower meanings, and he had eavesdropped. The bluebell, a flower not widely favored, symbolizes a lifelong bond, an unbreakable entanglement, while also representing jealousy and possessiveness, intense jealousy and overwhelming desire. This resonated with his relationship with Bo Xingze. They were not in love yet, were perpetually bound together, driven by pheromones and an instinctual possessiveness that birthed fervent jealousy, tumultuous and fierce. He had outgrown the age of deep obsession, yet at times he still harbored resentment, feeling that the passionate entanglement with Bo Xingze carried a hint of forbidden thrill. Bluebells. Got it, I'll remember to choose bluebells for the proposal. All right, let us return home. As he spoke, Bo Xingze cradled Zhu Chuan's face, lowering his head to meet him. Their eyes locked, his fingertips, slightly calloused, caressed Zhu Chuan's lips. The light behind them rendered things somewhat indistinct, yet the warmth emanating from Bo Xingze's gaze was palpable. The scent of sake lingered, mingling with the coolness of early autumn's evening breeze, reminiscent of chilled sake clinking against its glass, producing a clear, crisp sound. Can we kiss today? If I say no, will you refrain? Are you truly so obedient? Bo Xingze's voice was low, reverberating through Zhu Chuan's heart. You signed the contract. No backing out. Zhu Chuan, feeling Bo Xingze's grip on his face, managed a few dry words. If we are to kiss, let us make it quick. But I warn you, just a peck. No tongues. As the taste of sake surged into his mouth, the grip around his waist tightened, far from the fleeting kiss he had envisioned. The ancient, heavy chimes signaled midnight. It was now Qixi. Regardless of whether it was truly a day for lovers, Zhu Chuan felt a bit disoriented. Gently closing his eyes and allowing Bo Xingze's tongue to explore, parting his lips to welcome him. As the kiss concluded, Bo Xingze brushed his fingers against Zhu Chuan's mouth, wiping away the mingled traces of their saliva, and could not resist leaning down for another kiss upon seeing Zhu Chuan's delicate features. That feels nice. Chapter 15. Chuan's complications throughout their journey home. Bo Xingze wore a displeased expression. Zhu Chuan scrutinized him for a good portion of the trip, yet failed to decipher the reason behind his irritability, ultimately concluding that the man was simply eccentric. His moods were as unpredictable as ever. Even in school he had been this way, and as he aged, he had become increasingly difficult to please. A notification chimed on Zhu Chuan's phone. Glancing down, he saw a friend request. Hi, I'm the one who borrowed money from you earlier. My name is Feng Yi. Zhu Chuan accepted the request, and shortly after, Feng Yi sent a transfer. After a moment's thought, Zhu Chuan clicked to accept the payment, and Feng Yi responded with a charming cat emoji. Look at my cat. Isn't she adorable? Zhu Chuan complimented the cuteness. Bo Xingze, noticing the delightful emoji on the screen, and then shifting his gaze to Zhu Chuan's smiling face, felt a warmth in his heart. His peach blossom eyes curved with tenderness. What is so amusing? Cats are such troublesome creatures, shedding fur and being clingy. This Omega's taste is rather questionable. Zhu Chuan had no intention of prolonging the conversation, casually concluding it after a few more exchanges. When he lifted his gaze, he found Bo Xingze fixated on his phone. Pausing, he asked, Are you looking at cats? Bo Xingze hesitated, refraining from confessing that he was contemplating how to remove this individual from Zhu Chuan's contact list. Zhu Chuan assumed he felt embarrassed. After all, it seemed rather incongruous for a domineering CEO to be a cat lover. I also have a cat. The little one, Ling Yi, wanted a cat. But Professor Fu is pregnant, and it's difficult to care for one at home, so she sent it to me. Since you don't seem fond of it, I'll let Yu Yuan take care of it. Bo Xingze parted his lips, taking a long moment to muster. If you like it, you can take it home. I do not mind. Zhu Chuan propped his head on his hand, laughing. All right, I'll bring it next time. Yu Yuan is almost being stripped bare by that group of girls. Thankfully, she is a big girl. If it were a little male cat, who knows what would happen during mating season. Bo Xingze imagined Zhu Chuan holding a cat, a smile tugging at his lips. Yes, cats are quite adorable. You are charming as well. Upon returning, the security guard recognized Zhu Chuan's car and jokingly remarked, "Oh, Mr. Bo's father is back?" After saying that, he paused, surprised to see Mr. Bo behind the wheel. Good evening, Mr. Bo. Haha, my apologies. I mistook you for Mr. Zhu. Bo Xingze nodded coldly, driving into the compound. My father? Zhu Chuan replied, feigning seriousness. What kind of eyesight does your security guard have? Is there a father this young? Seeing Zhu Chuan's expression, Bo Xingze realized he was jesting. With a resigned sigh, he reached to ruffle Zhu Chuan's hair but withdrew his hand just before contact, recalling that Zhu Chuan disliked such gestures. Unaware of Bo Xingze's hesitation, Zhu Chuan opened the door, only to be preempted as Bo Xingze seized his wrist. The scent of sake enveloped him from behind, a ghostly embrace drawing him in. The cool voice of his master instructed, fingerprint. As he operated the door, he took Zhu Chuan's right hand, entering his fingerprint. While he had seen fingerprints taken from thumbs and index fingers, and even from the middle finger by some foolish individuals, he had never encountered the recording of a ring finger. What on earth? As Bo Xingze's phone rang, he initially answered it with an air of calmness, but after listening for a few moments, he coldly remarked, "If you want to talk to me, do it in person." He had reviewed that absurd proposal, and he was certain that even a child who had completed elementary school would struggle to produce such drivel. If the work was unsatisfactory, then he should prepare to face the consequences. He instructed that the new proposal be submitted to him by Wednesday. If it failed to meet his expectations, he would have to make arrangements for him to relocate to the Indian branch. Yan Xian whispered, "Is he going to sell pancakes there?"
Bo Xingze retorted.
"Do you wish to go as well?" Yan Xian replied, "No, I do not wish to. I will promptly convey your message to him." After hanging up, Bo Xingze noticed Zhu Chuan was gazing at him intently, a hint of a smile gracing his lips, which made him feel somewhat anxious. "What's the matter?" he inquired. "Nothing," Zhu Chuan replied, waving his hand as he headed towards the guest room, a subtle smile lingering on his face. He simply found Bo Xingze unexpectedly charming. It was quite astonishing how the once timid and downtrodden youth who had been bullied was now transforming into a domineering CEO, commanding authority with such conviction. As Bo Xingze watched Zhu Chuan's retreating figure, he found it hard to believe that nothing was amiss. After all, he had specially accompanied him to celebrate the Qixi festival in advance, while he himself had an unavoidable business trip the next day. "I have a business trip tomorrow. To country, he stated. Zhu Chuan paused, responding with an "oh," wishing him a successful journey and safe travels. Bo Xingze hesitated for a moment, ultimately managing to utter a mere "good." He often struggled to find the right nuances to deepen their marital bond, while the atmosphere would sometimes become amiable, could just as abruptly freeze into silence. He felt somewhat at a loss, fearing Zhu Chuan's rejection if he advanced too close, yet also apprehensive of retreating too far away. He grappled with the challenge of striking the perfect balance. When Zhu Chuan awoke, Bo Xingze had already departed, presumably for a formal engagement, leaving behind the casual suits he had purchased still hanging in the closet, with one black suit missing. After freshening up, he visited the company, where Zhou Yinin had been diligently training with the instructor for the past few days. Upon inquiring with several teachers, Zhu Chuan learned that she was performing admirably and demonstrating great diligence. This year, the company had signed a few new recruits, all of whom exhibited commendable qualities. As part of the initial preparations, Zhu Chuan was contemplating releasing some information and had called a meeting with several promotional heads. Just as he awaited their arrival, Yu Peng entered. "President Zhu, this lady claims to be your mother." Zhu Chuan initially thought it was Zhu Yusi returning from abroad. However, upon lifting his head, he was surprised to find Su Weining. "You all may leave," he instructed the executives, noting their expressions change as they quickly exited. Leaning back in his chair, Zhu Chuan rested his hands on the conference table, raising an eyebrow as he regarded the dignified woman, who seemed particularly favored by time. After Zhou Jinsong's call the previous day, he had anticipated that this matter was far from resolved. Signing Zhou Yining would likely stir up trouble with the Zhou family, yet he hadn't anticipated Su Weiniang would come in person. The woman, clutching her handbag, looked down at Zhu Chuan with an air of arrogance. You need to return Yining to me. She is young and easily misled by you. I will not be swayed by your sweet words. How am I supposed to return her? I have not bound your daughter in any way. 48. Why are you still behaving like a petulant girl? Zhu Chuan countered. Su Weiniang retorted. You are well aware of our family's status, yet allow her to enter the entertainment industry, a place rife with criticism and exposure. Yining is a socialite no matter where she stands. Do you expect her to be scrutinized by others? What are your intentions? No profession is disgraceful, except for being a mistress. The mere mention of that term struck a nerve with Su Weiniang, her meticulously applied makeup nearly cracking under the pressure of her rage. Zhu Chuan narrowed his eyes and smiled softly, as if addressing a lover. Are you embarrassed? Don't be angry. It will only aid you, and Zhou Jinsong won't appreciate it. You scoundrel! Su Weiniang exclaimed. Zhu Chuan grinned. You know me quite well. Taking a deep breath, Su Weiniang's hands trembled with fury. The once spoiled young master, Zhou Shui, had transformed over 8 years into a formidable and inscrutable opponent. Speak plainly. What will it take for you to let Yining go? Name your price. Zhu Chuan raised an eyebrow. Oh, so now you wish to use money to settle this? Miss Su, your wealth derives from Zhou Jinsong. Should he meet his end, I shall inherit. You think it's amusing to use my money to slap my face? Yining is only 18. Even if you wish to take revenge on me for your mother, you should not take it out on Yining. She is innocent. Zhu Chuan feigned surprise, placing a hand against his forehead. While you are busy being a mistress, attempting to use a child to gain entry into the Zhou family, my mother is already listed among the world's wealthiest women. How could you think of avenging yourself on her behalf? Do you really believe you deserve that title? You have a talent for aggravating me. It gives me a headache. Su Weiniang ground her teeth, shedding her facade of nobility and elegance as she scoffed. And what of you? While I became a mistress, your father still married me. Does Bo Xingze want you? Zhu Chuan was particularly sensitive to any perceived slight. Despite their marriage being a facade, he could not afford to lose face. To be honest, yes, he does. Su Weiniang looked puzzled. Zhu Chuan then produced his phone, dialing Bo Xingze for a video call in her presence. After a few rings, Bo Xingze answered, clearly engaged in a significant meeting. It's nothing. Please continue your meeting, Zhu Chuan said. Bo Xingze glanced around at the assembly of Asians and Europeans, uttering a brief phrase in English before lowering his voice in Chinese to ask what was the matter. Zhu Chuan recognized that this was not the right time to press for answers. Bo Xingze was not one to tolerate disrespect, and even though their marriage was a pretense, he still felt the need to uphold his dignity before Su Weiniang. Asking personal matters during an international meeting would be inappropriate, and Zhu Chuan knew it was futile to expect Bo Xingze to entertain him. Su Weiniang, ever sharp-tongued, probed, "What's wrong? Lost for words?" Bo Xingze recognized her voice immediately. Zhu Chuan, with his easygoing nature, typically avoided confrontation, but against someone so biting, he was at a loss. He had been bullied by her before, and it was no surprise that she had once forced him to change his name. What transpired? Bo Xingze inquired, noticing Zhu Chuan's smile as he tilted his head. I wanted to ask when our wedding date was, but I seem to have forgotten. 19th of September, came the reply. Zhu Chuan remarked, Am I interrupting your meeting? Please don't take any calls next time. Bo Xingze lifted his gaze to assess the board members and executives present, then lowered his eyes but said, Next time, you must not forget our wedding anniversary. I won't remind you a second time. Zhu Chuan assumed he sounded angry and instinctively reassured him, All right, I will definitely remember next time. Indeed. Bo Xingze raised his voice. Miss Su, my husband dislikes you immensely. Kindly maintain your distance. Zhu Chuan noticed Yan Xian behind Bo Xingze, along with the extensive merger information displayed on the large screen and various project proposals. He felt a pang of discomfort at Bo Xingze's directness. He seemed unconcerned about being labeled a tyrant in such a setting. I apologize for interrupting your meeting, everyone. Our Mr. Bo has a rather irritable temperament, so please be understanding. I will personally host you when you visit Pingzhou. The audience, understanding Chinese, shivered at the implication of having to care for Mr. Bo. They were well aware that avoiding his wrath was a considerable achievement, and Zhu Chuan's call had softened his demeanor slightly. Were they truly speaking of the same Bo Xingze? After concluding his pleasantries, Zhu Chuan quietly instructed, "Pass the phone to Yan Xian." Bo Xingze, though reluctant, handed over the phone. His gaze fixed on it as if it were a precious object, making it difficult for Yan Xian to hold. "President Zhu, you may speak," Yan Xian stammered. Zhu Chuan stated, "Bo Xingze has a low tolerance for alcohol. If there are any social engagements, please keep an eye on him and ensure he does not drink." Yan Xian nodded vigorously. "Understood. Very well, you may continue your meeting," Zhu Chuan concluded, adding, "Oh, and please do not mention our previous conversation to him. A domineering CEO values his pride." "Thank you, young lady." The memory of Bo Xingze's drunken antics, from seeking kisses to making inappropriate jokes, was likely something he preferred to forget. There was no need for him to remind him and cause embarrassment. Yan Xian hesitated before agreeing. Bo Xingze was intensely curious about their conversation, yet the circumstances were inappropriate for inquiry, so he swallowed his curiosity, only to find the call had already ended by the time he took the phone, a barely perceptible hint of dissatisfaction flickering across his face. Yan Xian, trembling. "I am aware that you had no hand in ending the call, yet it was your wife who hung up, so do not glare at me. If you possess any audacity, direct your ire towards her."
Chapter 16. Hun vs Corruption.
Su Weiniang was utterly astonished, unable to process the abrupt end of the call for quite some time. Zhu Chuan smiled at her and remarked, "Ah, it seems I forgot to inform you about the marriage. Now that you are aware, be sure to relay this to Zhou Jinsong regarding shares and such. Could you perhaps provide me with a modest dowry? It need not be excessive, after all, I was born legitimately. If he could give me 80, that would suffice." Su Weiniang gritted her teeth. "Did you not once proclaim that you would not accept a single penny from the Zhou family? Yet here you are in this quaint little place, establishing, well, that sort of establishment, all to bring us disgrace. You truly have no shame." Zhu Chuan chuckled. "Indeed, I have opened a brothel, and I am the first flower of the eaves of the moon." "What of it?" His unpredictable nature left Su Weiniang flustered, as whatever she said seemed to be met with his sardonic acceptance, often accompanied by a retort. Zhu Chuan, having had his fun, sneered disdainfully, "Yupeng, bring me Zhou Yin's contract." Before long, Yupeng placed the document on the table. "She has signed with me for 20 years. Prior to my consent, she cannot terminate the contract. If you wish to take her away, go home and count the days. Once the time is up, I will release her. I will not allow Yin to be at your mercy," Su Weiniang declared, turning on her heel to leave. Zhu Chuan, seated on the chair, produced a cigarette from seemingly nowhere, lit it, took a couple of puffs, then grimaced as he extinguished the butt on the table, glancing at the ash with distaste. "It reeks. Yupeng, find someone to disinfect the conference room. The scent of perfume is suffocating." Yupeng observed his sour mood, reclaimed the contract, and followed him into the office, cautiously stating, "Yin is indeed quite capable and eager to learn, but judging by the disposition of Ms. Su just now, it seems she would not permit Yin to debut. What would happen to the other members if she falters at the crucial moment?" Zhu Chuan shot her a glance. "Do you think I would allow someone who is meant to debut to falter at the critical juncture?" Yupeng understood that although he appeared frivolous and unreliable, his words were never empty, and he could procure even the most forbidden substances that the world prohibited. "There's no room for error here," she asserted, her prudent nature disliking risks. Zhu Chuan smiled slightly. "In my domain, there is no such thing as error. Now, you may leave. The preliminary promotional activities will proceed as usual, and I shall handle any issues that arise." "Understood." Yupeng exited, and Zhou Yin entered, peering curiously into the room. "Playing a game of cat and mouse? Come in." Zhou Yin bounced into the office, lazily resting her chin on his desk and pouting, "Big brother, Mom just called and scolded me again, insisting that second brother persuade me to return home. Do you wish to go back?" "Not at all." Zhou Yin plucked a piece of biscuit from the table, chewing it animatedly. Her cheeks puffed as she stated, "Second brother is just like our parents, obsessed with family honor and reputation. What is it to me? I'm not inheriting a throne. Besides, I could simply not mention that I am their daughter. Big brother, you signed me, so you cannot ignore me. I'm sticking to you like glue. If not, I'll tell sister-in-law that you don't care for me. Why would you cry to her? She is not equipped to handle family disputes, only able to say a few words in front of me." Zhu Chuan pushed the biscuit plate a little closer. "SNT, it said that a whisper in the ear can sway the heart. You don't heed sister-in-law's words?" Zhu Chuan imagined Bo Xingze whispering sweet nothings and found it rather compelling. Zhou Yinyin, munching on the biscuit, continued, all she does is learn flower arrangement and tea ceremonies. The etiquette is utterly tedious. At home, I can't even indulge in stinky tofu, constantly lectured about foie gras and caviar. It's as if I'm living in the last century. And also, big brother, you have no idea, they won't let me wear short skirts at home. I must don some high-end gown to avoid shame. I want to dance, but they say such dances are vulgar. Please, what era are we in? Is sensuality synonymous with indecency? Zhou Yinyin leaned forward suddenly. Big brother, will sister-in-law criticize you? Criticize me for what? Zhu Chuan asked, perplexed. For running that Eves of the Moon establishment. Will she say something about you being unfaithful or indecent? You catch my drift. She wouldn't dare. Zhou Yinyin squinted playfully. Sister-in-law clearly cares for you. Having married, is it not expected that she would? Your hickey is showing. Zhu Chuan glanced down, tugging at his shirt collar to cover it. Nonsense, it's just a bump. What hickey? Zhou Yinyin, still young, was unaware of his past with Bo Xingze, only knowing they had been together and subsequently parted ways, after which he changed his name, went abroad, and returned to Pingzhou. Has sister-in-law ever scolded you? Or struck you? Zhu Chuan pondered, scolded, perhaps a bit. During school, I was often met with his cold demeanor, but that hardly counts. After marriage, not at all, whether out of guilt or something else. Bo Xingze always seems hesitant in my presence, as if he is treading carefully. Curiosity piqued. Next time I see sister-in-law, I'll ask her how she feels about you. Let us see if she responds. Zhou Yinyin giggled. Big brother, you've admitted it. Last time you denied it, and now you let me call her sister-in-law. Oh, I see you must still have feelings for her. There are many I care for, and you are not among them. Zhou Yinyin wrinkled her nose in discontent when she noticed the phone ringing. It was a video call. Zhu Chuan answered. But before he could speak, Zhou Yinyin exclaimed, Pretty aunt. Zhu Yusi paused. Why is Yinyin here? Zhou Yinyin giggled, leaning on the desk, greeting the poised and capable woman in the video call. I signed with Big Brother-S company. I'll be debuting soon, so you must come to see my performance. How impressive. I will definitely attend, Zhu Yusi replied, her eyes sparkling with warmth, softening her previously formidable demeanor. Zhu Chuan recognized that Zhu Yusi had something to discuss and gestured for Zhou Yinyin to leave. She pouted, then I'll go train. Goodbye, pretty aunt. Zhu Yusi had been divorced from Zhou Jinsong for many years, viewing her ex-husband and Su Weining as worthless and unworthy of her grief. I only play along for my son. Now that we are divorced, they should disappear from my sight, lest they provoke my wrath. Zhu Yusi sometimes visited Zhu Chuan's grandfather, while Su Weining dared not show her face in front of her, often waiting for her to leave before returning. However, Zhou Yinyin was different from the Zhou family. She had been like a sticky candy since she was little, calling Zhou Shui brother and even accompanying him to meet her, affectionately greeting her as pretty aunt. And over the years, she had come to resemble another daughter. You've signed Yinyin? Zhu Chuan affirmed. This little brat is too clingy. I could not refuse her without being hounded to death. Zhu Yusi scrutinized his somewhat disheveled, earthy-colored shirt, which somehow exuded a charming allure, revealing a glimpse of his chest and collarbone tattoos, as well as ambiguous marks. About that shirt, Zhu Chuan adjusted the camera angle. Now you can't see it. Zhu Yusi, choosing to disregard it, returned to the topic of Zhou Yinyin. Shui, tell me honestly, signing her ISNT just a means to vex them, is it? Indeed. Zhu Chuan candidly replied. Zhu Yusi raised an eyebrow, mirroring Zhu Chuan's rebellious demeanor. Why complicate matters? If you are unwilling, I could easily arrange for them to beg on the streets. Mom, you are simply too cool. I love it. Enough nonsense. Zhu Yusi, with a hint of helplessness, reached out to tap the camera lens, as if marking his forehead. Despite having matured significantly, in her eyes, he remained that impish and arrogant young master. I heard you married Bo Xingze? You seem well informed. Why didn't you tell me? Back then, you insisted I throw money at him, claiming it was payment for services rendered. Regretting it now? Not at all. Zhu Yusi remarked, your father and grandfather went to great lengths to persuade you, yet you were determined to stay with him. Even after your breakup, you refused to speak of it. But I can tell that your absence from Jiangqing for the past 8 years is because you still harbor feelings for him. Zhu Chuan propped his chin on his hand and asked, Mom, what do you think love is? Zhu Yusi was momentarily taken aback by his question. Leaning back against the chair, Zhu Chuan smiled faintly. as if amused, yet his expression lacked sincerity. Bo Xingze speaks little. You must have observed his taciturn nature during school. I believe when he makes a promise, it's for a lifetime. I'm prepared to be with him. Zhu Chuan's fingertips unconsciously drummed on the table as he laughed. I've resolved to take nothing from the Zhou family or you. I'll endure hardships alongside him and strive together. Zhu Yusi felt a pang of heartache. Her seemingly frivolous son was, in truth, quite perceptive from a young age. Otherwise, he wouldn't allow Zhou Yining to cling to him under such circumstances while harboring such animosity towards Su Weining. Zhu Chuan gazed at Zhu Yusi through the lens, tilting his head with a smile. I don't wish to be a taker anymore. Whatever he offers, I'll reciprocate in kind. If he doesn't give, then I'll provide for myself. He only slightly opened up his heart in her presence, shedding the playful fade momentarily. The oppressive atmosphere dissipated, replaced by his usual carefree demeanor. This mid-autumn festival, will you come to me or shall I go to you? Zhu Yusi replied, I have a meeting in X country, so I can't accompany you this year. All right. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Yusi added, after mid-autumn, I'll visit Pingzhou. If Bo Xingze is free, let us have a meal together. Good. Then you can take the opportunity to scold him a bit to ease my frustration. If he treats you poorly, then divorce him and set me free. Zhu Yusi shot him a glare. I wouldn't say such a thing. That would make me a wicked mother-in-law, wouldn't it? Now I must get busy. Since you're married, you should go out less. Also, Dr. Su mentioned you didn't go to him for your medication last month. Did you forget? Zhu Chuan chuckled. That medication is ineffective. There's no point in wasting effort. Besides, I'm not dying just yet. Say that again? Zhu Chuan, realizing his slip, quickly backtracked. I'll go get it right away, I'll go myself. Zhu Yusi left with a parting remark. 3 days without discipline leads to a breach of the roof, before hanging up, likely to attend to pressing matters. Zhu Chuan rubbed the non-existent gland at the back of his neck, wishing to convey to Zhu Yusi not to inform Bo Xingze about his health issues, when his phone pinged with a new message. Bo Xingze, are you all right? Zhu Chuan paused, slowly comprehending that Bo Xingze was inquiring about Su Weining's trouble. He replied with a smile, not that great. My husband isn't home, so I can only be bullied. I'm currently in tears. On the other end, Bo Xingze loosened his grip on the phone. Yan Xian exclaimed, President Bo, be careful. SNT this flat ground? How did you trip? Chapter 17. Chuan's filth. Bo Xingze calmly rose, his expression stern as he retrieved his phone from the ground, though his trembling hand betrayed his current emotions.
I'm sorry.
Zhu Chuan laughed. Just teasing you. Get back to work, we'll talk later. Bo Xingze wished to continue the conversation, but seeing Zhu Chuan's disinterest, he typed a simple OK, bringing this hard-won topic to a chilly conclusion. Yan Xian remarked, you've killed the conversation again. Bo Xingze frowned in confusion. What's wrong with that? Yan Xian, exasperated, lamented. Everything is wrong. Instead of saying I am sorry, you should say I love you. Bo Xingze involuntarily twitched at the corner of his brow. I'm going to a meeting. On Zhu Chuan's end, he sighed deeply after the call ended. It was almost time for his monthly pheromone release, and unbeknownst to him, he and Bo Xingze had already been married for a month. In comparison to the sensations brought by the pheromone release, the experience with Bo Xingze was slightly better. It wasn't painless nor particularly comfortable, but to be fair, this man's efforts were indeed lacking. Although he hadn't experienced anyone else, having only this one man in his life, the brute force approach was hardly a technical endeavor. He questioned whether Bo Xingze had any experience aside from his own. Otherwise, who could endure such a crude method? These 8 years had been spent in a state of enforced chastity. Otherwise, how could there be no signs of improvement after such a long time? However, one advantage was that he found it somewhat more pleasurable than the pheromone release. Zhu Chuan contemplated that it might indeed be necessary to teach Bo Xingze how to bring joy to both parties. Otherwise, before he could even divorce Bo Xingze, he might end up dead in bed. As the saying goes, marry a dog, follow the dog? Never mind, he'd rather be a dog. After dinner, with nothing pressing, and Xian nursing an injury at home, Zhu Chuan called to check on him. You only scraped a little skin, and you're staying home? Can't you bear this humiliation? Xian grumbled. If I go out looking like this, people will wonder what happened. I don't want to explain. Can you really swallow this grievance? If not, I can find a couple of people to deal with those robbers for you. Should I break an arm or a leg? Or perhaps I could disfigure them for revenge. Zhu Chuan, with his numerous enterprises and connections, could easily follow through on such threats. No, Zhu Chuan replied. Why are you reacting so strongly? Do you have a grudge against them? Xian chuckled softly. No, you know what kind of person I am. I'm just running a small business and still relying on your support. How could I have a grudge? But seriously, if things go south, I'll come to you to sell myself for a month, and you can protect me. Zhu Chuan gave him a once-over. With your skills, do you think you're worthy? Xian abruptly hung up the phone with a snap. Zhu Chuan raised an eyebrow, finishing his cup of self-brewed coffee. The coffee beans Bo Xingze bought were surprisingly good. He hadn't expected him to develop a taste for enjoyment, thinking he would only muddle through. Zhu Chuan wasn't fond of kitchen chores, so he tossed the coffee cup into the sink and turned to leave. Suddenly, he recalled Bo Xingze washing the dishes and cups here every day. With a click of his tongue, he reached for the cup and washed it. He truly detested getting his hands wet, and after washing, he disdainfully tossed it into the cupboard, resolving to let Bo Xingze handle it next time. With time still on his side, he scrolled through his social media feed. It was Qixi Festival, and the overwhelming displays of affection made his scalp tingle. Scrolling down felt endless and monotonous. Bo Xingze hadn't posted anything, so Zhu Chuan clicked on his profile, discovering only one post from a month ago. It was a picture with no caption, just 2 marriage certificates. Zhu Chuan was taken aback. He had only signed the contract back then and hadn't followed up since. Naturally, the 2 marriage certificates were in Bo Xingze's possession, and without mutual friends, he couldn't see if there were any congratulations beneath it. He hesitated before tapping like. Having just finished a call with Yan Xian, Bo Xingze noticed a notification pop up and nearly dropped his phone. What did his liking the post mean? Did he want a divorce? If he had known, he wouldn't have posted that. Was it too late to delete it now? Bo Xingze decisively called Yan Xian again. Yan Xian, he liked my post. Yan Xian, momentarily pulling himself from his hectic work, responded, Huh? The marriage certificate? Oh huh? What does he mean by that? Yan Xian pondered for a while, drawing from his extensive repertoire of romantic dramas. I think it might have been casual. Plus, today is Qixi Festival. He might be feeling nostalgic. Nostalgic? Indeed, one could ponder the fact that while everyone is immersed in festive celebrations, it is often remarked that midnight can evoke feelings of melancholy. He finds himself alone in the empty abode of Pingzhou, and witnessing others displaying their affections surely stirs something within him. Suddenly, Yan Xian's call was abruptly disconnected. Assuming it was merely a signal issue, she redialed, only to be met with silence. She sent a message, inquiring for clarification. Bo Xingze replied, he called me. Yan Xian remarked, oh, so I am merely a tool in this scenario, am I? Zhu Chuan, having finished washing the dishes and noticing the hour was still early, found himself unable to sleep. Consequently, he decided to initiate a video call with Bo Xingze, recalling that earlier in the day, his complexion appeared somewhat unwell, as if he were under the weather. Bo Xingze answered promptly, as if he had been waiting. Are you busy? Zhu Chuan inquired. Bo Xingze replied with a nonchalant not really, and you? Zhu Chuan mused that conversing with such a person required considerable effort. Yet thankfully, Bo Xingze was fairly talkative. His friends, from Lu Xianzhou to Professor Fu, were often of a more reserved nature. What could I possibly be busy with? The small workshop has its own management. Aside from eating and drinking, there's little else to do. However, now that you mention it, there is indeed something. Shanghai has a new variety show, and during the promotional activities, they need to film a behind-the-scenes segment. Are you going too? Does the boss really need to oversee such matters personally? Zhu Chuan noted the frown on Bo Xingze's face and jested. The entire crew is out in the mountains, surviving on meager rations. If I don't go to comfort them, they might just quit, and I'd end up bankrupt from the penalties. Zhu Chuan sensed the conversation had reached a natural conclusion. He noted Bo Xingze had not uttered more than 10 words, likely indicating he was genuinely busy, or perhaps he simply struggled to articulate his thoughts unless pressed. All right then, you carry on. Bo Xingze cast a glance at the mountain of documents before him and stated, I'm not busy. I've finished everything and am preparing to rest. Immediately realizing the incongruity of his words, he added, but I'm not tired yet. Are you going to sleep? I'm not tired either. Zhu Chuan had just finished his shower, his hair still damp, and the collar of his nightgown revealed a hint of skin on camera. Bo Xingze felt a dryness in his throat, swallowing slightly to alleviate it. You should get dressed. Zhu Chuan looked down and realized that the silk robe had somehow come undone, leaving him exposed as he conversed. Why didn't you remind me sooner? Zhu Chuan teased, winking at him with a smile. Bo, have you grown fond of the view? Why not remind me to dress properly? Bo Xingze's voice was hoarse. You might catch a cold. In truth, he had already reacted to the sight. The pale skin and the tantalizing glimpse of his form were nearly overwhelming his rationality. Is it a cold? Zhu Chuan, rather than dressing appropriately, playfully hooked his finger around the left side of the robe, the wine-red fabric teasingly revealing more with each movement, much like tender shoots breaking through the soil, prying apart the stones. Bo Xingze's eyes turned a deep crimson, casting his gaze downward only to be unable to resist looking back up again, instinctively swallowing hard. The delicate silk was particularly striking, prompting him to set down his pen, remove his glasses, and momentarily shut his eyes before quickly reopening them to reclaim the fleeting moment he had missed. The sheer fabric clung to his skin like a splash of red wine, inviting the touch to wipe it away or to savor the essence directly. Bogu, to be honest, are you concerned about me catching a cold, or are you the one? Zhu Chuan teased, his elongated, almond-shaped eyes shimmering with warmth under the soft lighting. Bo Xingze felt his breath hitch, each word and action entwining with his reason, much like a proud peacock strutting before him. He understood perfectly how to keep him entranced, completely in control of the situation. Yet, being a beta, he could not be marked, no matter how fiercely he acted. His scent would never linger. Bo Xingze gazed at Zhu Chuan, feeling both tortured and frantic, nearly willing to sacrifice everything for a means to mark him, while Zhu Chuan, fearless, continued to toy with his sanity from across the screen. This peacock reveled in the sight of his torment, fully aware of his power over him, deliberately flaunting his defiance despite knowing he was working. Are you not going to speak? Bo Xingze clenched his jaw, wishing he could leap through the screen to pull him out and tear him apart so he could no longer stir trouble. What? Zhu Chuan queried, his voice light. I didn't catch that. Please clarify. Bo Xingze's ears flushed with warmth. He could remain indifferent in front of others, but with Zhu Chuan, he found himself constantly yielding, willingly stepping into his trap. I'm hard, you should put on your clothes and stop messing around. Zhu Chuan could hardly contain his laughter, quickly tying the robe back together, restoring modesty, leaving only a hint of a smile behind. Bo Xingze frowned. Are you angry? Not at all. I'm done teasing. By the way, my mother called today. She plans to visit Pingzhou after the Mid-Autumn Festival for a meal. Zhu Chuan contemplated the necessity of informing him. She knows about the fake marriage, but when the time comes, pretend to be infatuated with me so she feels assured. Bo Xingze's brow remained furrowed, silently affirming to himself that he didn't need to act when it came to loving him. Zhu Chuan surmised he still had business to attend to, murmuring, finish up and rest early. You don't look well. Are you unwell? Not at all. Bo Xingze suppressed the impulse to cough, swallowing back the concern about his fever. That's good. Rest early once you finish. I'll be heading to bed as well. Zhu Chuan feigned hanging up, but Bo Xingze stopped him, seemingly with something on his mind. After a moment of silence, he still hadn't spoken. What's on your mind? Bo Xingze quickly contemplated his words, his mind racing faster than it ever had during high-stakes decisions, taking several seconds to formulate a response. You're just going to sleep? I'd like to see the moon from your side. Is it round? Zhu Chuan found his request peculiar, as his bed was not set up in the wilderness but within the comfort of his home. Bo Xingze realized how awkward his excuse sounded, feeling somewhat defeated. Forget it. Good night. I need to look over some documents. Wait a moment. On the balcony, there was a bed that Bo Xingze had received as a gift when purchasing furniture, left there due to lack of space. It was adorned with a delicate mosquito net, making it look like a little princess's abode, layered with several silk quilts. Zhu Chuan walked barefoot over, pulling back the netting and climbing onto the bed. It's a bit warm. Next time, install a fan or something, Zhu Chuan casually remarked after lying down, switching his phone's camera to the rear-facing one, immediately capturing the starry sky to show Bo Xingze. The stars twinkled, and the moon appeared pleasantly round. Bo Xingze, observing the stars through the phone, was serenaded by a soft, melodious voice humming. Even if tomorrow brings 1,000 stars, they'll shine brighter than tonight's moon. The last time Bo Xingze heard him sing, he had specifically searched for that song to play in his car, yet he found himself enamored with the subsequent lyrics. It's all you, making my memories linger. The paperwork piled high, the clock ticking away. Bo Xingze tugged at his tie, loosening 2 buttons of his shirt, watching the starry scene and the low hum of Zhu Chuan's voice, realizing how arduous and draining work could be. He had his own constellation of stars, free and unrestrained, never lingering for a single person, yet he found himself trapped, with only Zhu Chuan able to liberate him. Zhu Chuan's world was filled with countless stars, while Bo Xingza's universe contained solely Zhu Chuan. A soft sigh escaped his lips, followed by the sound of pages turning. Zhu Chuan gazed at the man on screen, his features cold yet handsome, and even in silence, he exuded an undeniable charm, his furrowed brows holding a hint of allure. The camera on Zhu Chuan's end captured the sky, allowing him to unabashedly observe Bo Xingza as he focused intently on the documents, his long, dark lashes casting shadows over his eyes. He appeared even more captivating than 8 years prior, exuding a more refined masculinity, yet still susceptible to coaxing. Zhu Chuan lowered his gaze to his silk robe, surprised by the considerable allure his body held for Bo Xingza. A soft scoff escaped him. Upon hearing this dismissive sound, Bo Xingza halted his pen, elongating the final stroke of the character Z, his brow furrowing as he contemplated asking what was amiss, yet hesitated, fearing that such an inquiry might disrupt the fragile tranquility they had managed to attain. He returned to his documents, only lifting his head after perusing all the papers on his desk, finding that it was already well past midnight. The screen still shimmered with a celestial display of stars, though the moon had now traversed to the western horizon. Bo Xingza removed his glasses, pinching the bridge of his nose to alleviate the strain on his weary eyes. The fever had rendered him somewhat dazed, and a dull ache throbbed in his head. Yet the rhythm of the steady breathing emanating from his phone seemed to lift the weight of exhaustion from his shoulders. Though he lamented not being able to see the face of the one he cherished, listening to that breath brought him a profound sense of satisfaction, causing the corners of his mouth to involuntarily curve upward. Leaning back against the chair, he closed his eyes for a moment, the sound of breathing stirring memories of Zhu Chuan clad in the silk robe, his gaze dreamy, lips a crimson hue, and voice soft as if shattered glass. Bo Xingza opened his eyes to discover that at some point, the other had inadvertently touched the phone, the camera capturing half of his slumbering visage. He gazed greedily at the screen, unable to look away from the softly moving lips during sleep, the delicate flutter of eyelashes, and the silk robe slipping from the shoulders.
Bo Xingza's breath quickened.
Though feverish, the fire in his heart burned even hotter, nearly consuming his reason entirely. The scent of clear liquor clouded his mind, urging him to abandon rationality and succumb to instinct. As his fingertips grazed the heated area brought forth by that person, he gently closed his eyes. The breathing sounded like a melodious voice from an exquisite moment, guiding him to a shared pinnacle of desire. With a long exhale, Bo Xingza momentarily suppressed his yearning to possess, hoarsely whispering, "Good night." Chapter 18. Chuan's surrender. When Zhu Chuan awoke in the morning, his phone had powered down, leaving him unaware of when he had succumbed to slumber. Last night, Bo Xingza insisted on stargazing, and in the spirit of the Qixi festival, they spent the entire night immersed in the cosmos. Rising from bed, he sought out the charger and plugged it in before heading to take a shower. The lingering heat of autumn clung to him, making him feel sticky after a night of uninterrupted sleep, a rarity for someone who usually avoided warmth, accustomed as he was to the cool embrace of air conditioning. Emerging from his shower and powering on his phone, a flood of messages greeted him. One by one, he opened them. "Teacher Zhu, we have arrived at the meeting point. Sister Yupeng said we should wait for you to go over together. Are you joining us on the bus? Teacher Zhu, are you going this time? My classmates want to join, but there are enough spots for the visit. Could you make an exception? Teacher Zhu. Bro. Happy Qixi to you and your wife." As Zhu Chuan scrolled down, the final message was from Bo Xingza. "Remember to apply sunscreen." A sudden smile broke across his face at this, realizing that someone so particular about clothing colors, never straying from simplicity in daily life and focused solely on work, would even think to mention sunscreen. He typed a brief reply, "Okay." Bo Xingza did not respond, likely still asleep, so Zhu Chuan refrained from saying more that might wake him. This variety show was indeed arduous. These artists, accustomed to being catered to, were likely struggling with the experience. This would be the first large-scale visit, and everyone was buzzing with excitement. Zhu Chuan adjusted his sunglasses, surveying the group of delicate, beautiful young women accompanying him to the countryside to fend off mosquitoes. Who could bear to do this? Several alphas chuckled, while the omegas blushed, exchanging shy smiles. "Let's go, get on the bus." Zhu Chuan opted not to take the bus but had Yupeng arrange a few luxury vans typically reserved for the company's artists, equipped with Wi-Fi, computers, and even coffee and snacks. Teacher Zhu, I can't believe Emperor Liu is joining the variety show. I love his portrayal of that eccentric character. It left me feeling quite submissive after watching. Teacher Zhu, could you get us an autograph when we see him? A few curious girls leaned in, eager to extract entertainment industry secrets, soon shifting to discuss Zhu Chuan's looks. You're so handsome. It's a shame you're just a boss. You would surely shine if you acted. Zhu Chuan laughed, replying, what is that saying? Those who can't act become singers, and those who can't sing become actors. It's quite unfortunate. I excel at neither. The girls giggled at his witty retorts, and one of them noticed his phone lighting up, reaching out to inform him. Your phone is ringing. Zhu Chuan glanced at the screen. It was a call from Bo Xingze. Awake? MHM. He fell into a prolonged silence, likely contemplating his next words. Then, a rustling sound followed, and the voice call transformed into a video call. I saw your message and wanted to let you know. On the other end, Bo Xingze was dressing, his back to the camera. He had just pulled on his trousers, his bare upper body showcasing defined muscles and a strong waist, then adorned himself with a crisp white shirt, fastening the buttons with precision. As he tied his tie, he turned slightly, his expression a mix of restraint and an inexplicable intensity of desire. Several young girls could hardly contain their excitement, whispering, Teacher, who is he? Is he a new artist signed to the company? He is so handsome. I think I'm going to die. What is his name? Bo Xingze caught the sounds, abruptly raising his gaze, clearly taken aback by the presence of others, his expression shifting from momentary confusion to icy detachment. When did you sleep? Zhu Chuan inquired. 7:30. Zhu Chuan's phone had shut down automatically, yet he had not dared to miss a single moment before that. It's barely 9. You've only been asleep for an hour and a half? I have a meeting. Bo Xingze's gaze occasionally drifted to the side, unable to see the girls' faces, unaware of Zhu Chuan's whereabouts or activities. Are you going to the visit today? Have you left? Zhu Chuan replied affirmatively, yes, on the bus. It should take over 3 hours to arrive. You should get some rest after your meeting. I'll have Yen Xian wake you up. Drink less coffee. MHM. The girls began to sense something amiss, their curiosity piqued by the familiarity in Zhu Chuan's tone. Teacher, who is this person? Bo Xingze also heard the question, his breath hitching as he wondered how Zhu Chuan would respond. He longed to proclaim to the girls, I am Zhu Chuan's husband, legally. Zhu Chuan narrowed his eyes, smiling softly, exuding warmth and tenderness. Yet Bo Xingze felt an acute sense of indifference from him, as if he disregarded his very existence. My husband. A sudden thud resonated in Bo Xingze's chest, as if something had dropped, and it took him a moment to realize it was his heart, which had plummeted at those 3 words, leaving him dizzy with exhilaration. He had barely slept all night, his head pounding, and the rhythm of his heart felt erratic. Yet this revelation only compounded the tumult within him. Oh my, the boss lady! One of the girls exclaimed, prompting a chorus of excited chatter and sweet laughter to fill the air. Bo Xingze fixated on Zhu Chuan's face, his expression icy, struggling not to burst into laughter. Good morning, boss lady. Bo Xingze observed the vibrant young women on the screen and, feeling out of place, nodded slightly. Hello, Zhu Chuan, recognizing Bo Xingze's discomfort with such enthusiastic attention, cleared his throat gently, saying, all right, enough of that. The boss lady has a meeting to attend. Let us disperse. In unison, the girls chorused, Goodbye, boss lady.
Bo Xingze replied coolly, Goodbye.
Zhu Chuan reclined against the chair, lowering his voice. How many days will you be staying? An unexpected issue arose. I need to extend my stay by a couple of days. I'll return in 3 days. Zhu Chuan added, this morning, someone texted me asking when it would be appropriate to install the air cooler. They want to schedule a time. I merely mentioned it casually last night. Can I really sleep outside all day? It's quite the request to have someone bring an air cooler. Bo Xingze remained silent. Zhu Chuan chuckled softly. Although he appeared to be a president, at the end of the day he was merely working for old Su. Even if the salary he received was substantial, it did not warrant such extravagance. Surely he needed to save some for his family. Bo Xingze opened his mouth, intending to express his ability to support Zhu Chuan, that he wished to shield him from any discomfort. But before he could articulate his thoughts, Zhu Chuan cut him off, asserting, I don't need your support. Bo Xingze responded with a slight sigh, his earlier excitement at being referred to as my husband dissipating like a fleeting bubble. I can take good care of you, you need not worry about finances. Besides, I am not as impoverished as you might presume. I am not the same person I was 8 years ago, when you felt wronged following me. Are you upset? Bo Xingze would never lie. When he said he wasn't angry, it meant he truly wasn't. Silence signified his discontent. Zhu Chuan, feeling somewhat helpless, rubbed his head and leaned against the car window, glancing at the students ahead, all fast asleep. He then lowered his voice, saying, "Which lady boss is the stingy?" A few words and she is already displeased. Bo Xingze cast his eyes downward. "I am not displeased. Merely what?"
Bo Xingze hesitated, struggling to articulate.
"I wish to cherish you, to treat you well. You cannot endure discomfort. Last night, sleeping outdoors was unsettling. You were drenched in sweat. Despite his thick skin and disregard for appearances, being scrutinized throughout the night was an inexplicable sensation, causing his heart and ears to flush, rendering his words almost too hot to speak. Why didn't you wake me?" Zhu Chuan inquired. "I wouldn't want to disturb your work. Not a disturbance." For the first time, Bo Xingze's honest demeanor caught him off guard. Their breaths intertwined, and Zhu Chuan inexplicably felt the car's air conditioning was failing. It was uncomfortably warm. Back in school, he had seemed the one with the upper hand, teasing and pressuring others into responses. But it was Bo Xingze who was the true hunter. "Zhu Chuan," he called, eliciting a shiver from him, as if an unspoken signal had opened wide the gates of their burgeoning intimacy, leaving him anxious about what might intrude. "I missed you," Bo Xingze admitted, feeling somewhat clumsy, then softened his tone. "It's quite cold here. I am not accustomed to it." The atmosphere was so gentle that it became disorienting. Zhu Chuan couldn't help but chuckle. "What's the matter? Feeling lonely and cold? Do you want me to hold you to sleep?" Bo Xingze hadn't anticipated such a response and instinctively replied, "Yes." This prompted Zhu Chuan to erupt in laughter, his eyes crinkling like the delicate folds of peach blossom petals, adding a flirtatious flair that was impossible to resent. "Stop laughing," Bo Xingze insisted. "I can't help it. Just imagine if your subordinates and branch directors, who fear your reprimands, heard you say such things, they would be laughing for 3 days. Bo Xingze gritted his teeth. "If you laugh again, I shall strangle you." Zhu Chuan glanced at the sleeping students again, ensuring none were awake, then lowered his voice to a mere whisper, "This misses." "Bo, do you truly wish to strangle me?" With thousands of miles between them, Bo Xingze observed the fearless smile on his face and recalled the teasing from the previous night. "What manner of approach do you desire? It is you who cries out in distress, unable to bear it. It is you who stirs the embers of desire." Bo Xingze swallowed hard and finally added, "Button up another." Zhu Chuan glanced down. "Isn't this how I always dress? What's the problem? It is chilly in the car. This attire is unsuitable for such an environment. The fabric is not durable enough." "Not durable?" Zhu Chuan was taken aback. He had never damaged a shirt, except when it had been torn by Bo Xingze's hands, which were strong enough to leave him bruised. "What fabric is durable, then?" Bo Xingze pondered briefly, then replied, "My shirts are made of high-quality fabric." Chapter 19, Chuan's Filth. After Bo Xingze sent that message, Zhu Chuan ceased to respond, leading him to speculate whether he was displeased. What could he be pondering so intently while staring at his phone? Bo Xingze stiffened slightly and slowly turned to look at the man who had unexpectedly spoken. Though he had spoken lightly, the atmosphere suddenly became taut, as Yen Xian glanced nervously from one to the other, too apprehensive to speak. "Please go ahead," Bo Xingze said, handing her the documents. "All right." The man shot Yen Xian a cold look, smirking disdainfully. "I thought you would never return here. How surprising to see you so soon, truly a twist of fate." "What are you doing here?" Bo Xingze inquired. "You surely do not wish to see me. Those with guilty consciences never do wish to meet witnesses, do they? You carry a life on your shoulders. I trust you haven't forgotten." President Bo Xingze regarded him in silence. Liao Yicheng found his calm demeanor infuriating and, with arms crossed, sneered, "For years have passed in the blink of an eye. Guan Lu has been gone for so long. Upon returning, do you not feel a sense of dislocation?" Bo Xingze slightly lowered his gaze, unwilling to engage further. Liao Yicheng had been his university roommate. They had been sent abroad together for further studies. Guan Lu came from a well-off family, merely gilding his experience overseas. Guan Lu was vivacious, inviting them to share living quarters. The trio had collaborated on a project during college, with Bo Xingze and Liao Yicheng handling the development while Guan Lu managed publicity and fundraising. The project garnered widespread attention, propelling them into the spotlight as sought-after talents by various companies and research institutions. President Bo, in the dead of night, do you not feel any guilt? Regarding Guanlu's death and the sale of the patent, Bo Xingze replied, I can assure you, my conscience is clear. With that, he strode directly into the conference hall, leaving 2 doors swinging. Liao Yicheng spat furiously. Just wait. Yan Xian occasionally assessed Bo Xingze, noting his composed expression, which left her uncertain about his mood, so she refrained from speaking. On their return journey, he compressed all his work into one afternoon and evening. Book a flight back to Pingzhou for tomorrow morning. Yan Xian queried, why the rush? You barely slept yesterday, and you've been busy all day. If you don't rest tonight, you might collapse. Bo Xingze fell ill with a high fever the day after his arrival, attending meetings by day and receiving 4 drips at night while trying to review documents, treating himself like Iron Man President Bo. If I may say something inappropriate, why are you working so hard over something that isn't even your industry? If your body breaks down, it won't be easy to recover. Bo Xingze felt a heaviness in his head, propping himself up with one hand while closing his eyes. In a hoarse voice, he assured her he was aware of his limits. Yan Xian understood his relentless dedication. He had previously worked even harder, only occasionally easing off after marrying Zhu Chuan, yet he still made up for it at home. Late-night work had been commonplace for him. It seemed as though he had lost the very essence of living, relying solely on work for sustenance. President Bo, you care deeply for Mr. Zhu, don't you? Bo Xingze opened his eyes, and just as Yan Xian believed he would remain silent, he gently nodded. Yes. Then why did you part ways? Bo Xingze turned his head to look at her. Yan Xian was startled by the bloodshot veins in his eyes and his cold expression, and she whispered, if you prefer not to answer, then forget it. I was merely asking since you are now married. Any discord will have its resolution one day. It is evident that Mr. Zhu still has feelings for you. He still cares for me? Yan Xian nearly rolled her eyes but maintained her professionalism, responding earnestly, my goodness, President Bo, consider it. Who would marry an ex-boyfriend they didn't like at all? Marriage is not like a one-night stand. It cannot simply be erased. Observing his expression, Yan Xian felt he might be muddled by illness or lost in his own entanglements.
Bo Xingze exhaled softly,
shedding some of his fatigue yet instantly shrouded in a new layer, tinged with confusion and helplessness, as if grappling with an insurmountable defeat. Half a month before the college entrance examination, Yan Xian froze momentarily, then quickly realized he was about to recount his past, her attention fully captured. At that time, the Gene Management Bureau assigned me an Omega. Yan Xian, so, Mr. Zhu was mistaken? Not at all. Bo Xingze shook his head. Zhu Chuan was aware of this matter as well, having once sat atop him during an intimate moment, teasingly asking, can those delicate Omegas endure this? Should I keep you or that Omega? Bo Xingze declined that pairing and had never intended to meet that Omega. He had always desired only that one audacious and unruly beta. Back then, I was impoverished, clad in my brother's hand-me-downs. My ability to attend high school was only possible due to the school's tuition waiver, and the living expenses were scraped together by my family, leading to a life of hardship. He was pampered, having never experienced suffering, and despite being a beta, he was nurtured to be more fragile than an Omega, unable to endure even the slightest discomfort, making him a challenge to care for. As Bo Xingze reminisced, his tone softened with affection, a hint of a smile revealing the sweetness of those bygone days. I was still young then, with aspirations to rise above my circumstances and ensure he would not endure hardships. Even if I had to toil, I was determined to take care of him and give him everything I had. He was equally considerate, knowing my financial constraints and refusing to demand anything extravagant. A young master from a wealthy family, accustomed to high society soirees, he was willing to share a meal at a street stall with me. However, after just one such meal, his fragile constitution faltered, leading to several days of discomfort from food poisoning, during which he weakly glared at me, insisting that I should cook for him in the future. Yan Xian couldn't bear to interrupt him, realizing that the reason Bo had learned to cook stemmed from this incident, rather than being a peculiar hobby of a domineering CEO. As the college entrance examinations approached, he had been absent from school for several days, and my calls went unanswered. At that time, Zhu Chuan had already left the Zhou family and was unreachable. Later, his mother found me and handed me a sum of money. Bo Xingze glanced at his hand, feeling the weight of that day when he received the money. Shui has already gone abroad. He no longer likes this place or you. Your relationship has come to an end. Bo Xingze looked at the composed, middle-aged woman, his voice steady as he inquired, why did he leave? A smart child would not ask such questions anymore. I am aware of your family circumstances and your ambitions. Consider this money as my sponsorship for your university education. Keep it. Zhu Yusi moved with an elegance that spoke of countless trials yet retained an exceptional poise, embodying a powerful woman. I want to see him. He does not wish to see you. I will not rest until I understand this matter. Zhu Yusi seemed perplexed by his insistence, furrowing her brow, contemplating whether he was reluctant to part with this prized catch, only to dismiss the thought. She was perceptive. Bo Xingze's motives were not financial. A relationship that has ended is simply that. Ended. There is no point in forcing it. You will encounter someone more suitable in the future. Zhu Yusi advised him. That is impossible. She found it hard to reason with him, and Shui refused to explain the breakup, only stating he never wanted to see this person again, insisting on going abroad and requesting money from her. He flung the money at her, calling it a fee for companionship. Zhu Yusi could not utter such words, instead expressing more delicately, love requires the consent of both parties. A breakup only requires one to have the thought, and you have already ended. I am a mother, and I have my biases. I secretly hope you will not pursue him any further. Bo Xingze closed his eyes for a moment, removing his glasses and pressing his temples, fatigued by the fever that made him feel unwell. That was merely a fee for companionship. Once he grew tired of me, he withdrew. Yan Xian struggled to extricate himself from this past, feeling something was amiss yet unable to articulate it. Did you not attempt to find him afterward? I did. I went abroad. However, when I arrived, the school informed me he had withdrawn just a day prior, and I could not drop out to continue searching for him. By the time I found him again, it was now. He has always been like this, sentimental yet indifferent. Yan Xian stared at him for a while, suddenly struck by a bold idea. Mr. Bo, would you consider trying to reach out to Mr. Zhu? Bo Xingze turned his head. The location for the visit was quite distant. Upon disembarking, arrangements were made for filming and managing the visiting personnel. Zhu Chuan finally managed to break free from them, seizing a moment to sneak to the area with the most camera angles. Lu Yingdi, why do you look so sour? Did you not sleep well last night? The man glanced at him. Why not try sleeping here for a night? Even mosquitoes could feast on your delicate skin. Zhu Chuan squinted and smiled. While in your position, focus on your work. Lu Whiting scoffed, what are you here for? I came to visit you on set. I heard you and Rong Ruan are getting along splendidly? When you first started, you were dismissive, saying you could manage without him, but now it seems you have warmed up to him. Lu Whiting shot a scornful glance at the Omega in the distance, who was engrossed in gathering blades of grass. No, Zhu Chuan chuckled. What is it? You just signed another Omega, yet you don't even know if it will yield profit, and you are already protective? If you truly cherish him, take him home instead of enduring hardships here. Zhu Chuan eyed him. Is that your opinion? Of course. The sight of him could make a gecko cry. He insists he dropped it, then crawled into my bed at night, sobbing about his fears. I can't tell if he is trying to seduce me. Zhu Chuan stifled a laugh, patting his shoulder. I'll go see him. The filming environment was indeed quite poor. One could easily step into animal droppings, and the accommodations were often invaded by geckos and mice. Lu Whiting, who had a severe cleanliness obsession, was perpetually on edge. The entire crew refrained from speaking. Things improved slightly after Zhu Chuan arrived. He was more easygoing and could manage the film star, providing them with some relief. The visit lasted only one day, and that evening, Zhu Chuan arranged for them to be sent back to Pingzhou for accommodation. Although the conditions were subpar, the surroundings were pleasant, and he intended to stay an extra day. Mr. Zhu, you do not find this place dirty? A young assistant approached with a cup of milk tea and a plate of fruit. Not at all. If you young ladies can endure it, why should I not? Zhu Chuan glanced sideways and spotted a child in the corner, nodding his head. Please take this fruit to Rong Ruan. The assistant hesitated. Okay. After Zhu Chuan took a stroll, he noticed the hills were adorned with clusters of purple flowers. He had observed them from behind the camera the day before, feeling a rustic warmth. Back then, Bo Xingze had said to him, there are many purple flowers on the hillside behind my house. They sway beautifully in the summer breeze. One day, I'll take you home to see them. He had hastily ended things, and it was only after 8 years that he had the chance to see them again. Serendipitously during this visit, they were indeed quite beautiful. He took out his phone to capture a photo, framed against the blazing sunset, reminiscent of a wildfire consuming the wild grasses and flowers. Chapter 20. Chuan Zhe's Defilement. Excuse me, is Zhu Chuan here? The assistant glanced at him. Who are you? The director shouted from a distance. Hey, you over there. What are you standing around for? Can't you see how busy it is? Lend a hand. The assistant immediately dropped what he was doing and, without hesitation, pulled the nearby man. Brother, help me move this. Otherwise, the director will scold us again. I can manage it myself. Bo Xingze removed his suit and set it aside, bending slightly to assist her in moving the large box. Before he could straighten up, he was directed to lift a frame. Thus, he found himself unwittingly caught up in the scene management. When Zhu Chuan returned, he noticed a familiar suit draped over a chair. He leaned down to take a gentle sniff, a faint scent of light liquor emanating an aura of coldness that kept others at bay. Bo Xingze is here? He turned to search but did not see him. Grabbing the assistant, he inquired, whose suit is this? I don't know. The assistant shook his head in confusion, then suddenly remembered. Oh, a man was looking for you. I think he was called by the director to move something. Moving something? As Zhu Chuan circled behind the set, he indeed found Bo Xingze rolling up his sleeves and moving equipment. With a playful tap on the young director's forehead, he remarked, feeling bold, are we? Ordering our esteemed CEO to work. Upon hearing the sound, Bo Xingze dropped the rack he was holding with a loud clatter. Their eyes met. Zhu Chuan approached him, noticing the fine beads of sweat on his forehead and his rather pallid complexion. What brings you here? He inquired.
Bo Xingze hesitated.
Finally offering a most implausible excuse. Just passing by. Internally, Zhu Chuan mused. Passing by? It's clear you came to find me. He smiled knowingly. You must have company matters to attend to, so I won't keep you for dinner. Best head back early. Bo Xingze hesitated but ultimately agreed. The young director chuckled. And you're not even treating him to a meal. Observing Bo Xingze's disheveled appearance, clearly worn from his journey, Zhu Chuan couldn't help but ask, have you eaten lunch? Bo Xingze shook his head. All right then, I'll keep you for dinner. Did you drive here? Again, Bo Xingze shook his head, explaining that Yan Xian had brought him and promptly returned to the company for work. Forget it, Zhu Chuan decided, pressing his hand down, sensing Bo Xingze's poor health. It would be inhumane to send him away after he had traveled so far. Are you worried about getting dirty? If not, you can stay here tonight. We can leave together first thing in the morning. Bo Xingze immediately nodded. Okay. Zhu Chuan scrutinized him for a moment, frowning as he asked, why do you look so unwell? How little sleep have you had on this trip? Bo Xingze remained silent. In truth, he had barely slept, having compressed his work to the absolute limit just to return to see Zhu Chuan, neglecting everything else. Your pheromones are quite potent. Tone it down a bit. Unaware of his own scent, Bo Xingze was enveloped in an aura akin to being submerged in a vat of clear sake, nearly overwhelming Zhu Chuan. He noticed some dirt on Bo Xingze's forehead and instinctively reached out to wipe it away. Lower your head, he instructed.
Bo Xingze instinctively complied.
The young director couldn't help but chuckle. Mr. Zhu, your upbringing is quite strict, isn't it? Whatever you say goes. She then cheerfully asked, boss lady, we have some locally sourced liquor. Would you like to have a little tonight? Bo Xingze declined. No, my family wouldn't be pleased. Zhu Chuan turned to him. Am I your shield? Bo Xingze felt a bit awkward saying such things but still lowered his voice to ask, would you be happy? You're learning bad habits. Zhu Chuan teased. Bo Xingze lifted his gaze, scanning the area behind Zhu Chuan, then placed a hand on his shoulder, leaning down slightly. Can I push my luck a bit more? It's been 5 days. Before Zhu Chuan could respond, Bo Xingze kissed him suddenly. Zhu Chuan was taken aback, blushing in the presence of the cameras surrounding them, quickly pushing him away. Are you a dog? You see someone and get all frisky. As Bo Xingze watched Zhu Chuan walk away, he sighed deeply, the weariness that had long plagued him seemingly evaporating, replaced by an intense yearning that had always felt unattainable. The filming location resembled a wild expanse, with meals served outdoors. Noticing Bo Xingze's poor condition, Zhu Chuan surmised that he was likely suffering from jet lag and arranged for a room for him to rest. During dinner, the crew noted they couldn't find him. Zhu Chuan called but received no answer. The signal was patchy and then cut off entirely. An assistant speculated, maybe he couldn't handle the dirt and left? No way, Zhu Chuan replied. If Bo Xingze is here, he won't leave. You all go ahead and eat. I'll go look for him. As Zhu Chuan stepped out, he collided with a young boy, who looked terrified and clutched his arm. Brother, Over there. There's someone terrifying. Where? Zhu Chuan sensed something was amiss. The boy pointed toward the woods, describing a man trembling beneath a phoenix tree, reeking of alcohol. I asked him what was wrong, and his expression was so frightening. Zhu Chuan's heart sank. He feared Bo Xingze might be entering his sensitivity period. His pheromones were incredibly potent, and during this phase, he could become dangerously uncontrollable, potentially harming others. He hadn't expelled his pheromones this month, and now it was likely to become perilous. Yet, if he did not intervene, Bo Xingze would suffer, and the risk of him marking someone else was too great. I'll go check. Zhu Chuan took a few steps before turning back to instruct the boy. Make sure no one approaches the phoenix tree, and don't tell anyone about this, understood? Zhu Chuan had witnessed Bo Xingze's behavior during his sensitivity period before. It was erratic, savage, and devoid of reason, akin to a wild beast trapped for far too long. If he approached now, even the strongest alphas would bow to him, and even a beta would instinctively submit due to his overwhelming presence. Zhu Chuan touched the back of his neck, feeling a slight warmth where old scars lingered. His pheromones had begun to accumulate over the past few days. He had planned to return to find Su Yang the next day, allowing his pheromones time to dissipate, but he never anticipated Bo Xingze would return to the country today and come here. Without time for further contemplation, Zhu Chuan's feet carried him to the location indicated by the boy. The massive phoenix tree loomed ominously, its dark silhouette merging with the twilight sky, casting an oppressive shadow over the man clad in black beneath it, who emitted low, beast-like growls. The mountain breeze was cool, raising goosebumps on Zhu Chuan's skin. He had lived long enough to experience pride and fall from grace. The unresolved feelings he had harbored for 8 years lay buried in his heart. Yet he steadfastly believed in the existence of true love, as exemplified by Professor Fu or Qiao Qiao, believing that fate had its own designs. He was also painfully aware that he was not destined for such fortune. Yet, Bo Xingze had intruded upon his life like a rusted knife, slowly severing the chains that bound him, inflicting pain yet offering a glimmer of hope. Step by step, Zhu Chuan approached him, the scent of sake growing ever stronger, as if he were descending into an abyss from which there was no return. Leaning against the tree, Bo Xingze was drenched in cold sweat, his trembling lips struggling to suppress the overwhelming urge to unleash his pheromones upon everything around him. Bo Xingze? Bo Xingze lifted his gaze, his eyes red and filled with confusion and grievance. Why don't you want me? 8 years is such a long time. His voice was slurred, and his fragmented thoughts made it difficult for Zhu Chuan to comprehend. He squatted down, steadying Bo Xingze's shoulder. Are you all right? The scent of sake was overpowering. It was evident that he was far from okay. Why hadn't he sought out a suppressant during this sensitivity period? The crew had plenty of alphas. Suppressants and isolation patches were standard supplies that could easily be borrowed. I don't know anyone. Then why didn't you come to find me? Zhu Chuan's breath caught in his throat. How could he ignore his own partner's sensitivity period? Bo Xingze would likely never understand why he had hidden away, avoiding Jiangcheng without seeking help from any alpha, not even changing his name. The unusual pheromones intertwined like a wildflower, fierce and unyielding, entangling the scent of sake, refusing to dissipate. Unlike an Omega, he wouldn't be influenced, but if this continued, trouble was inevitable. You stay here, I'll go find a suppressant for you. Don't go. Bo Xingze grasped his hand tightly, his feverish fingers wrapping around Zhu Chuan's wrist, the heat almost unbearable, making him shiver involuntarily. I won't leave. You can't endure this any longer. Bo Xingze's grip loosened for a moment before tightening again, his thoughts swirling chaotically. One part warning himself about the dangers of his sensitivity period, urging him not to harm Zhu Chuan, that it would pass if he could just endure it. The other part driven mad by the scent of the wildflower. Had he come to this place just to seek the owner of that scent? No. Jealousy seized the upper hand, and reason temporarily yielded to emotion. Zhu Chuan found himself pinned against the phoenix tree, his wrist firmly grasped by the alpha before him, whose eyes glowed a fierce crimson, reminiscent of a wolf transformed under the full moon. Don't lose your mind. If you bite me here, it will be troublesome if they see. We can discuss it later. Bo Xingze held him tightly in his embrace, refusing to relent despite Zhu Chuan's struggles. He even bit down hard enough to break skin, nearly tearing it away. Zhu Chuan winced in pain and admonished him in a low voice. Bo Xingze. Gripping Zhu Chuan's hand, Bo Xingze pressed him against the tree, rendering him nearly breathless. Aware that scolding would be futile at this moment, he began to coax him instead. Be good, Bo Xingze. This isn't the right place. Bo Xingze's voice was hoarse, as if worn down by sandpaper, rough and raw. Zhu Chuan rarely heard him address him in such a manner. The usually aloof figure now wore a mask of grievance, his lowered tone trembling slightly. Suppressing the urge to kick him, Zhu Chuan murmured in response, "Don't move." And indeed, Zhu Chuan remained still, quietly awaiting further words from him. Bo Xingze buried his head into the crook of Zhu Chuan's neck, gently rubbing against him, releasing a wave of pheromones that nearly caused Zhu Chuan to lose his footing, instinctively tightening his grip on Bo Xingze's arm. "Why have you gone silent?" Bo Xingze nudged the freshly bitten side of Zhu Chuan's neck, inducing a sensation that was both painful and numbing. Unable to endure it, Zhu Chuan turned his head to avoid the contact, but was caught by the chin and forced to face Bo Xingze again. "Is it unbearable? If you let go, I can fetch you a suppressant, and you'll feel better. Be obedient." Zhu Chuan understood that Bo Xingze responded better to gentleness than harshness, so he softened his tone. "If you let go, you'll leave. Where would I go? Besides, you should accompany me to find a suppressant. And I still need to ask you why you are hiding here alone." Zhu Chuan tilted his head back, gasping for air but finding it challenging, ultimately giving up. "President Zhu? President Zhu?" Members of the production team seemed to have sensed something amiss and rushed out to search for them, their lights illuminating the mountains and drawing nearer. Zhu Chuan felt a surge of panic. Should they approach? Given Bo Xingze's possessiveness, the presence of other alphas would likely drive him into a frenzy, leading to an uncontrollable situation. "President Zhu? President Bo? Where are you?" "President Zhu." Zhu Chuan reached out to pat him, whispering soothingly, "Be good. I want to leave. Just let go and I'll send them away." Though Bo Xingze appeared reluctant, he consented to loosen his grip slightly upon hearing that it would allow them to leave. "All right, but you must not go. I want to go." Zhu Chuan found himself utterly exasperated. In this sensitive phase, Bo Xingze acted like a child, entirely shedding the demeanor of a domineering CEO and becoming insatiably clingy. "Boss, is he dead?" Lu Whiting frowned and took a step back, pulling Rong Yuan behind him. "Where does that overpowering scent of liquor come from?" Upon hearing Lu Whiting's voice, Zhu Chuan sighed in relief and called out, "Bo Xingze is in his sensitive phase. Just tell them I had to leave early and take them back." Rong Yuan appeared concerned. "But, leave," Lu Whiting interjected, dragging the young man along, casting a fierce glare at him as he attempted to speak, sharply commanding him to shut up. Rong Yuan looked pitiful. "Do you really not need any help?" Lu Whiting took a deep breath. "Are you genuinely unaware or feigning ignorance? An alpha in their sensitive phase could tear you apart. Someone as fragile as you, barely weighing 4 ounces, is no match. Are you volunteering to assist him? Are you offering yourself for him to mark?" Rong Yuan seemed taken aback, stammering, "Lu Gu, do you have it too?" "Have what?" "Sensitive phase." Lu Whiting halted, glancing back at him. "Do you think I don't resemble an alpha?" Rong Yuan shook his head vigorously. Lu Whiting scoffed. "Then it's best for you to keep your distance and not casually invade my space." Rong Yuan whispered, "But I'm truly afraid of lizards and mice." Sensing the tight grip of Lu Whiting's fingers, he lowered his voice again. "Then I'll go find the director next time. Okay?" "Ah, that hurts." Lu Whiting pinched his wrist, grinding his teeth as he questioned, "Next time? Who will you find?" Rong Yuan could only shake his head in fear, analyzing Lu Whiting's expression. The grinding of Lu Whiting's teeth echoed ominously. "Next time you come over, be quieter. Don't let the entire production team become aware." Rong Yuan nodded vigorously. Zhu Chuan listened as their voices faded into the distance, feeling a slight sense of relief. During an alpha-sensitive phase, they lacked reason, and whether in harm or in mistakenly marking an omega, the consequences were severe. Driven by instinct, they could not control themselves, yet the responsibility remained theirs. As Zhu Chuan contemplated this, a wave of anger surged within him. What if the person approaching wasn't Bo Xingze but some omega instead? What would happen then? Would they divorce and marry someone else? "Why can't you just come to me directly when you're unwell?" Bo Xingze's voice was low, akin to the whispers of wind through the mountains. "I do not wish to harm you. I am aware of how terrifying my sensitive phase can be, how I hurt you every time." Zhu Chuan paused, taken aback by his concern. "Be good. May I kiss you?" Bo Xingze asked cautiously, adding, "Is that all right?" Zhu Chuan felt a pang in his heart, sensing the infinite anticipation and wariness in those words, as if fearing rejection. He inhaled deeply, reaching out to embrace Bo Xingze's shoulders. 8 years ago he had taken the initiative while Bo Xingze had always passively accepted. Thus it had been easy to say no. Now he no longer wished to be the one to take the lead. Bo Xingze, you will likely never know how much I adore you. When Yuan arrived to pick someone up, it was the dead of night. Upon reaching home, she heard her phone ring and rushed over to deliver clothes, only to find her beleaguered boss and a composed mistress. President Bo. Yes, give me the clothes. Yuan waited obediently by the car while her flirtatious boss emerged from behind the tree, clad in fresh attire, his face pale and legs trembling. Quite the player. Aren't we? Zhu Chuan, typically unashamed, felt a flush of embarrassment at the thought of being exposed for what had transpired in broad daylight. He shot her a fierce glare. What are you looking at? Yuan drove with caution. After all, while Zhu Chuan might not retaliate, Bo Xingze appeared intimidating. The hum of the car's air conditioning was faint as Zhu Chuan turned his head to look outside. The slightest movement caused him to gasp in pain. It hurts. Everywhere hurts. This man was a beast. Beneath the canopy of the phoenix tree, he had pushed Zhu Chuan to his limits. Let us see who can endure the most, he had said, and indeed he had spoken the truth. His shirt was far less resilient than the tree bark. He should not have indulged this man. Next time, regardless of his sensitive phase or any other, he ought to let him face the consequences, which would conveniently eliminate the need for divorce. Zhu Chuan began but faltered, surprised by his own voice. Turning to glare at Bo Xingze, he noticed the faint red hue on his ears and neck, his eyes widening in astonishment. Had he become shy? No wonder Yupeng had looked at him strangely. It seemed they believed he had taken the initiative. Zhu Chuan cursed under his breath. Yuan, unable to contain herself, quietly advised, maybe it's best to let it go. I feel like your life is more important. Zhu Chuan ground his teeth in frustration. The ache in his neck made him shudder. He beckoned Bo Xingze with a finger. Listen carefully. If you bite the spot again, I will kill you. I'm a beta. I cannot be marked. Do you understand? Bo Xingze lowered his head, a satisfied gleam in his eyes as he softly replied, but you said, I did not. Zhu Chuan interjected, cutting him off. Despite what the moonlit maidens might say about him being a flirt, he was not genuinely that reckless. Well, perhaps he had been, but I'm saying it's not true. Bo Xingze reached out to pat his head. All right, I understand. Zhu Chuan swatted his hand away, shifting away from him. Don't touch my head. I dislike that gesture. Such gestures felt too intimate, as though they had never been apart, and were far too misleading. Bo Xingze discerned the resistance lurking in his eyes, a barely perceptible desire to keep him at bay. Gradually retracting his hand, he acquiesced. After 2 hours of travel, Zhu Chuan finally succumbed to fatigue, leaning languidly towards the window. Bo Xingze, quick-witted, supported his head, gently cradling his face and resting it upon his shoulder. The rhythm of his breathing was shallow, tinged with a faint hint of sake, an essence he had inadvertently absorbed. Bo Xingze felt elated. Only his own scent was permitted to linger on him. Yuan glanced through the rearview mirror and noticed Bo Xingze had been fixedly observing Zhu Chuan for quite some time, his gaze unwavering. She hesitantly called out, Mr. Bo. How did you come to know Huar? It took Bo Xingze a moment to process that she referred to Zhu Chuan as Huar. Suppressing the urge to caress his face, he replied softly, high school classmates. Classmates? Yuan was taken aback. Considering Zhu Chuan's age, it must have been at least 8 years ago. Having worked at Yanue for 3 or 4 years, she had never heard that name before. Then why did you break up? Just as Bo Xingze was about to respond, a languid voice interrupted. Why all these questions? Are you secretly prying into the boss's past?
Attends-tu coup?
Are you awake?
Bo Xingze inquired cautiously.
Zhu Chuan, leaning against his shoulder, lazily murmured in affirmation. He had awakened the moment Bo Xingze had supported his face, but was too reluctant to open his eyes and engage in conversation, resulting in Yuan's inquisitiveness. Tell her, it was because I no longer liked you, which led to our breakup. Bo Xingze refrained from echoing his words. He had never ceased to harbor affection. Throughout those 8 years of abandonment, not for a moment had he relinquished his feelings. A phrase uttered by Yan Xian suddenly surged to the forefront of his mind. Next time, don't say sorry. Say I love you. I have never stopped liking you. Zhu Chuan thought he had misheard. I have always liked you. What about you? Bo Xingze longed to understand why they had parted ways, why Zhu Chuan had chosen to relinquish him, and whether he still harbored feelings. Zhu Chuan was disinclined to broach such matters in the presence of others. He had always been nonchalant, unencumbered, reluctant to reopen old wounds. Bo Xingze gazed at him expectantly, treating Yuan as if she were air, determined to delve deeper. You still have feelings. I no longer like you. Zhu Chuan turned his head to gaze out the window. As if self-responding, he added, yes, during that time, I didn't like you, hence my abrupt departure. Yuan sensed the atmosphere had become somewhat strained, and just as she contemplated introducing a new topic to alleviate her own discomfort, the cold, indifferent boss lady spoke, you are correct, but divorce requires mutual consent. Zhu Chuan opened his eyes. Then, I do not consent. Bo Xingze also turned his gaze to the window. If you wish to divorce, it is an impossibility for this lifetime, unless one of us is deceased. Upon returning home, neither partook of dinner. Fearing Zhu Chuan might not wish to eat outside, Bo Xingze rolled up his sleeves and prepared a meal himself. Zhu Chuan first called Su Yang to inform him he would not need to go over for the exclusion, then poured out several pills and swallowed them with water. Noticing, Bo Xingze inquired, what medication are you taking? Anti-inflammatory meds. You act like a beast. I am human, not a doll for Chow Chow to casually mishandle. Zhu Chuan swallowed the numerous bitter pills, grimacing as he drank half a glass of water to mitigate the taste. Doctor, Su's medication has become increasingly bitter and the dosage larger. If this continues, I might as well be preserved. Apologies. Zhu Chuan slammed the cup onto the table. I apologize. I was wrong. Next time I shall be more ruthless. I still do not know you. Spare me. Then let us eat. Zhu Chuan was notoriously difficult to please when it came to food. He prepared some congee, ladled a bowl, allowed it to cool slightly, and handed it over. Do not consume anything too greasy tonight. Have some congee. In the morning I will prepare something else for you. As Zhu Chuan ate the congee, he thought to himself that this time, considering the sensitive period and the congee, he would begrudgingly forgive Bo Xingze. After consuming half a bowl, his stomach warmed, and his spirits lifted considerably. He suddenly recalled an incident. A few days ago, when I returned to the company, I saw Su Yan lurking at the entrance of Shenghuai, peering inside. I invited him in, but he refused to go. Have you marked Su Yan? I have not marked anyone. Zhu Chuan nodded thoughtfully. Previously, rumors had circulated that Bo Xingze had secretly marked Su Yan, and it was said that he already had a child, with Bo Xingze accompanying him for the first prenatal checkup. Bo Xingze felt a rush of excitement at the resurfacing of old allegations, quickly declaring, I have not been with anyone other than you. Zhu Chuan abruptly raised his head. For 8 years he had not been with anyone? Only you. Each time the sensitive period approached, I would prepare the inhibitors in advance, refraining from alcohol or solitary interactions with Omegas. I systematically declined all assignments from the Gene Management Bureau. Every word resonated within Zhu Chuan's heart, scorching hotter than the bowl of congee, warming not just his internal organs but reviving long-dormant blood, stirring a soul long since withered. Having been married to Bo Xingze for over a month, and reflecting back on those 8 years, Zhu Chuan realized that Bo Xingze had always maintained a placid facade. The pursuit had been his initiative. It was only after Zhu Chuan had pressed him relentlessly that he had uttered the arduous admission of affection. Although he acquiesced to Zhu Chuan's every whim, apart from the pheromonal compulsion, nothing else seemed to evoke a different sentiment within him. Zhu Chuan felt oblivious to his emotions, unable to discern the fervor of unwavering devotion. He was unaware of what he truly represented to Bo Xingze, from 8 years prior to the present. He was an immovable iceberg. Zhu Chuan had attempted to navigate him, but having been frostbitten, he was disinclined to try again, not from fear of injury, but from a lack of the courage to forge ahead. Yet Bo Xingze's proclamation now effortlessly stirred tumultuous waves within him. Though he maintained an exterior of calm, his inner self was far from unperturbed. He lifted his gaze to meet that of the indifferent man across from him, the distance between their lenses widening. Remove your glasses. Bo Xingze complied without question. He remained silent, his alluring, almond-shaped eyes fixated intently upon Zhu Chuan, who felt a sheen of perspiration forming in his palms, nervously fidgeting. What do you want? Shirt off. Bo Xingze hesitated momentarily, then, without inquiring further, obediently placed his fingers upon the buttons of his shirt, unfastening the first and second. A smile suddenly graced Zhu Chuan's lips. Why are you smiling? Nothing, Zhu Chuan replied, finishing the congee and handing him the empty bowl. More, please. Bo Xingze took it and filled it halfway. Zhu Chuan picked at the shredded mushrooms within the kanji, fully aware that Bo Xingze was anxiously awaiting an answer, yet he chose not to respond, deliberately prolonging the torment. By the way, have you ever heard Su Yen mention someone he likes? He always lurks around. I suspect he might be plotting to assassinate me. If I were to steal his man, would I bear the responsibility? Bo Xingze retorted, how do you intend to take responsibility? By beating you, Zhu Chuan quipped, observing Bo Xingze's expression change before he quickly redirected with a smile. I would ask you how your charming face manages to attract even the young master of your family. Bo Xingze's tone turned cold. He is not my family's young master. Not everyone can throw a tantrum with me.
Bo Xingze replied.
I am not familiar with Su Yen. Regardless of familiarity, he is still the son of your boss. How about this? You resign from Hongye and come work for me. Whatever salary he offers, I will double it. Bo Xingze hesitated, as if genuinely contemplating the offer. Zhu Chuan chuckled, I'm just joking. My establishment is a small workshop. Cannot afford you. I can forgo payment. Zhu Chuan tilted his head, feigning ignorance. What do you want then? Me? Bo Xingze regarded the mirth in his eyes, reminiscent of 8 years ago, when he too had worn the same expression, teasingly presenting options while compelling others to choose. In this relationship, he had acted as the helmsman, clutching their shared existence tightly, yet upon loosening his grip, he alone would sink. It had always been a dance of proximity and distance, of warmth and coldness. Now, it was even more pronounced. Bo Xingze exhibits meticulous precision in his business dealings, maximizing profits with effortless ease. However, when confronted with Zhu Chuan, he feels inexplicably constrained. He suppresses his surging affection, much like a traveler in the desert who, upon spotting a water pouch, cannot ascertain whether it is poisoned. He can only discover its nature by taking a sip. Someone must take charge, but I have more than enough to sell myself already. So I want tea, he asserts. What do you mean, not interested? Zhu Chuan's abrupt dismissal leaves Bo Xingze in a dilemma, forcing him to grit his teeth and confess. Yes, I desire you. But I'm full now. Good night. With that, Zhu Chuan sets down his bowl and retreats to the guest room, leaving no chance for the long-prepared confession to be heard. Bo Xingze exhales, feeling defeated as he cleans up the dishes and heads to the kitchen. 8 years ago, he was infuriating. Now he is even more so. Bo Xingze, prone to emotional sensitivity, resolves to work from home for the following days to avoid any mishaps. He maintains a rigorous schedule, rising at 6 and beginning work in his study by 7. Zhu Chuan naturally wakes at 10:30, saunters downstairs for breakfast, and then glances at him upstairs. The Lu Corporation case is temporarily not to be coordinated with Lu Xianzhou. It must be set aside for now, as nothing has been settled, and he will not take risks without absolute certainty. Zhu Chuan knocks on the door, and upon hearing silence within, calls out, if you need anything, feel free to reach out. Comment. What case remains unsettled? What are you scheming with Lu Xianzhou? Business secrets. I'm not stealing your trade secrets. We're not even in the same field. Am I going to turn your project into a movie? You might as well stop acting like a CEO and become a screenwriter. Zhu Chuan scoffs as he gets pulled onto Bo Xingze's lap, instinctively wrapping his arms around his neck in surprise. What's wrong with you? Bo Xingze's face flushes unnaturally, beads of sweat forming on his brow, revealing his vulnerable state. Don't cling to me just because you're feeling sensitive. It doesn't suit your domineering CEO persona. Focus on your work and don't entertain foolish thoughts. Zhu Chuan fidgets, yet finds himself unable to move under Bo Xingze's grip. Foolish thoughts? Is that directed at me? This remark sounds akin to a clumsy attempt at flirting from a man oblivious to romance, while the listener, having experienced countless encounters, feels a strange tingle in their ears. Bo Xingze tightens his hold on Zhu Chuan's wrist, enveloping him completely, the scent of sake gradually enveloping them like a tranquil yet tumultuous sea, impenetrable. Does your back still hurt? The rough bark has drawn blood, and though it has healed somewhat by morning, the scabbed areas appear even more tragic. Realizing the hint of guilt in Bo Xingze's voice, Zhu Chuan decides to stoke the fire. It hurts. I've never endured such pain in my life. Bo Xingze is aware that during his sensitive periods, rationality escapes him. Although he stipulated in their contract that they should engage at least once a week, he cannot pursue him in such a state. He does not wish to hurt Zhu Chuan when he loses control. The endurance of a beta is not formidable. Should Zhu Chuan find him unacceptable and depart, It is preferable for him to suffer alone in that secluded forest, waiting for the storm to pass. He did not anticipate Zhu Chuan would seek him out. Yan Xian had proposed marriage, surely a sign of affection. No one would willingly enter a relationship with an ex they did not care for. Bo Xingze turns Zhu Chuan to face him, his gaze heavy and earnest as he locks eyes, speaking slowly, "I love you, and for the past 8 years, I have never ceased to love you. I understand you may no longer feel the same. I won't force you to divulge why you wish to end things, nor will I compel you to reciprocate my feelings. But could you grant me a chance, even a small one?" His eyes are red, his forehead slick with sweat, whether from sensitivity or anxiety. His voice trembles with uncertainty and a hint of humility. Zhu Chuan is momentarily taken aback, feeling the heat of their intertwined palms, damp with sweat. Until their breakup, he had never known when Bo Xingze's affection for him had begun. He had never heard such an extended confession of love. Now, as Bo Xingze cradles his head, drawing him closer, one hand still clasping Zhu Chuan's, he implores, "Can we try? You don't even have to love me fully. Just don't leave me. Don't say you don't want me. Is that acceptable?" This was not the Bo Xingze Zhu Chuan knew. He had never witnessed him in such a vulnerable state, as if reduced to dust. He resembled a beggar, tattered and desperate, clutching at a well-dressed passerby, pleading for even a modicum of affection with trembling hands and a hoarse voice. He laid his dignity and emotions bare, willing to be trampled as long as he received a fragment of love. Even imprisonment would be sweetened by the mere presence of Zhu Chuan. Zhu Chuan's eyes glisten with unshed tears, and he quickly averts his gaze, inhaling sharply to suppress the lump in his throat, forcing a smile. This was not the Bo Xingze he remembered. When they first met, he had been impoverished yet exuded an unyielding pride. In their reunion, he had become the president of the Hongye Group, a figure of reverence, capable of dismantling countless small enterprises with a mere flick of his wrist. He should not be so abased. He should be the one imposing silence with contracts, confronting Zhu Chuan's advances with cold indifference, only to discard him when he no longer served a purpose. Seeing Zhu Chuan's silence, Bo Xingze reaches for his hand, tentatively pulling him closer, leaning down to seek his lips. Zhu Chuan feels as if he cannot breathe, their intertwined fingers slick with sweat, placing him in an intense furnace, where clarity shatters under the fierce heat, even his reason turning to ash. That speech and tone are beguiling, and Zhu Chuan convinces himself that Bo Xingze's behavior is merely a manifestation of his sensitive period, believing that once it passes, the ice will return to its unyielding state. After a long pause, Zhu Chuan gently pushes against Bo Xingze's shoulder, gasping, "Don't come near." Bo Xingze caresses his back, like a satiated beast, his voice laced with satisfaction. "Let me hold you for a while." He relishes the feeling of enveloping Zhu Chuan entirely, wishing to keep him close without a single inch between them. "All right." Zhu Chuan leans against him, catching his breath, the fervent assault threatening to shatter his very soul. Bo Xingze is not as aloof as he appears. He never has been. In recent days, the balcony, kitchen, staircase, and now even the desk have been swept into this whirlwind. He realizes they cannot coexist under the same roof. He bites down hard on Bo Xingze's solid shoulder, relishing the muffled groan of pain that escapes him. "Deserved it." Bo Xingze softly pats his back, not resisting, instead tenderly coaxing, "Are you hungry? I'll prepare a meal." "Do you think I'm hungry?" As a video call invitation pops up on his laptop, they exchange glances. Given the current situation, how can they possibly video chat? "I'll handle it, you stay busy." Ouch! Zhu Chuan scowls. "Get out here." Bo Xingze is reluctant to leave, pressing down on Zhu Chuan's brow, which appears nonchalant, before switching to voice mode and speaking in a cold tone. Yan Xian's formulaic voice resonates. "Mr. Bo, this afternoon, Assistant Ning from the Lu Corporation is coming to deliver a proposal, which was previously discussed with Mr. Lu. Due to the air dispute, it was set aside for some time, but now the Lu Corporation wishes to resume discussions. Inform her that I'm on leave for the next few days, and I will contact Mr. Lu directly." "Understood. Additionally, I've sent the mid-year summary for the branch office to your email, along with the documents for the previous acquisition case and the collateral appraisal report." "All right, I got it." Bo Xingze hangs up and dials Lu Xianzhou, who answers slowly, his voice tinged with resignation. "I'm sorry. Xiao Qiao has been irritable during her pregnancy and has been quite a handful." Zhu Chuan scoffs, "Old man, taking advantage and still playing coy." Lu Xianzhou pauses, "Oh, you're here too." What's the matter? Is having a wife so impressive? Your son's birth is also a matter of significance for me, so do take good care of our little Chow Chow. Otherwise, perhaps he could come stay with me. I assure you, I possess an abundance of patience. For who could resist a sweet little darling? Lu Xianzhou chuckled while delivering a pointed remark, indicating that the promises you made to Chow Chow are soon to be fulfilled. Wouldn't you agree? Since you two have been working together in the office, it's only a matter of time, is it not? Encourage Chow Chow to wake up. I could certainly procure a toy car for your son, but a supercar? That is a dream that remains unattainable in this lifetime. Kindly inform him that little children should not drive, as it poses a danger.
Boingze, perplexed,
Received a kind explanation from Lu Xianzhou. The last time he bought you a suit, he encountered Chow Chow and wagered with him that if he did not divorce you, he would owe him a supercar. So, Bo, when will you fulfill this promise to Chow Chow? Bo Xingze cast a glance at the subject of their discussion. Zhu Chuan was grinding his teeth, proclaiming that he would depart by tomorrow. What did you say? Bo Xingze inquired ominously. Zhu Chuan, unnerved by his expression, swallowed the remainder of his sentence and instead said, You're not conducting business here, are you? I wouldn't want to intrude upon your commercial secrets, so I will take my leave. Bo Xingze diverted his gaze, his calm voice suggesting that he hadn't engaged in any wrongdoing, as he continued to discuss collaborative projects with Lu Xianzhou. In a fierce exchange regarding a multi-billion project, they vied for the utmost advantage for their respective sides. Zhu Chuan, surrendering to the circumstances, leaned into Bo Xingze's embrace, his fingers lightly grazing the wedding ring on his right hand. He still wore it. It seemed as though he had donned it since their wedding day. Zhu Chuan recalled the time they strolled through the streets, his playful spirit persuading Bo Xingze to visit a jewelry store where a pair of uniquely designed rings caught his fancy, though they ultimately did not purchase them. Did he still remember the size they had measured? The thought struck Zhu Chuan as amusing. After all these years, his finger size had undoubtedly changed. Rings, unlike other ornaments, cannot accommodate even the slightest alterations. Love, too, is similarly fragile. Even the slightest shift can render it untenable, and in such a forced circumstance, it is neither party who escapes unscathed. What are you pondering? Zhu Chuan lifted his gaze to see Bo Xingze engrossed in his computer, hastily retracting his thoughts to conceal any signs of distraction. Are you finished? Well then, have you had your fill? Zhu Chuan asked, his eyes glinting with mockery. Others may describe Bo as aloof and ascetic, yet it seems he redefines his demeanor even in the midst of business discussions. Bo Xingze felt a slight choke in his throat, slowly retreating, his ears tinged with a hint of crimson. You're blushing. Just moments ago. How did you manage to negotiate so fiercely with Lu Xianzhou without a hint of softness? I'll assist you. No need, I can manage myself. Zhu Chuan casually wiped his hands with a piece of paper, adjusting his attire when he heard Bo call for him, responding without raising his head. Give me your hand. What for? Your hand, please. Zhu Chuan, feeling vexed by his repetition, presented his right hand without much thought, only to retract it swiftly as if burned when he felt a ring slip onto his finger. Fit perfectly. However, it was not the original one. Do not remove it. Bo Xingze rose, pulling him back into an embrace, one hand supporting his back to prevent any injury from the desk, while the other firmly grasped his chin. Do not take it off. Be obedient. Is this not a case of coercive purchase? I offer my entire fortune and a lifetime of commitment to acquire you. Is that not sufficient? Bo Xingze lowered his head, resting against Zhu Chuan's forehead, his breath laced with the intoxicating scent of strong liquor, oscillating between the states of inebriation and clarity. Zhu Chuan felt himself nearly succumbing to the intoxicating aroma, stammering slightly, wondering where such corny declarations had come from. In his mind, Bo Xingze berated Yan Xian for her subpar video quality, lamenting that she could not find something more fresh and unique. Far away in her company, Yan Xian sneezed. Sister Yan, have you caught a cold? She felt a chill run down her spine. Perhaps, but it's nothing. You carry on with your work. I'll just drink some hot water later. Zhu Chuan gazed at the ring on his right hand, his left hand rendered immobile. Bo Xingze did not afford him the opportunity to remove the ring, deciding to postpone that discussion. Bo Xingze understood that Zhu Chuan was willing to grant him a chance, a flicker of hope to strive for, and he eagerly leaned down to kiss him, only to be met with a hand shielding him. Not now. I'm not ready to meet my end just yet. Disappointed, he pressed a gentle kiss onto Zhu Chuan's palm, his eyes pleadingly conveying, Very well. Zhu Chuan, somewhat exasperated by that gaze, withdrew his hand lightly, stating, "Be good. Focus on your work. Xian has asked me to meet him this afternoon to discuss a business matter, and I shall return for dinner." Bo Xingze frowned. "What business does he wish to discuss with you? Is there not anything that could be resolved over the phone? Are you to meet at the eaves of the moon again? Are you truly jealous of him?" Bo Xingze was decidedly displeased. "He has monopolized you for 8 years. Do not be so petty. Once I finish, I will return. If you are feeling unwell at home, just take an injection to alleviate it. Do not endure it stubbornly." Zhu Chuan glanced at the time, realizing it was nearly time to leave, and turned towards the bathroom to freshen up before heading out. When Zhu Chuan arrived at the eaves of the moon, Xian had already been waiting for quite some time, accompanied by a man whose demeanor was affable yet subtly shrewd. "You two have not been introduced. Allow me to make the introductions," Xian said, rising to introduce them, and after a handshake they were considered acquaintances. Zhu Chuan ordered some drinks to be served. The man's name was Liao Yicheng, who had spent the past years developing his career abroad, establishing himself in a well-known tech company that Zhu Chuan had heard of. However, the discussion at hand was not about technology but rather genetics. He proposed a collaboration that required no investment, only a share of the profits. Zhu Chuan quickly comprehended that such arrangements were not unprecedented. Over the years, he had navigated various industries with finesse, even facilitating some undisclosed dealings. However, genetics is a sensitive subject. I cannot engage in such matters lightly. Liao Yicheng, with a gentle and cultured demeanor, spoke with a hint of caution. "I understand your concerns, and I respect your wishes. I have personally compiled this information, which includes potential directions for future research on new inhibitors." Zhu Chuan reviewed the materials briefly. He had been funding a costly genetics research institute, investing an indeterminate amount each year. This project could indeed prove beneficial for him. "I shall consider it before responding." Liao Yicheng nodded amicably, of course. While the awareness of equality among alphas, omegas, and betas is increasing, the inconveniences and pressures stemming from gender cannot be transformed overnight. My hope is to minimize such pressures, allowing everyone to enjoy the utmost freedom. Zhu Chuan was somewhat taken aback. A man born into the privileges of being an alpha, enjoying exclusive benefits, displayed such consideration for omega rights? "Mr. Liao, you remind me of a friend." Liao Yicheng's smile faltered for a moment before returning to normalcy. "I am honored to be compared to Mr. Zhu's friend. May I be so bold as to hope that we may become good friends as well? I find that highly unlikely. There is no other person like him. There is only Bo Xingze." Liao Yicheng appeared a bit awkward. Zhu Chuan lifted his glass, gesturing to him in jest. "I hope that Mr. Liao and I may also become good friends and perhaps collaborate in the future." Xian, unfamiliar with the industry, had remained silent, quietly sipping his drink and fiddling with his phone. Only after Liao Yicheng departed did he speak. "What do you think of him?" Zhu Chuan signaled for someone to clear away the glasses, requesting tea in their place, and lazily leaned back against the sofa, casting a sidelong glance at Xian. "What do you mean? I'm not here for matchmaking. If the business suits, we proceed. If not, we do not. Why are you so anxious?" "I'm not anxious at all." Zhu Chuan leaned back against the chair, exhaling a sigh of relief. It had been quite some time since he lingered here, having spent most of his days entwined with Bo Xingze, and now, after only a brief outing, he found himself yearning to return. Xian poured himself a glass of wine and after a prolonged silence, finally spoke. "Well, although you graduated in genetics, I imagine that after so many years without engagement, your knowledge must be somewhat rusty. Perhaps you should consult Professor Fu? He is quite rigorous in this field." Zhu Chuan simply nodded. Xian held his glass aloft, the light refracting through the glass, casting a warm glow. As he moved his fingers, the light seemed to dance to life, exuding a gentle warmth. Zhu Chuan, who favored tranquility over chaos, found no joy in the raucous songs that often accompanied the moonlit nights. He preferred lyrical melodies. "Do you know of the 10 years of fervent dreams? Love lies concealed behind the stars," he mused softly. Xian, gripping his wine glass, listened to the off-key singing, and as he raised his gaze, the words he intended to speak slipped his mind, instead blurted out, "Zhu Chuan, what is that on your hand?" Zhu Chuan lifted his hand slightly and replied, "Oh, this? It's a ring. Don't you recognize it?" "I know it's a ring, but where did you get it?" Xian felt a premonition as he scrutinized Zhu Chuan's expression. It seemed unchanged yet imbued with a hint of hope. "You and Bo Xingze." Zhu Chuan took a sip of tea, his voice muffled, as though it were wrapped in sugar. I find 8 years rather empty. Drifting through life without purpose is particularly dull, and now I'm married. Zhu Chuan lowered his eyelids, concealing a smile that brimmed with unspoken thoughts. When he finally looked up, it was as if a season of roses had burst into bloom. Thus, I pondered, perhaps I shall grant him another chance. Xian opened his mouth to speak, but Zhu Chuan continued, I've stumbled twice already, and as fate dictates, things seldom occur thrice. Surely, I shan't be so unfortunate as to falter once more. Chapter 22. Mutual Assistance. The weather in Pingzhou was rather inclement. When he stepped out at noon, the sun shone brightly, yet by the afternoon, clouds gathered ominously, and soon a gentle rain began to fall. Xian had matters to attend to and departed early. Zhu Chuan leaned against the bamboo platform, sipping his drink, leaving the window ajar to let the rain and wind brush against his face. He reclined beside the intricately carved moon gate, gazing outside. The eaves were adorned with banana plants, and the fine strands of rain wove a delicate veil over them. The autumn breeze carried a slight chill. Zhu Chuan found himself lost in thought, extending his hand to catch a few raindrops in his palm, when a tiny insect, seemingly having flown from nowhere, landed on his hand, struggling desperately before succumbing to the shallow puddle. Mew! A call snapped Zhu Chuan back to reality, as a cat, nurtured by Yuan Yuan, had wandered in unannounced. It affectionately leaped into his lap, nuzzling its head against him and gently nibbling at his fingers, as if reproaching him for his absence. Busy, Zhu Chuan murmured, stroking its head, conversing with it in a contemplative manner. Do you think my decision is wise? Was it impulsive? Perhaps I should reconsider for a few more days? Zhu Chuan considered himself a rational individual, well aware of his desires and quite accommodating. Yet, the name Bo Xingze was his Achilles heel, a person he had never truly managed to decipher, like traversing an unmarked path, uncertain of where the next destination lay. To claim he felt no anxiety would be disingenuous. When one harbors expectations, unease is inevitable, and he, being a mere ordinary man, was no exception. Never mind. Zhu Chuan set the cat down, stood up, and closed the window, changing into a dry shirt, preparing to return home. He wondered if Bo Xingze was alone at home, perhaps already overwhelmed by loneliness. He needed to return to collect the remnants of his unfulfilled promises. As he exited the bamboo platform, a few acquaintances happened to pass by, playfully teasing him about leaving so early. Zhu Chuan exchanged light banter with them. Let me serve you, perhaps I should just have my glands removed. I shan't engage with an alpha. Oh dear, listen to our boss Zhu, not playing with alphas. Who doesn't know your indiscriminate tastes? If you look down upon our General Zhang, just say so, we won't bother you again. Such frivolity. Zhu Chuan smiled, effortlessly engaging in conversation, his words flowing seamlessly like a butterfly flitting through a garden, never lingering on a single blossom. These individuals were regulars, the room was familiar, and procedures were understood without much thought. Yuan Yuan cleared her throat, casting a meaningful glance at Zhu Chuan. Following her gaze, he noticed a young man in the corner, who bore a youthful demeanor, clutching a bouquet of fiery red roses. Zhu Gu. Zhu Chuan reached out to gently touch the roses, asking, Don't you have classes today? The young man shook his head vigorously, his face flushing from his ears to his neck. He swallowed hard, finally managing to stammer, I want. You needn't think any further. I have no interest in children. Use this time to study diligently and aim for Professor Fu's laboratory. His academic prowess far surpasses mine. Zhu Chuan was well aware of what the young man intended to convey. This boy, Meng Chong, had been pursuing him relentlessly for over half a month. Despite numerous rejections, he remained undeterred. Meng Chong was a remarkably talented student in the genetics department. During a lecture Zhu Chuan had given at Pingchang University earlier in the year, he had initially assumed he was addressing a group of serious scholars, only to discover that he was merely entertaining a cultured, wealthy rogue. Meng Chong had posed challenging questions during the lecture, accusing Zhu Chuan of disrespecting genetics, only to be effortlessly countered. After that lecture, Zhu Chuan had not returned to Pingchang University, yet somehow Meng Chong had learned of the bamboo platform, and whenever he was free, he would arrive with flowers, professing his desire to pursue him. Is this boy a masochist? Zhu Chuan, a man preoccupied with his impending marriage to Bo Xingze and a myriad of other matters, had initially thought Meng Chong would eventually give up. I like you. I want to pursue you. If you don't like me today, I'll return tomorrow, and I'll come every day until you do. He thrust the flowers into Zhu Chuan's arms. Senior Shin can win over Professor Fu. As a pioneer and role model for our generation, if he can, so can I. Wait, Meng Chong continued, you needn't say anything. I believe sincerity can break through any barrier. I will persist unrelentingly. Zhu Chuan rubbed his forehead, wishing for clarity to dawn upon the boy, but just as he was about to speak, he caught sight of a figure emerging through the heavy curtain of rain outside the bamboo platform, holding an umbrella and walking with deliberate grace. Dressed in a sleek black suit, his shoes splattered with rain, he seemed entirely unconcerned. The umbrella obscured half of his face, and the hand gripping the handle was long and pale, while in his other arm, he cradled a bouquet of bluebells, emanating an air of cold solemnity. He stood on the steps, gazing intently at the entangled duo in the hall, and the roses cradled in Zhu Chuan's embrace. His brow furrowed ever so slightly, yet his expression remained unchanged. Only his gaze grew heavier. Zhu Chuan's heart skipped a beat. He took the roses and returned them to Meng Chong's arms, softly stating, "Young man, it's not that I dislike you. It's simply that I am already married. Look." He showed him the ring on his ring finger. "My husband has come to fetch me. Please refrain from visiting again. I am not suited for you." Zhu Chuan placed a reassuring hand on the boy's shoulder, offering him a warm smile. "Now go home." Bo Xingze could not discern their conversation, as the rain created a cacophony. All he could see was Zhu Chuan affectionately patting the young man's shoulder, his eyes sparkling with gentleness as he conveyed something, prompting the boy to lower his head before quickly lifting it again, smiling sincerely. Then, Meng Chong opened his arms, adopting a posture that seemed to plead for a hug. Bo Xingze's gaze darkened, almost murderous, as he wished to sever those outstretched hands. Zhu Chuan, casting a casual glance, finally detected a flicker of suppressed anger on his face, and his spirits lifted considerably. He patted the young man's shoulder once more. "You see, my husband is as sharp as a needle. If I were to embrace you, I might find it impossible to exit this door. Very well then, I wish you happiness. Had I known he was unkind to you, I would have pursued you once more. At that time, you must consider me," Zhu Chuan remarked, acknowledging the boy's eloquence. Meng Chong placed the bouquet of roses on the counter, feeling desolate as he turned to leave. As he brushed past Bo Xingze, he intended to utter a sharp retort, but his knees weakened, causing him to kneel suddenly. The potent scent of liquor overwhelmed him, rendering him unable to rise, as a dizzying wave threatened to engulf him. In that fleeting moment, Bo Xingze, noticing Zhu Chuan approaching, hastily concealed his pheromones, feeling a twinge of anxiety as he attempted to steady himself, pretending to remain composed. "Why are you here?" Zhu Chuan inquired. "I came to fetch you." "It's raining," Bo Xingze replied, his fingers gripping the umbrella's frame tightly, leaving faint white marks. As Meng Chong rose, he observed the slight tremor in Bo Xingze's hand, his voice tinged with tension, rendering him utterly bewildered. The very person who had just overwhelmed him with pheromones was now visibly anxious? This man must be a fraud. Zhu Chuan, noticing Meng Chong's unwavering gaze fixed on Bo Xingze, assumed he was skeptical and, somewhat helplessly, took the bluebell from Bo Xingze's arms, entwining their fingers to reveal matching rings. "My husband, Bo Xingze." With a thud, Bo Xingze nearly stumbled, hastily trying to steady his racing heart, standing sternly to avoid any display of emotion, fearing his heart might leap from his chest. He yearned to run a few laps outside, to embrace Zhu Chuan beneath the eaves and proclaim to the world, repeating that sentiment 100 times over. The instinctual suppression of pheromones felt akin to an animal facing its predator, and Meng Chong instinctively fled, unresponsive even to Bo Xingze's outstretched hand in greeting. Zhu Chuan chuckled at his retreating figure. "You really like him?" Bo Xingze asked. "Yes, not bad. Aside from being rather stubborn, he has potential. Professor Fu praised his talent a few days ago and suggested I inquire if he would consider joining the lab. A promising candidate indeed. Talent is the least valuable currency. This world is replete with geniuses," Bo Xingze remarked coldly, his tone laced with a hint of derision. Zhu Chuan turned to him. "Do you have a significant grievance with him? Do you know him?" Aware of Zhu Chuan's character and his abundance of company over the years, Bo Xingze suppressed his jealousy and replied, "Not at all." "Really?" Zhu Chuan sighed, feigning disbelief as he hooked his arm around Bo Xingze's, cradling the bouquet of bluebells between them and playfully winked. "I thought you might feel jealous over another man's confession to me, but it seems I was mistaken." His words flowed slowly, the soft lilt of his voice caressing the heart, leaving one unable to resist. Bo Xingze nearly crushed the umbrella frame in his grip, ultimately confessing under Zhu Chuan's probing gaze. I am jealous. Just now, when he reached out to you, I wanted to break those hands. Zhu Chuan was taken aback. What was meant to be a playful tease unexpectedly drew such a candid response. But you didn't embrace him, did you? His hands are precious. He'll contribute to genetics alongside Professor Fu in the future. Try not to be petty with a child. Zhu Chuan patted Bo Xingze's shoulder, brushing off the rain and chill. Indeed, Zhu Chuan felt a flutter in his heart. This side of Bo Xingze rendered him utterly defenseless, akin to a dormant beast poised to tear apart intruders, yet wholly submissive to him. After a long moment, Bo Xingze took his hand, initially uncertain, but upon realizing Zhu Chuan didn't pull away, he grasped it firmly. Shall we head home? The cat emerged, and Zhu Chuan asked, shall we bring it along? Bo Xingze readily agreed, and thus the trio ventured out under the umbrella. Yuan was busy arranging the unwanted red roses into a vase, musing that the domineering CEO was fortunate not to have lived in ancient times. Otherwise, he would have surely been undone by those enchanting spirits. Bo Xingze's shoulders were drenched, yet the umbrella shielded Zhu Chuan effectively, leaving even the cat sheltered from the rain. You're not at home during your sensitive period, yet you ventured out just to fetch me? Indeed, Bo Xingze replied. Zhu Chuan listened to the rhythm of raindrops on the umbrella, synchronizing with his heartbeat, uncertain which beat faster, both equally frantic and disordered. Bo Xingze. Zhu Chuan tugged at Bo Xingze's collar, drawing him closer and, slightly tilting his head amidst the curtain of rain, kissed him. The surrounding sound of rain faded, leaving only their heartbeats echoing. Bo Xingze's ears turned crimson, momentarily stunned, nearly dropping the umbrella. Zhu Chuan, feeling warmth in his own ears, lightly licked his lips and withdrew slightly, teasingly asking, did it feel a bit sweeter now, boss lady? Chapter 23. Mutual dependence. Bo Xingze opened his mouth, taken aback by the suddenness of happiness. He hadn't even registered the absence of Zhu Chuan's lips before the latter stepped into the rain, leaving him standing alone. His gaze followed Zhu Chuan intently as he quickly caught up, repositioning the umbrella over his head. His fingers tightened, yet pheromones slipped through his grasp, chilled further by the rain. Don't walk away alone. Zhu Chuan hesitated, feeling as if his heart had been pricked. Before he could grasp the deeper meaning behind those words, Bo Xingze added, the cat will get sick if it gets wet. Zhu Chuan released a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, acknowledging the truth of it. For someone like him, sweet words felt overly extravagant. He resembled a prodigy, effortlessly excelling in academia while remaining utterly ignorant in matters of emotion. Zhu Chuan extended his hand to clasp Bo Xingze's. So, shall we walk together? Bo Xingze's throat tightened, his breath constricted, and he managed to horse him hand in hand. They strolled towards the parking lot, their steps synchronously slow, a bouquet of bluebells and a languid cat, their breaths intertwining with the crisp sound of rain, weaving a meticulously crafted dream. As they approached the parking lot, Bo Xingze observed their intertwined fingers, falling silent for a moment. Zhu Chuan, puzzled, glanced at him, suddenly realizing, and felt a rush of embarrassment. If you want to take the umbrella, will you let go of my hand? We can't drive while holding hands. It's not safe, Mr. Bo. Bo Xingze indeed harbored such thoughts. Just then, a phone call interrupted. Zhu Chuan retrieved the keys from Bo Xingze's pocket to unlock the car and place the cat inside, gesturing for him to take the umbrella while he answered the call. Bo Xingze folded the umbrella, shaking off the water, opened the passenger door, and once more grasped Zhu Chuan's hand to help him in, fastening his seatbelt before taking the driver's seat to start the engine. The call was from Chao Jin, reminding him that Lu Xianzhou's birthday was approaching and suggesting a surprise. Oh, the little boy has grown up and learned to care for others, Zhu Chuan teased, recalling how Lu Xianzhou had once guided this child through the intricacies of love, now reaping the rewards. You're mocking me again, Chao Jin whispered into the phone while Lu Xianzhou was out for a meeting. Tomorrow, I'll tell my senior I'm going to Professor Fu's house to play. Could you join us to set up at the villa? Sure, once you ask, how could I refuse? I'll comply with whatever you wish. What time should I come to pick you up? After hanging up, Zhu Chuan's smile lingered as he noticed Bo Xingze's expression darkening slightly. What's wrong? You care for him quite a bit, Bo Xingze observed. Zhu Chuan, still resonating with the soft, sweet tones from the earlier call, replied with a smile. He's quite likable. That obedient demeanor is truly endearing. Lu Xianzhou is fortunate to have such a delightful child. Bo Xingze fell silent. He had also encountered Xiao Jin, a sweet child with pheromones of innocence, who shyly nestled into Lu Xianzhou's embrace, softly pleading for his protection. Imagining Zhu Chuan engaging in such behavior made Bo Xingze's grip slip, nearly steering the car onto the greenery. What are you doing? Distracted while driving? Are you trying to get us killed? My apologies. Bo Xingze withdrew his thoughts. Zhu Chuan was ill-suited for such actions. He was proud, inherently meant to tread upon alphas, destined to command others rather than seek protection. He adored this version of Zhu Chuan, yet simultaneously despised the fact that he was unable to be contained within his grasp. I don't have to work tomorrow. Zhu Chuan was taken aback by this nonsensical remark tossed out by him. Wasn't it quite normal not to work when he was still in his sensitive period? I'll accompany you. At a red light, Bo Xingze pressed the brake and casually uttered this statement. The person beside him remained silent, leaving him uncertain of a possible rejection. After a moment of deliberation, he couldn't resist the urge and turned his head. A warm pair of lips approached, causing him to nearly release the brake, which he quickly pressed down again. Zhu Chuan licked the corner of his mouth and then swiftly pushed away, extending his index finger to wipe the spot he had just licked, his eyes gathering a radiant smile akin to a peacock suddenly fanning its tail. His lashes fluttered like feathers, gently stirring the depths of his heart, as if a silver vessel had shattered, spilling fragrant wine throughout the room. Do you think the road surveillance will capture us? Zhu Chuan asked with a smile, his tone playful and impudent as he leaned closer, brushing against his ear, so reckless. Bo Xingze felt as if the steering wheel might slip from his grasp, the overwhelming pheromones threatening to tear him apart. He yearned to pin this person down, to occupy that mouth, rendering it incapable of uttering another word. Sir, do you wish to? In the car? The proximity of their breaths was so intimate that it seemed as though the words were not spoken in his ear, but rather danced upon the very tip of his heart. Passers-by might speculate why the car was in motion. If they drew closer, they would see. Beep, beep, beep. For heaven's sake, are we moving or not? The red light had long since passed, the cars behind them honking impatiently, while Bo Xingze gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "You should be put to death." Zhu Chuan leaned back into the passenger seat, a triumphant smile adorning his face. Then kill me. If you can't, then you don't have what it takes, brother Bo, can you? Bo Xingze could no longer endure it. If you keep talking, I will strangle you. Zhu Chuan, however, was not one to retreat at the first sign of advantage. Observing the tense veins in Bo Xingze's hand resting on the steering wheel, he leaned in and kissed the ring. Go ahead, strangle me. Bo Xingze's fingers trembled, his breath visibly uneven, and the undulating of his throat was chaotic. Beneath the austere white shirt and black suit lay a tempestuous undercurrent. Damn it. Zhu Chuan was yanked back with great force, and Bo Xingze pressed the accelerator down hard, transforming an ordinary roadway into a racetrack, the muscles in his jaw twitching with barely suppressed intensity. The objective and theme were unmistakably clear. In Zhu Chuan's mind, a singular thought remained. Oh no, this has gone awry. He finally awoke at noon, instinctively reaching out to search for his phone to check the time, only to be startled into sitting upright. The person who never indulged in sleep had not yet risen. What he touched was. He nearly toppled off the bed, fumbling as he gazed at the slumbering figure beside him. Dark lashes lay over closed eyes, the blanket lightly draped around the waist, revealing a torso marred with marks. Bite marks, scratches. Zhu Chuan's face flushed crimson, his own pain forgotten, as his mind was consumed by the reckless escapade of the previous night, which had begun at the door and continued into the bedroom. The scent of sake lingered in the air, a testament to the night's wildness. Otherwise, he wouldn't have slept until 10. Oh no. Zhu Chuan quickly grabbed his phone to find 2 missed calls he hadn't heard. He had promised Xiao Jin to help set up at the villa today. Fearing he would wake Bo Xingze, he tiptoed out of bed, but before his feet could touch the ground, he was yanked back into a firm embrace, sinking into a warm hold. Just sleep a little longer. Bo Xingze murmured in a husky voice, coaxing him. It's the last day of your sensitive period. Rest well, and I'll be back after helping Xiao Xiao. You mustn't go. Bo Xingze's eyes remained shut, yet his authoritative tone bore a hint of childlike petulance. Zhu Chuan lifted his head to plant a kiss on the tip of his nose, then on his lips, as if soothing a large dog. Be good. Bo Xingze turned to look at him, his heavy gaze pulling Zhu Chuan back into the indulgence of the night before, sweat trickling into his eyes, seeping through the gaps of his lips. Zhu Chuan felt his ears flush, instinctively turning away, but by the time he realized, Bo Xingze had already gotten out of bed, donning a shirt from the wardrobe, his back also marked with scratches. The taut, lean waist exuded strength. Zhu Chuan descended from the bed, reaching out with both hands from behind him, and Bo Xingze paused, watching as Zhu Chuan fastened his buttons from bottom to top. Delicate fingers, raised in privilege, were fastening the buttons, yet it felt as though they were unbinding him. The fingertips explored the gaps between the buttons, only to be seized by Bo Xingze. Don't stoke the flames. This time, Zhu Chuan had learned to seize the moment. He sidestepped Bo Xingze and pulled on a plain white shirt, hastily fastening a few buttons, leaving two undone at the top. Shall we head to the villa? There's a natural hot spring there that's quite nice. All right. The two had a simple breakfast, and Zhu Chuan called Qiao Jin to pick him up. Upon seeing Qiao Jin, he was taken aback. The young man's belly was quite pronounced. Aunt Li greeted them with a nod, repeatedly reminding them to take care of Qiao Jin. Zhu Chuan approached cautiously. Are you sure you can go out? Is everything all right? If I accidentally bump into you, Lu Xianzhou will have my head. Qiao Jin smiled shyly. I'll be fine. Be careful, Zhu Chuan thought, having never attended to a pregnant person before. He had seen Professor Fu during her pregnancy, but that cool beauty could easily outmatch 10 alphas. Qiao Jin was different. He feared that the weight of the belly might snap his waist in two. Bo Xingze glanced at Zhu Chuan's hand resting on Qiao Jin's belly and coolly remarked, impulsive. Qiao Jin felt somewhat nervous at his words and instinctively apologized. I'm sorry. I will definitely be careful. Even if something happens, I won't. Oh, don't say that. Zhu Chuan rubbed Qiao Jin's belly. My dear is quite obedient. Grow up quickly and come out to call me daddy along with that little rascal Ling Yi.
Bo Xingze drove in silence.
Zhu Chuan withdrew his hand and whispered to Qiao Jin. He is not scolding you. He just thinks it's unsafe for you to sneak out. If anything happens, Lu Xianzhou will blame himself for not protecting you. Qiao Jin, simple-minded, didn't he think much of it? He merely wanted to give Lu Xianzhou a surprise. Should I call my senior brother? Bo Xingze inhaled sharply, and Zhu Chuan couldn't help but chuckle. Aunt Li just saw you off at the door. Do you think Lu Xianzhou doesn't know where you're going? With that overprotective old man, there's no way he would let you go alone. I estimate that by the time you're halfway through the setup, he'll arrive. Qiao Jin opened his mouth. Huh? Zhu Chuan sighed. Why don't I have such luck? Being so soft. Bo Xingze, Zhu Chuan. The weather is truly lovely. Chapter 24. Mutual Nourishment. Was he really getting jealous over Qiao Jin? The sensitive period of an alpha was akin to a dog longing to mark its territory, eager to assert dominance through scent. Bo Xingze drove quietly, following the navigation to the villa, which had been purchased by Lu Xianzhou some time ago, yet its decor remained unchanged. The original owner still resided there, personally overseeing the arrangements within the villa. Is Qiao Qiao here? He set down the pruning shears in his hand, halting upon seeing Zhu Chuan and the unfamiliar figure beside him. Who is this? Qiao Jin hurriedly interjected. This is my brother Zhu Chuan's partner. Oh, a pleasure to meet you. The old gentleman extended his hand. Bo Xingze politely shook it, warmly inviting them inside while inquiring about their needs. Qiao Jin briefly explained, and the elder smiled. You've become quite considerate. Very well. Please make a list of what you need, and I will arrange for someone to bring it over along with a few people to assist with the setup. Qiao Jin expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Zhu Chuan sprawled lazily on the sofa, his posture unrefined, and languidly remarked, Old man, find 2 people to look after Qiao Qiao. Don't let him get bumped or scratched, or else Lu Xianzhou might tear this villa down. The old gentleman shot him a glare, unfiltered. Zhu Chuan observed the earnest discussion between the elderly gentleman and the young child regarding how to celebrate Lu Xianzhou's birthday. Finding himself disinterested, he rose to take a stroll outside. The manor was a repository of memories shared by the old man and his deceased wife. Every blade of grass, every brick and tile bore the imprint of their hands. Now, with his wife gone, the old man found himself overwhelmed by the vastness of the estate, wishing to avoid its descent into neglect after his demise. Thus, under considerable duress, he sold it to Lu Xianzhou, someone he believed would cherish it. Zhu Chuan held a fondness for this place. He had once approached the old man with the intention of purchasing it, only to be met with a heartless refusal. As he brushed his fingers over a pot of green chrysanthemums, The leaves quivered gently, and he jestingly inquired of Bo Xingze if he knew why. When Bo shook his head, Zhu Chuan recounted the old man's words. I possess no love in my heart. Bo Xingze, perplexed, wondered how this sentiment related to the transaction, which was purely a matter of financial exchange. Noticing Bo's confusion, Zhu Chuan plucked a petal from the chrysanthemum and placed it in his mouth, savoring its subtle bitterness as he remarked. The old man said that every tree, every blade of grass, every brick and tile is imbued with emotion. I have no love, thus they appear lifeless in my eyes. Lu Xianzhou is different. He harbors love. Isn't it amusing that such an old soul could possess love? Zhu Chuan laughed derisively. Bo Xingze's gaze shifted to the foolishly innocent Xiao Jin, and it struck him as improbable that Lu Xianzhou had found love through him. Yet it seemed an undeniable truth. Do you envy Lu Xianzhou or Xiao Jin? Zhu Chuan's smile remained, inviting a response. Do you envy those who are loved or those who love? Bo Xingze mused, taking a step forward, hesitating momentarily before simply standing still. Zhu Chuan observed his hands resting at his side, fingers long and elegantly tapered, having shed the sharpness of their youth, now exuding a deeper allure. Regardless of which aspect it was, it stirred his heart profoundly. Zhu Chuan did not deny his feelings for Bo Xingze. Whether 8 years prior or 8 years hence, a mere glance from him could set his heart racing. Bo Xingze awaited his response, but Zhu Chuan only uttered those 2 words before falling silent. A tension building within him akin to awaiting a sentence of execution, a bead of anxious sweat forming at his back. Noticing Bo's brow furrow, Zhu Chuan stepped closer, grasped his collar and pulled him down, casually plucking a petal as he opened his mouth. Bo Xingze, though slightly fastidious, parted his lips to allow Zhu Chuan to place the petal inside, his heartbeat resonating like thunder. He seized Zhu Chuan's hand, but in the same instant, that slippery hand slipped away. He had missed his grasp. Bo Xingze's breath hitched, the sensation of something escaping his palm leaving him distinctly displeased. Just as he prepared to reach out again, he saw Zhu Chuan retreat a step, leaning against the bluestone slab and smiling at him. What I desire will grasp me in return, so being loved is not suited for me. Zhu Chuan tilted his head towards the glaring sun, shielding his eyes with his hand, his voice soft and laced with mirth. When I was young, my mother used to tell me bedtime stories. Bo Xingze found it hard to believe that Zhu Yuxi could weave tales at bedtime. The little girl said to her father, if you marry another, I too will wed someone else. If my heart holds only you, then yours must hold only me. If you love me, I will love you in return. Bo Xingze furrowed his brow, attempting to extract significance from this statement. But before he could decipher Zhu Chuan, Zhu had turned away, beckoning him over his shoulder. Shall we go to the hot springs together? Indeed. The two ascended the mountain, the early autumn chill enveloping them as silken fog wound around them like a mystical realm. The hot springs were nestled halfway up the mountain, a natural vista unmarred by human intervention. Zhu Chuan, who seldom visited, always lingered longer during each trip, and now he had company. Suddenly, he remembered that this person was still in a sensitive phase. Oh no, why is your face so red? Bo Xingze reached out to touch it, finding it somewhat warm, immediately growing anxious and asking if Zhu was unwell. I'm fine. Zhu Chuan brushed aside his hand, clearing his throat to claim it was merely the heat of the springs, subtly distancing himself, only to slip and tumble into the water. A strong arm caught him, and he gasped, heart racing, before widening his eyes. You can't come back here. I warn you to keep it under control or else. Bo Xingze wrapped his arms around his waist, his nose brushing against Zhu Chuan's delicate shoulder, inhaling the faint scent of ylang-ylang and citrus. He promised compliance. Yet his actions betrayed him, becoming even more audacious. You don't listen to me. Bo Xingze nibbled on Zhu Chuan's shoulder, his teeth grazing lightly as he mumbled. Why don't you manage it? Perhaps it will heed your commands. Nonsense. Zhu Chuan retorted, swearing, only to have his ear pinched sharply, his breath hitching at the slight pain. Take it easy or you'll break it. Did you invite me to the hot springs with no ulterior motives? Bo Xingze inquired, raising an eyebrow. Zhu Chuan felt a surge of irritation. What ulterior motives could I possibly have? Am I trying to seduce you? Upon seeing Bo's expression, he realized that was precisely what Bo thought. You shouldn't always assume that a kiss or holding hands means I want more. Going to the hot springs or sharing a meal doesn't imply. Zhu Chuan's lips were abruptly silenced, and he felt another hand wandering to a different place. Bo Xingze finished the thought. You're quite warm. Don't be insincere. You can go to hell. Bo Xingze bit his finger with considerable force, causing Zhu Chuan to shiver before he growled. Except for me, no one else is allowed to touch. Zhu Chuan wished he could just plunge into the hot springs and drown. How could he forget that this person had such a crude sense of humor? Oh. He remembered well, but his visits had been too infrequent, causing him to forget. Back when they first started dating, he had heard someone mention calling daddy and had insisted Bo Xingze do it, resulting in him being pinned to the bed, calling out daddy for most of the night. Zhu Chuan had completely forgotten that Bo had such a mischievous side. When they descended, Lu Xianzhou had already arrived to take Xiao Jin away. Since his birthday was just 2 days away, he would not be staying overnight but would return on the day itself. The old man teased them. The hot springs will turn cold at this rate. You've become quite the rascal. The old man offered them both hot tea and some delicately crafted pastries, the presentation exquisite, evident of his effort to honor his late wife. Your skills remain exceptional, old man. You haven't lost your touch, though this tea could use some improvement. The old man appeared anxious. What is wrong? Bo Xingze, having tasted the tea and finding it rich and fragrant, was puzzled by Zhu Chuan's critique. Knowing that Zhu was notoriously picky, it would be better with some wine. The old man sighed in relief but then shot him a glare. You should drink less wine. I swear you're going to marinate yourself. Bo Xingze's phone rang. He had received several calls during their time in the hot springs, which made him hesitant to make a sound. Now, he finally had the chance to kick Zhu Chuan, go upstairs and deal with business. Bo Xingze set down his teacup, giving the old man a brief nod before heading upstairs. The old man watched him, a smile playing on his lips as he sighed, then turned to Zhu Chuan, presenting him with a stack of baked pastries. Do you remember when I said you had no love in your eyes, and that's why I wouldn't sell to you? I remember. Zhu Chuan bit into the crispy outer layer of the soft-filled pastry, mumbling in response. Now, seems you have love in your eyes. The old man glanced at the empty steps, his expression a mix of a sigh and contentment. I can see you care for him deeply. Life is fleeting. If you love, do not let it slip away. Zhu Chuan tapped his fingers against the cup's rim, nibbling absent-mindedly on the pastry. Did you hear me? Zhu Chuan jumped at the sudden question, nearly dropping the pastry. I heard. That old man is truly fierce. Please bake a few more, and don't add any scallions or ginger. Can you eat that much? And who has so many preferences? Didn't you just enjoy it? Zhu Chuan finished the pastry in hand, licking his fingers before lifting his cup to finish the tea. I can't eat that much, but my man can. Hurry up and bake. He is starving. As Zhu Chuan ascended the stairs with the baked cakes, Bo Xingze was still engrossed in his work, engaged in a video conference using the laptop from the villa. Zhu Chuan gestured for him not to mind him and placed the cakes and tea beside him. After a while, once he had finished his work, he consumed the food without any scallions or ginger. Bo Xingze allotted him but a fleeting second of attention before resuming, stating, the subsidiary's performance is inadequate. Layoffs are a rational demand. It is not that the company cannot afford to support the inept. Rather, it chooses not to. He continued, the land disputes at the construction site are not Red Leaf's responsibility. Have Shanghua resolve it before discussing it with me. If they fail to do so, we will terminate the contract. Yan Xian hesitated, but if we terminate the contract, our interests will also suffer. Isn't that mutually destructive? Perhaps we should consider other options to strive for a win-win situation. After all, he was the former president, and this era's Jian must extend some courtesy to the officials of the previous one. Yet this was Bo Xingze who was always resolute in his work, leaving no room for negotiation. Even Chairman Su himself would not sway him. There would be no mutual destruction. If Shanghua mishandled it, that would be their oversight. If they persisted, he would accuse them of commercial fraud. A win-win should be something they pursued, not a mess for me to clean up. The agreement made by the former president should be discussed with him. If everyone cooperated with me in such a manner, I would have no reason to continue living. Yan Xian nodded. Then I shall attend to it immediately. Once Bo Xingze concluded all his tasks, he rubbed his shoulders and prepared to rise, only to find the cakes and tea beside him had long since cooled. He had forgotten them. Raising his gaze, he discovered Zhu Chuan had not left. He was leaning against the sofa, having fallen asleep at some point, arms crossed tightly around himself, almost curled up. Bo Xingze approached him, intending to carry him back to bed, but upon touching his forehead, he found it burning with fever. Zhu Chuan was restless in his sleep, shivering and murmuring, it hurts so much, Bo Xingze, I'm in so much pain. Chapter 25. Mutual Dependence. Zhu Chuan felt as if he had plunged into a web of dreams, conscious yet unable to awaken, sensing a cool hand resting upon his forehead, which brought him great comfort. Unconsciously, he leaned into it, seeking to alleviate the fluctuating warmth of his body. That hand lifted him into a spacious and gentle embrace, filled with strength and a sense of security, almost compelling him to let down his defenses entirely. Yet he instinctively recoiled. In the haze of his mind, it felt as though he traversed through a brilliant expanse of time, where fleeting moments were compressed into scattered fragments, dazzling and dizzying, leaving him unable to grasp them as his strength waned. His eyelids felt heavy, and he could not open his eyes, as if submerged in a boundless hot spring. Years ago, the cicadas chirped in the summer sun, their melodies mingling with the sweet chill of cold drinks and the fresh scent of youthful sweat. It was the last long break before the college entrance examination. Zhu Chuan had stayed at home for just one night before returning to school early. Entering the slightly stuffy dormitory building, he placed his fingers against the door, intending to surprise the person inside. The sounds from the dormitory were as cold and pleasant as ever, dispelling the summer heat somewhat. Zhu Chuan glanced at the nourishing soup in his hands, eager to eavesdrop on whom he was conversing with, waiting for the person to leave so he could startle them. How could that pampered, rich second generation take me seriously? He had never faced any setbacks. His interest in me stemmed from my refusal to submit to him, a mere conquest, a passing fancy. He was never short of sycophants and flatterers around him. I never expected him to take me seriously, especially since he was a beta. Our relationship has never extended beyond physicality, nor will it in the future. After graduation, we would part ways, and I would never bow my head before him. His voice was so cold, causing Zhu Chuan to shiver even in his dreams. Tears welled in his eyes but could not fall. He wanted to cry yet felt something blocking him. His throat constricted, silencing his pleas. Bo Xingze had never spoken more than 10 words to him, yet he articulated so much, contradicting the impossibility of their situation. He was acutely aware that their relationship was merely a cooperative game, never intended to be serious, nor did he plan to offer his genuine heart. He was far more lucid than Zhu Chuan. This relationship was only a one-sided endeavor, with him scheming to please Bo Xingze, unaware of the true essence of love, merely wanting to present the best of himself to him. Zhu Chuan, raised like a cherished jewel, knew little of how to care for others. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to offer Bo Xingze everything he desired. If he wanted Bo Xingze's love, he would give him love. Little did he know, his offerings were perceived by others as mere instruments of humiliation. The nourishing soup in his hands felt unbearably heavy. He had insisted on the homemade soup from the family's cook, only to be teased by Zhu Yusi for an entire morning. Now it felt too hot to hold. No wonder Bo Xingze had never been willing to confess his feelings. He was incapable of deceit, naturally unable to voice it. Zhu Chuan smiled up, swallowing back his tears, tossing the nourishing soup into the trash at the end of the dormitory, never to return to that school again. The scene froze, then gently cracked into myriad fissures, like the river of time flowing onward. He had fallen into this river twice, desperately striving to reach the shore, yet was ensnared by unknown underwater plants, unable to break free, endlessly struggling within the current. His body felt somewhat lighter, and his senses gradually returned. Zhu Chuan struggled to open his eyes, surveying his surroundings in a blur. His throat was dry and tight. The dim room was empty, reminiscent of that year when he lay alone in a hospital bed, shrouded in darkness, only the soft sobs of Zhou Yinyin breaking the silence. "Big brother, does it hurt? You've been asleep for so long. Pretty auntie has been crying, and I couldn't help but cry too. Please don't die, okay? I beg you." He reached out, attempting to touch Zhou Yinyin. She nestled her little head against him, cautiously fearing to hurt him yet wanting to be affectionate, her eyes red like a rabbit's. The moment he stroked her head, she began to cry anew. "Big brother." Zhu Chuan took a shallow breath, gathering his thoughts, unwilling to fall too deeply into nostalgia. His body still felt weak, but his mind was becoming somewhat clearer. The dream felt strikingly real, the passage of time unyielding. Rather than fading, it felt ever more vivid, tightening his heart and leaving him breathless. It had been a long time since he dreamt of that day. He mustered the strength to rise from the bed, slipped on his slippers, and found the switch on the wall to turn on the light. The blinding brightness was jarring, forcing him to lean against the wall and close his eyes for a moment. Bo Xingze was not in the room. He must still be dealing with business matters. Now was the perfect time to take his medicine. Meanwhile, Bo Xingze was downstairs, deeply concerned for Zhu Chuan, who was burning with fever. He hurried down to ask the elder if there were any doctors in the villa. Yes, there is indeed one. I originally lived alone here, but Xiao Lu insisted on getting me a family doctor for safety reasons. You go upstairs first. I'll go call him. The elder hurriedly made his way out. Bo Xingze ascended the stairs and saw Zhu Chuan pouring water, quickly rushing over to seize the kettle. Why are you up? What are you doing getting burned? Zhu Chuan did not contest him, leaning against the cabinet and smiling. If I get burned, I'll just see a doctor. What else can I do? Am I supposed to call my husband? Can you even treat illnesses? Seeing him still being playful at such a time, Bo Xingze could not be angry. He poured hot water and added a bit of cold water to make it warm. Zhu Chuan wanted to take it from him, but wouldn't he let go, insisting he would feed him. Fine. Zhu Chuan pulled out a bottle of medicine from his pocket, pouring out a small handful, wrinkling his brow at the mountain of pills he had to swallow, which he divided into 3 portions to get down. What kind of medicine are you taking? Bo Xingze asked. Zhu Chuan lifted the bottle for him to see. Vitamins. You know my health isn't great. My mother started menopause at a young age and insisted I take these to boost my immunity. When you see her, remember to plead for me. If I keep taking this much, I might as well be preserved for eternity. Bo Xingze furrowed his brow. Mind your words. Zhu Chuan suppressed the heartache that lingered from his dream, smiling naturally at the corners of his eyes. All right, if you say so. Have you finished your work? Yes. Bo Xingze set down the cup after feeding him water, then lifted him effortlessly into his arms and carried him to the bedside, gently placing him down. Sitting at the edge of the bed, he clasped the man's hand, finally exhaling in relief. I'm sorry. It's my fault you've come down with a fever. What does that have to do with you? Zhi Chuan retorted. If I hadn't insisted on taking you to the hot springs, you wouldn't be. Cough. The elder and the family doctor stood awkwardly at the door. After a brief silence, Zhi Chuan pulled the blanket over his head, muttering, Could you just shut up? The original family doctor was attending a medical seminar, and here stood his young apprentice, a rather youthful male beta, who smiled gently and shyly at Bo Xingze before handing him a thermometer, suggesting he let Zhi Chuan hold it in his mouth to check his temperature. Bo Xingze pulled back a corner of the blanket, revealing Zhi Chuan's flushed face, and without further ado, he yanked the blanket away, lowering himself to coax him. Open your mouth. Let us check your temperature. Zhi Chuan was no unreasonable person. Reluctantly, he opened his mouth and bit down on the thermometer, mumbling, It's just a fever. Just give me some antipyretics. There is no need for all this fuss, as if you're watching a monkey show. The family doctor chuckled softly, and the elder shot him a glare. You're incorrigible. Keep quiet and let us check the temperature properly. Little Bo indulges you. But I want tea. Speak another word and I'll have you. Zhi Chuan winked at Bo Xingze, his watery, reddened eyes from illness looking irresistibly appealing. Bo Xingze swallowed hard, pressing down on his hand, whispering, Be good. Let us check your temperature first. Zhi Chuan closed his eyes, thinking, If they want to watch a monkey, let them. Who hasn't been a monkey at least once in their life? The family doctor extracted the thermometer from Zhi Chuan's mouth. Glancing at it, he's running quite a fever. It's 39.7 degrees. Zhi Chuan exclaimed, Goodness. At this rate, I could fry an egg. Upon hearing the temperature, Bo Xingze immediately grasped the doctor's arm. What should we do? What medication do we need? Is there any at the villa? Can we bring down the fever? Should we go to the hospital? The doctor, overwhelmed by his barrage of questions, had expected Bo Xingze to remain composed in the face of adversity. But here he was, flustered and lost at the mere mention of a fever. Calm down. The doctor stammered, It's not necessary. I have medication here. We'll just need to administer some fluids. After a moment's hesitation, he lowered his voice, asking, I'd like to inquire, have you two engaged in that before? Zhi Chuan, despite his usual bravado, found himself at a loss for words, especially with the elder present. He planned to brush it off, thinking it was just a fever. He had grown accustomed to it over the years. However, Bo Xingze candidly replied, Yes. How many times? What was the intensity like? Mr. Xi, being a beta, has a lower tolerance than an omega. The inability to release pheromones can lead to potential tearing injuries. The doctor's ears reddened as he stuttered through his inquiries. Bo Xingze ruminated on the memories, uncertain. Their encounters had always been passionate and intense. He thought he might have cried out in pain, but perhaps he hadn't. Their actions, akin to wild beasts tearing at each other, felt almost instinctual. He would tremble, especially when seated atop Jichuan. Wasn't he that pleasurable? Turning to look at Jichuan, Bo Xingze noticed him unable to bear the conversation any longer. Jichuan closed his eyes, deciding to surrender, probably 3 or 4 times. You understand the kind of vigorous encounters I mean. The doctor blushed deeply, having never encountered such audacity, muttering, then I'll prescribe some anti-inflammatory medication after the fluids, and I'll write down the details. Jichuan chuckled at the doctor's hasty retreat, thinking how he should be the one with the experience, not the other way around. The elder interjected, I'll go make some porridge. You should eat and warm your stomach. Thank you, sir. I'll bring you that painting of the sunset by Mr. Shi as a token of gratitude. The elder attempted to scowl but found it difficult when Jichuan was being so agreeable. He grumbled, as long as you drink less alcohol and don't overexert yourself, I'll be content. That's better than any gift. Bo Xingze stood by, his brow furrowed like the bark of an ancient tree, revealing a deep crease. What are you thinking about? Jichuan reached out to him, and as Bo Xingze hesitated and leaned down, Jichuan slid off his glasses and gently kissed his eyelid. You'd think I was dying of some terminal illness. Just smile. Bo Xingze grasped his hand, seemingly struggling to articulate, yet he finally managed to ask, Am I really that bad? Chapter 26. Mutual Support. Bo Xingze furrowed his brow, laboriously posing the question, feeling a mix of embarrassment and confusion. It was as if a thought he had never considered suddenly loomed over him. Jichuan chuckled, unable to suppress his laughter, which only made Bo Xingze's expression worsen, his face even turning a shade redder as he fought to maintain his composure. Jichuan had never witnessed him so flustered, and his mischievous spirit resurfaced. Do you want the truth?
Bo Xingze nodded.
He asked, wanting the unvarnished truth, not wishing to hurt him in the future. To be honest, it's not great. At least among the people I know, you rank as the least skilled. Jichuan paused, watching as Bo Xingze's nervous expression heightened, finally delivering his conclusion, utterly lacking in technique.
Bo Xingze's eyelashes fluttered in shock.
The least skilled among the people he knew? Did he have that much experience? Bo Xingze was aware of Jichuan's past encounters, both transactional and emotional, and hearing it so openly stated was somewhat painful. He was not as adept as those others. Jichuan thought he had struck a nerve, understanding that men were sensitive about such matters. Actually, you're not without merit. You're older than them, well-endowed and possess stamina. You have plenty of strengths. Don't be so hard on yourself. Jichuan's throat felt sore, and he gestured for water. Bo Xingze remained silent, nodding as he rose. I understand. Jichuan thought, what do you understand? I haven't finished speaking yet, and you already know? He had never tasted another man's experience, so how could he compare? Besides, pain was something he had accepted. Even as the perpetrator, Bo Xingze was the one who had handed him the knife. Whether his technique was good or bad, he accepted it. Moreover, these things could be gradually refined. No need to rush. Bo Xingze poured him some water, cradling him against his chest. Just then, the doctor knocked and entered, immediately covering his eyes. I'm sorry to interrupt. Jichuan, bemused by the doctor's antics, replied, You're not interrupting. Come in. The doctor, trembling, hung the 4-bag, adjusted the tubing, and then took Jichuan's hand, disinfecting it with an alcohol swab. After a series of actions, he announced, I'm going to insert the needle now. Jichuan grinned. What? Do you need me to cheer you on? The doctor's face turned crimson. He had truly never encountered such boldness, especially in someone so attractive, as if they were toying with his heart. No need. I just wanted to give you a heads up to prepare you. Jichuan, finding humor in the situation, remarked, Clearly, you lack experience. Who tells someone before giving them a shot? You're only making them nervous. Learn from your mentor. Surprise them with a quick jab, and before they know it, it's over. The doctor's hand trembled, causing him to miss the mark. Jichuan gasped, his eyes watering from the pain, his lips turning pale from the shivering. Bo Xingze frowned. Can't you do this right?
I'm sorry.
The doctor was sweating profusely, cautiously withdrawing the needle, too afraid to wipe his brow, finally breathing a sigh of relief once the needle was secure. There are 3 bottles of medication. Please assist, Mr. Ji in switching them out when they're nearly empty. I'll return to help remove the needle when the time is right. The doctor hastily found an excuse to flee. Ji Chuan placed his hand on the bed's edge, asking Bo Xingze to find him a pillow to prop himself up, chuckling. Why are you scaring him? That kid probably hasn't truly injected anyone before. You'll give him a lasting trauma. Bo Xingze replied coolly, if he is easily frightened, he is not fit to be a doctor, he should change careers. Zhu Chuan, with a slight curl of his lips, remarked, Oh my dear Bo, not everyone is suited for high-pressure education. Just because you possess a strong capacity for endurance does not imply others share the same trait. Some individuals, like Chow Chow, are inherently in need of protection. Bo Xingze gazed at him and inquired, And what about you? Zhu Chuan responded, What do you mean? Bo continued, Do you wish to be protected by others? Zhu Chuan pondered this for a moment. It seemed that when one falls ill, a sudden vulnerability and sensitivity emerge. When Bo Xingze posed this question, his first instinct was to affirm it. Yet, he had always been reluctant to display weakness, so he chuckled and averted his gaze, saying, Do I appear as though I require protection from anyone? Bo Xingze regarded him silently just as the phone rang. It was Zhu Chuan's. Hand it over. Zhu Chuan retrieved the phone, answered, and passed it to Bo leaning close to the phone. Zhu Chuan listened intently. It was Liao Yicheng's assistant inquiring about his considerations. Business matters are often time-sensitive, and he understood the urgency. Tell Mr. Liao that I have nearly made my decision and will respond in a couple of days. Genetic research is not a trivial endeavor that one can hastily embark upon. Mishaps could lead to the development of prohibited substances, and no one wishes to shoulder that burden. Yupeng paused before continuing. Furthermore, regarding Yinyin, our recent promotional news received a positive response. He spoke rapidly, then hesitated before stating, That day, the lady, along with your father and grandfather, all called to threaten us with a lawsuit for allegedly enticing underage girls and restricting their freedom. Zhu Chuan scoffed. Let them sue. If they can win, I will renounce the name Shang Huai right then and there. Yupeng was vaguely aware of the strained relationship Zhu Chuan had with his family. However, as an employee, he refrained from probing further and reported other matters. By the way, has Yang Ji contacted you in recent days? Yang Ji was a newly signed artist under Shang Huai last year, an alpha with commendable acting skills and a commendable demeanor. He had won Best Supporting Actor for his debut role, marking a promising start. Shang Huai was keen on nurturing his talent, offering him prime opportunities, and at one point, he even overshadowed the established star Lu Whiting. Rumors circulated that he was under Zhu Chuan's patronage, leading to a somewhat spoiled and arrogant disposition. Why would he reach out to me? Zhu Chuan queried, puzzled. Since yesterday afternoon, both the assistant and manager have been unable to locate Yang Ji. The crew is in a frenzy, searching high and low for him. If he cannot be found, then we should report it to the authorities. If he emerges, let him contact me directly. I wish to ascertain what trouble he has stirred up. Zhu Chuan ground his teeth in frustration. Bo Xingze observed him as he answered the call. During his time in Pingzhou, he had come to understand the significance of Zhu Chuan's name. Though he often jested about his ventures being mere small enterprises, he was involved in a plethora of matters. It was as if he had meticulously woven a web in Pingzhou. Through investments and collaborations, he had permeated numerous industries. Although his scale was modest, it was certainly not to be underestimated. He truly did not require protection. He was more formidable than many. His amiable nature led others to seek his assistance, and he often obliged, yet he had never humbled himself to beg for help. He arrived in Pingzhou without uttering a word, consuming alcohol as if it were mere water, and skillfully painting his own empire. Even love could not confine him. He was robust enough, far stronger than he believed. Bo Xingze mused. For the past 8 years, whenever he thought of Zhu Chuan, sleep eluded him, leaving him irritable and anxious, like a madman imprisoned in the dark of night. A knock interrupted his thoughts, coinciding with the end of the call. The elder gentleman entered with a bowl of congee. Noticing Zhu Chuan's still flushed face, he placed the tray down with a bit more force and, ignoring Zhu Chuan, turned to Bo Xingze, saying, Make sure he finishes this lean meat congee. Not a single spoonful should be left uneaten. Zhu Chuan stared, aghast. Are you really treating me like a pig to be fed? Moreover, whether I eat or not is my own affair. Why are you telling him? Silence, the elder retorted, exchanging a knowing glance with Bo Xingze before departing. Zhu Chuan watched his retreating figure, exhaling in irritation. This cantankerous old man is becoming increasingly difficult to please. He used to be such a gentle and refined elder, but now he's just a grumpy old coot. Bo Xingze chuckled softly, prompting Zhu Chuan's expression to soften as he sighed with relief. Did you find that amusing? Bo Xingze was taken aback. It's quite a challenge to elicit a smile from you. Zhu Chuan, half-sitting, began to negotiate. Well, what if I simply don't eat? I'm really not hungry. That's not an option. In truth, Zhu Chuan had barely eaten during dinner. A small baked pancake and half a cup of tea were hardly sufficient to satiate him. However, his stomach had been troubled for years, rendering him unable to discern true hunger, and coupled with illness, he had even less desire to eat. Perhaps you could set it aside for now, and I'll eat when I feel hungry. How does that sound? His voice unconsciously took on a softer, more pleading tone, which melted Bo Xingze's heart. No way. A spoon was presented to his lips, the cooled congee exuding a delicious aroma. With a resigned sigh, Zhu Chuan opened his mouth and took a bite. It was unexpectedly delightful. Bo Xingze patiently fed him mouthfuls of the congee, blowing on each spoonful to cool it, occasionally wiping Zhu Chuan's mouth, seemingly relishing the moment. Before long, the bowl was nearly empty, and Zhu Chuan reluctantly set it down, wiping his lips with his fingertip, his lowered gaze concealing profound affection, savoring the moment. I will learn from this. I previously did not perform well, but I will strive to exceed their expectations. Bo Xingze struggled to articulate the words, each syllable heavy with emotion. I will ensure you are never hurt again, and you will not have cause for regret. Zhu Chuan finally grasped the depth of his feelings. He was still lamenting the pain he had caused? And what did he mean by they? Come here. Zhu Chuan beckoned with a finger. Bo Xingze leaned closer. I want to share a secret with you. In all these years, only. A sudden knock interrupted. May I come in? It's time to remove the four. Zhu Chuan released a breath. Come in. The doctor cautiously peeked in before entering, seizing the alcohol swabs and focusing intently on removing the four, determined to avoid causing any discomfort to the patient. After the four was removed, he placed the prepared medication on the table. This is the dosage I prepared as per my mentor's instructions. You'll need to use it shortly. The usage and dosage are noted on the paper. Zhu Chuan waved him off, acknowledging the doctor's efforts throughout the night, and picked up the paper to examine it. Is your mentor not surnamed Shin? The prescription instructed applying the ointment thoroughly to the tool and gently massaging until absorbed, repeating the process 3 times. Such a large box of medicine? Zhu Chuan mused. I don't believe it's very painful. It's likely just a cold from being chilled. Wouldn't you agree? Zhu Chuan felt overwhelmed. Although they had performed the procedure numerous times, this non-intimate act felt more intimate than any sensual encounter, rendering him utterly uncomfortable.
Bo Xingze noticed Zhou Quan's ears turning crimson.
Extending his hand to cover his neck, his thumb gently rubbing behind his ear. Zhu Chuan felt a shiver run down his spine, the sensation almost indistinguishable from desire. Remove your hand. Not a chance. Bo Xingze gently pinched his ear, his voice and gaze imbued with a desire that felt almost invasive, compelling Zhu Chuan to avert his eyes and shudder involuntarily. Be good. Let me help you with the medication. I promise not to hurt you. Chapter 27. Mutual Support and Care. Bo Xingze appeared to be entirely compliant, yet on principles he remained steadfast and unwavering. Zhu Chuan, too, felt no desire to argue. If he must endure the medication, so be it. He had no intention of suffering unnecessarily. The efficacy of the medicine is not immediate. His head still throbs dully. Zhu Chuan supports his leg, allowing him to apply the medication, while he gazes out the window, lost in thought. His approach to love, as well as to other matters, has always been rather ambiguous, never delving too deeply. The truth is often unappealing. By not piercing through that thin veil, everyone can peacefully savor the most beautiful aspects of a relationship or an event. Why not? Does it hurt? Bo Xingze hesitates, his movements cumbersome. It doesn't hurt. Just do as you wish. Zhu Chuan turns his head and smiles at him, his expression elusive, the illness rendering him even more unattainable. I will be gentler in the future. If it hurts, feel free to tell me. There is no need to endure for my sake, Bo Xingze says. Zhu Chuan chuckles. If I cry out in pain, will you stop? Bo Xingze remains silent. Zhu Chuan finds his reticence amusing. This person has always had a tendency to acknowledge his mistakes but still dares to proceed next time. Perhaps he could ask him to be gentler, but to expect him to halt entirely is utterly impossible. Bo Xingze, steadfast in his principles, shifts the topic. Have you seen Yangji? Is he all right? You know him? I've heard a bit about him. Bo Xingze lowers his gaze. He certainly knows him, and he had indeed felt a pang of jealousy during that time. Yan Xian was infatuated with a historical drama, with Yang Ji as the male lead, constantly mentioning her desire to marry him. Later, she unfollowed him, reportedly because he was rumored to be supported by a wealthy benefactor. The benefactor's name was Zhu Chuan. It was only later that he learned such rumors were mere fabrications within the entertainment industry, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. With Zhu Chuan's discerning eye, how could he possibly be attracted to someone like that? Marketing accounts only spread slander. Zhu Chuan felt an itch and requested him to pause, then shifted positions, saying to continue. He then remarked, Yang Ji does possess a certain talent. He is naturally suited for this profession, and his future achievements will likely not fall short of Lu Whiting. Bo Xingze's eyes were dim. This world is not lacking in geniuses. Zhu Chuan concurred, observing that throughout the entertainment circle, there are countless beautiful faces, skilled actors, and talented individuals who work diligently. Merely standing in front of the camera is an immense stroke of luck. Enough about him. Let us discuss you. Why did you go to Hongya? With your capabilities, you could have carved out your own territory in 8 years. Why work for someone else? Bo Xingze paused. I am not that remarkable. Zhu Chuan tilted his head to study him, sensing a hint of stiffness in his expression. He awkwardly moved his lips before closing them again. His thin mouth pressed into a line, seemingly reluctant to speak. If you don't wish to share, then so be it. Zhu Chuan has never been one to pry into others' private matters, always leaving some room for discretion. Although he was somewhat curious about Bo Xingze's life over the past 8 years, he wouldn't force the issue, closing his eyes and remaining silent. After applying the medication, Bo Xingze cleaned the tools with disinfecting wipes, and once he had finished tidying up, he turned away from Zhu Chuan, his voice slightly hoarse as he spoke. I once caused someone's death. His name was Guan Lu. That year, when I first arrived in country, Guan Lu was a senior. By chance, we collaborated on a project. I and my classmate Liao Cheng were responsible for the technical engine while Guan Lu handled investment and project promotion. The project progressed smoothly, but as Bo Xingze spoke, his breath hitched, as if he were confronting an insurmountable barrier. After Guan Lu died, I sold the project and went to Hongya. He skipped over a significant portion, abruptly jumping to the conclusion, expecting Zhu Chuan to inquire further, but when he turned back, he realized Zhu Chuan had fallen asleep at some point. Perhaps it was before he began speaking, or perhaps it was midway through. He was uncertain. These were the deepest secrets hidden within his heart. Secrets that could one day become the very knife that would harm him, yet he had shared them with Zhu Chuan. He merely hoped to have no secrets or barriers between them. The room was quiet, filled only with the heavy nasal breaths of the feverish patient, a rare moment where he could feel a semblance of control amidst vulnerability. Bo Xingze reached out, his hand resting on Zhu Chuan's neck, wanting to apply pressure but reluctant to wake him. I could easily just end it all for you, binding you to me forever. The sheets were white, the down pillow incredibly soft, Zhu Chuan's half-buried face appearing fragile beneath the lingering flush of fever. Ultimately, Bo Xingze withdrew his hand, slowly leaning down to plant a gentle kiss on him. Zhu Chuan's eyelashes fluttered, as if he were about to awaken. Bo Xingze quickly retreated, anxiously watching him, relieved to see that he merely furrowed his brows in discontent. He sighed in relief. Rising, he carried the bowl of porridge outside, accidentally knocking a medicine bottle to the ground. He picked it up, glancing at it. There was no label, the pale purple crystal bottle containing an assortment of colorful pills. Bo Xingze smiled wryly, finding it amusing that even a medicine bottle could be so extravagant. He set the bottle down, intending to take the bowl and dishes out while also inquiring with the doctor about any precautions and dietary restrictions. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he decided to take the medicine bottle along. The doctor was still awake, yawning as he watched television downstairs, the volume low yet oddly soothing. Doctor. Bo Xingze's cold voice startled him, causing him to jump up from the sofa. What is it? Bo Xingze handed over the medicine bottle. Could you please check if the contents are vitamins? The doctor hesitantly extended his hands, reverently accepting the bottle, opening it to sniff before sneezing. Goodness, that's pungent. He quickly followed up with, I apologize, my mouth just got ahead of me. Bo Xingze, lacking patience, directly urged, get to the point. Generally, vitamin C is sweet and tangy, while vitamin B can indeed be a bit bitter but not overwhelmingly so. The doctor sniffled, pulling back slightly, rubbing his nose. I cannot ascertain what this medicine is merely through sight and smell, but I can assure you it is definitely not vitamins. Bo Xingze pondered for a moment. From what he knew of Zhu Chuan, he did not prioritize his health and would not carry around vitamins for bodily regulation. The doctor suggested, "How about you give me a few pills? Once I analyze them, I can inform you of their contents." All right. The doctor took one pill, carefully wrapping it up before returning the bottle to Bo Xingze. Zhu Chuan's illness lingered for several days, yet he was accustomed to it, so by the next morning, he was able to act as if nothing had happened. With the period of susceptibility behind him, Bo Xingze faced a myriad of tasks awaiting his attention at the company. When Zhu Chuan awoke in the morning, he habitually checked his messages and scrolled through trending topics, noting the absence of any news about his own actors. Are you not pleased by the absence of news about your own actors? While Bo Xingze was not well-versed in the entertainment industry, he understood that in this era of big data, popularity equated to wealth. An actor without popularity faced social death. Zhu Chuan scoffed. My artists do not need to manufacture news to promote themselves. Bo Xingze frowned slightly, not out of disdain but rather envy. Zhu Chuan placed his right hand over Bo Xingze's hand on the steering wheel. Are you feeling jealous of the children at home? How delightful that must be for you. Children. The seemingly unrelated words inexplicably softened Bo Xingze's heart, prompting him to grasp Zhu Chuan's hand firmly. I am not jealous of the children at home. What is there to be jealous of? I am not. His overly transparent denial only served to highlight his feelings. Zhu Chuan squinted and smiled, beckoning him with a finger while waiting for the traffic light to change. Bo Xingze hesitated before leaning closer. Zhu Chuan reached out, tugging down his glasses slightly, planting a kiss on his eyelid before pushing the glasses back up. A reward for you. Bo Xingze's eyes sparkled, nearly biting his tongue in surprise. Do you often reward people like this? Oh, how sweet this is. Zhu Chuan leaned against the passenger door, glancing at him with a smile reminiscent of peach blossoms. Indeed, I do. However, because our dear Mr. Bo has performed best, it has been a long time since anyone has received my reward. Are you happy? Bo Xingze remained dissatisfied, his possessiveness yearning to hear Zhu Chuan say that only he deserved such an honor, while others did not. He did not wish to be petty, fearing Zhu Chuan would think him lacking in generosity. The two words squeezed out from between his teeth felt insincere. Happy. Zhu Chuan gazed at him with a smile, noticing the slight furrow in his brow tinged with a hint of bitterness. In high spirits, he hummed a discordant tune, willingly immersing himself in the mundane world, embracing the sensations of a sentient being. His Cantonese, lacking in fluency and rhythm, rendered his singing nearly indecipherable. What song was he singing? Zhu Chuan reached out to tap the screen, where the lyrics flowed from the car's audio system, the female voice soft and narrative, like a gentle tale unfolding. He joined in, pondering the unnecessary burden of clinging to lucidity while drifting into slumber, choosing instead to satisfy the flesh and blood with its sensations. Bo Xingze lowered his gaze to the lyrics, catching the line that spoke of becoming a passerby sooner or later, yet his tumultuous feelings remained fervent and exhilarating. Although they had been estranged for 8 years, thoughts of Zhu Chuan always stirred an overwhelming excitement within him. The dissonant melody and the woman's voice intertwined, creating a harmonious duet. Bo Xingze reached out to grasp the hand of the person beside him, but just as his fingers closed around it, the phone rang, and he found himself clutching at air. On the other end was Zhu Yusi. I've arrived at the airport. I couldn't get through to you last night. Where have you been? Zhu Chuan glanced over. I'm with Bo Xingze. The signal at the villa was poor last night. Would you like to come to my place? Or shall I meet you at the airport? After a brief silence, Zhu Yusi replied, You two enjoy yourselves. I can manage on my own. All right. You must be tired from your journey. I'll pick you up for dinner tonight, Zhu Chuan said before hanging up, only to find Bo Xingze's gaze fixed intently upon him. He chuckled softly. What's the matter? Is the ugly daughter-in-law meeting her mother-in-law? Nervous? What was meant as jest evoked a serious nod from Bo Xingze. I left a poor impression on your mother. Back in those days. He moved his fingers, hesitating to grasp Zhu Chuan's hand a second time. I don't want to be apart from you for another 8 years. It's far too long. Chapter 28. Mutual Dependence. Bo Xingze's Adam's apple bobbed as he spoke, his gaze profound as if shrouded in a long night.
Bo Xingze.
Yes? How long has it been? His question hung in the air without context. Yet Bo Xingze answered without a moment's hesitation, 2,973 days. Zhu Chuan was momentarily taken aback. For him, the time since their separation felt less tangible. He had always approached relationships with a certain detachment. Although he had harbored resentment and dissatisfaction, he lacked a profound obsession. It was as if he counted the days, etching each one into his very being. He turned to gaze out the window, tracing an invisible line on the glass. You remember it so clearly? I've forgotten. It's been such a long time. The voice beside him was low and heavy, as if forged through countless trials, making the revelation all the more poignant. Zhu Chuan instinctively sought to evade what he sensed was coming, curving his eyes in preparation to deflect the conversation. Yet before he could speak, Bo Xingze placed an insurmountable stone in his path. Do not abandon me a second time. Zhu Chuan felt a rigidity creep from his fingertips to his heart, nearly robbing him of the ability to think. The intensity of Bo Xingze's emotions surged like a tide, leaving Zhu Chuan hesitant to draw conclusions about his feelings. Those words had once been spoken by him, each syllable resolute and unwavering. He lacked the courage to unravel those sentiments, to probe whether the truth had shifted. If it had not, he would have to tear open the barely healed wounds once more. He chose not to question, allowing his private desire to interpret Bo Xingze's words as insincere. He had simply been cruel to himself, uttering words in anger. Zhu Chuan found solace in his ability to choose belief, regardless of the truth. You like me. I like you. If you show me affection, I will reciprocate. Moreover, he and Bo Xingze were unaware of how far their journey would lead them. Perhaps, in the next moment they would part ways altogether. Bo Xingze's hand found its way to Zhu Chuan's, and he observed their intertwined wedding rings. His fingers curled slightly, and he smiled as he reminded him, "But, Mr. Bo, have you forgotten? We are bound by a contract." At this utterance, both men stiffened, the atmosphere inexplicably chilled. Zhu Chuan pondered how to alleviate the tension, aware that shattering the fragile barrier between them would be unpleasant. However, Bo Xingze spoke before he could. "I know, but I never considered breaching the contract." Zhu Chuan felt a tightening in his chest. "What do you mean? I am greedy. I want a lifetime." The phrase "a lifetime" felt like a forbidden zone, prompting Zhu Chuan to turn his head away, refusing to continue the conversation. His thoughts drifted back to years past, when he was merely 18, brash and impetuous. He had insisted that Bo Xingze declare that he belonged to him for eternity. Whether or not he received an answer had become a blur. Perhaps it had been said, perhaps not. In those days, Bo Xingze had not been as he was now. Yet it was during that time that Zhu Chuan had loved him most fervently, feeling a profound sense of fulfillment. On one occasion, during his birthday, he had lost himself in revelry with friends, forgetting everything. Upon returning, he found Bo Xingze sitting in their dorm, engrossed in homework. He leaned closer, his breath heavy with alcohol, teasing him, "You're always doing homework. Those problems aren't beyond you. Move aside," Bo Xingze replied, his expression darkening. No. Zhu Chuan was insufferable back then, relishing in provoking Bo Xingze's ire, deriving a twisted pleasure from his frustration, as if his own satisfaction stemmed from Bo Xingze's emotions. He pushed aside the homework, perched on the desk, cradling Bo Xingze's face, gazing into his eyes with a drunken daze, the flickering light of his own eyes reflected in Bo Xingze's. "Kiss me." Bo Xingze turned his head, and the kiss landed on his ear. Zhu Chuan seized the opportunity to nibble on it, playfully licking as if he were a small creature, sending a shiver through Bo Xingze. With a swift motion, Bo Xingze seized his hand, pushing him down onto the desk. "Are you ever going to stop?" "Never. I like you." Zhu Chuan wrapped his arms around Bo Xingze's neck, adjusting his legs into a comfortable position, instinctively drawing him closer. "Do you like me?" Zhu Chuan leaned up to lightly tease his lips, not delving deeper, merely grazing the surface to stir his reason. Bo Xingze's gaze darkened, allowing Zhu Chuan to toss his exam papers to the floor, his throat tightening as he struggled to swallow, the sensation increasingly unbearable. After their playful antics, Zhu Chuan sat on Bo Xingze's bed with a small piece of cake, watching him as he worked on his exam. He playfully nudged Bo Xingze's back with his foot. "Would you like some?" "No." "Oh, then I shall eat it myself." Zhu Chuan scooped a bite of the delicate, sweet cake into his mouth. The effects of the alcohol had worn off significantly. He shifted uncomfortably, seeking a better position to continue enjoying the cake. "Did you go out specifically to buy this for me? This place always has long lines." You were out for quite a while, weren't you? Zhu Chuan asked with a bright smile. Bo Xingze remained unresponsive. It must have taken 3 hours. Are you going to write a reflection for skipping class tomorrow? What if they make you read it on the flag-raising platform? Zhu Chuan continued, but Bo Xingze still said nothing. Zhu Chuan feigned a cry of pain, and when Bo Xingze turned to him, he approached with a mouthful of cake, using his tongue to deliver the creamy delicacy. As Bo Xingze momentarily froze, they both became a mess of frosting. Ha ha ha, Zhu Chuan laughed. Bo Xingze frowned. Stop laughing. Take this. Zhu Chuan half-kneeled, licking the cream from his face, then looked into Bo Xingze's eyes, solemnly promising, I know I was wrong. I forgot about you while having fun today. I promise to celebrate every birthday with you from now on. Don't be angry. Bo Xingze turned his gaze away. Forgive me? Zhu Chuan nudged him with his foot. Given how good I am, I haven't fought with anyone in ages. I won't do anything you dislike. I'll listen to you completely. Bo Xingze exhaled deeply, pulling Zhu Chuan into his embrace. I don't expect you to obey me entirely. What does that mean? You're not allowed to drink. Bo Xingze said half of his thought, swallowing the rest back down. You have no idea how enticing you are when you've been drinking. They don't deserve to see that. All right, I won't drink anymore. Zhu Chuan had promised him 2 things back then, neither of which he fulfilled. Since that day, he has not celebrated another birthday, and due to the ravages of alcohol on his body, he no longer wishes to make any commitments, nor does he want to endure another instance of disappointment. Bo Xingze's susceptibility is prolonged and fierce, thus he has taken a week off. Although working from home has not hindered his responsibilities, there are still numerous matters that require his personal attention. Yesterday, Zhu Chuan was in a daze and could not comprehend the implications of Yang Ji's disappearance. He needed to visit the company. However, before he even arrived, he was greeted by a throng of people and vehicles congregating at the entrance. He circled around to enter through the back door, only to find the office building in chaos. Yang Ji's manager and assistant were in the conference room, with Yu Peng seated in the center. A massive screen displayed trending topics from Weibo, and Zhu Chuan quickly averted his gaze. The missing Yang Ji sat to the left, accompanied by an unexpected guest, Su Yan. His belly was slightly protruding, not overly noticeable, akin to someone who had simply gained weight. Dressed in a light tea-colored pullover sweater paired with loose jeans, seated at the table with a helpless expression. You? Su Yan dared not lift his head. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense, with everyone holding their breath. Zhu Chuan, irate, shouted, Speak up. Why are you acting mute? Su Yan, fiddling with his fingers, softly replied, At the celebration banquet for Shanggu, he got drunk. Zhu Chuan felt a surge of anger but hesitated to berate a pregnant man. He forcibly suppressed his temper and turned to Yang Ji. Were you two genuinely in love? Or was it merely the influence of alcohol? Forget it. Just recount the entire affair to me. The omega pheromones emanating from Su Yan, exacerbated by his pregnancy, were nearly unbearable. Yang Ji responded, I have nothing to say. Su Yan, unable to meet his gaze, stammered, I have always liked him, secretly supporting him and attending his events just to catch a glimpse. That day, he was so sick after drinking too much, I wanted to help him find his manager, but then he lost control and marked me in the restroom. I didn't want this. I truly didn't do it on purpose. Zhu Chuan now understood. Those previous encounters at the entrance of Shanghai were not mere coincidences. Su Yan had been waiting for Yang Ji. He hadn't stolen Su Yan's partner. Instead, he was the father of Su Yan's child. Zhu Chuan rubbed his temples, nearly bursting with frustration. If this goes awry, I might have to bury you alongside it. Yang Ji was currently at the pinnacle of his career, and many aspiring individuals in the entertainment industry would wish for their artists to replace him, ensuring he would never rise again. The competition in this industry has always been merciless and devoid of compassion. Yang Ji's stardom alone generated significant buzz, and coupled with the ongoing discourse surrounding alpha and omega equality, this news acted like adding fuel to the flames. The fan community erupted. Detractors accused him of marking an omega while evading responsibility, labeling him a scoundrel destined for ruin. Supporters fervently defended him, redirecting the conflict toward Su Yan, even uncovering his identity as the heir of the Hongye Group, creating an intricate web of scandal that implicated the current leadership of Hongye Group, where Bo Xingze served as the executive president. It was inevitable that he too would face repercussions. The internet was rife with those eager for drama, capable of digging into a person's lineage and relentlessly attacking their reputation. Who could guarantee they had made no missteps? Zhu Chuan, seething at the bloodshed unfolding on Weibo, was nearly driven to the brink of a cerebral hemorrhage, further aggravated by Su Yan's tears. The conference room buzzed incessantly with phones, while the manager was preoccupied dealing with reporters and marketing accounts. Zhu Chuan, exasperated, urged him to step outside to handle the situation and turn to Yang Ji. Why didn't you inform the company at the onset of the marking? Yang Ji replied, I didn't do it on purpose. I too am a victim in this matter. We are all adults here. I thought he would take care of the pregnancy himself. Zhu Chuan was momentarily stunned. Was this the sentiment expressed by a youth he had personally nurtured? Do you realize that with such a statement, you have effectively ruined yourself? Refusing to acknowledge the marking of an Omega, disappearing from the scene, while still maintaining a single alpha persona. Such a morally bankrupt and deceitful artist would find it exceedingly difficult to retain a foothold in this industry. At the entrance of Shanghai Entertainment, a multitude of fervent fans and journalists awaited a statement. Yang Ji kept his head bowed in silence. Zhu Chuan exhaled heavily and turned to Yu Peng. First, ensure that all content regarding Bo Xingze is deleted. Inform those marketing accounts that he is not part of this industry. Do not involve him. Yu Peng raised an eyebrow, jesting, how is he not part of this industry? Isn't he your man? Zhu Chuan shot her a glare, if you keep talking you can leave too. Chapter 29. Mutual Support. Yu Peng had never witnessed Zhu Chuan's fury and was momentarily stunned by his outburst. Go take care of it. I know. Yu Peng hurriedly grabbed her belongings and exited the conference room, fearing that if she delayed any longer, this cultured yet formidable rogue would explode. Zhu Chuan took a deep breath, turning to face the two parties involved. Yang Ji stiffened his neck and turned his head away, while Su Yan gazed down, too frightened to speak, appearing like a remorseful young bride. Where were you last night? Yang Ji flung a photograph onto the table, gritting his teeth as he said, someone sent me a few photos, urging me to meet him, taken surreptitiously while I was marking him in the restroom. The indecent scene depicted Su Yan blushing and Yang Ji frowning, their limbs entangled in a chaotic embrace. Who sent the photos? Zhu Chuan inquired.
Yang Ji scoffed.
The answer was all too evident. Zhu Chuan furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Su Yan, instinctively feeling he was not the culprit. This timid child could hardly muster the courage to speak, clearly intimidated by Bo Xingze, akin to a mouse before a cat. If he had the audacity to stake out at Shanghai's entrance, he certainly would not dare to enter. How could he possibly threaten Yang Ji with such photographs? Besides you, who else would take clandestine photos? What animosity do we share for you to orchestrate such a scheme against me? Huh?
Yang Ji shouted,
nearly ready to tear Su Yan apart. The furious alpha, coupled with the bond of marking, rendered Su Yan too afraid to speak, merely shaking his head in tears. I truly didn't take any photos. I have no idea why someone would have such images. Su Yan dared not confess his affection for Yang Ji, fearing it would only reinforce the perception of his ulterior motives. What about the child? Why didn't you terminate the pregnancy upon discovering it?
Yang Ji interrupted sharply.
His naturally gentle disposition prevented him from arguing with someone he had long admired, and he recognized that he had erred in not addressing the pregnancy sooner. It should not interfere with Yang Ji's career. I wanted to discuss the possibility of terminating the pregnancy with you, but you were too busy, and I couldn't reach you. I never intended to harm you. Had I known, I would have certainly terminated it, Su Yan explained hastily. Yang Ji's cold laughter betrayed his disbelief. Zhu Chuan, experiencing a headache, interjected, this child cannot be terminated. It is the culmination of your love. Soon, you shall marry and step into the realm of love. Both men lifted their heads in unison. Disbelief etched across Yang Ji's exquisitely crafted face. He slammed his hand against the table, exclaiming, you want me to marry him?
Impossible.
Whether you wish to or not, you must wed. Zhu Chuan, equally fiery, placed one hand on the table and leaned in to meet Yang Ji's gaze. If you wish to continue thriving in this industry, you must marry him.
Yang Ji,
merely 20 years old, had risen to prominence without ever experiencing a downturn. The thought of being forced into marriage felt utterly humiliating. I would rather die.
Yang Ji erupted,
standing abruptly, his chest heaving with emotion as he confronted Zhu Chuan, disregarding any sense of gratitude. If I cannot thrive in this industry, I shall not continue to exist. Do you think I care? Do you think exiting the entertainment industry is such a simple matter? As an alpha attending such events without wearing a suppression ring, do you believe this is all Su Yan's fault? After marking him, did you ever reach out to him? If you cannot manage your own desires, then keep your mouth shut.
Yang Ji fell silent.
Zhu Chuan, as his anger escalated, seized Yang Ji by the collar and pressed him against the floor-to-ceiling window. Do you see all those vultures below? They're waiting to feast on your remains. What did I tell you when I signed you on your first day? They've all gone straight to hell. Say another word about not doing it and I will throw you out of here. Yang Ji, merely 6 years younger, felt an innate reverence akin to that of a junior towards an elder. After enduring a torrent of scolding, he finally mustered the courage to retort, "If I must marry, then so be it." Su Yan interjected quietly, "Is there truly no other way to resolve this? I could claim it was entirely my own decision, and he would be none the wiser. Would that work?" Zhu Chuan's temples throbbed, and the low-grade fever made him feel uncomfortable. Rubbing his forehead, he replied, "If you wish to hasten his demise, then by all means go ahead and say that. For now, you must remain obedient and await my instructions." However, Zhu Chuan summoned Yu Peng and Yang Ji's manager into the room, tapping his fingers on the table. Yang Ji and Su Yan had met at an event and had developed a mutual affection, secretly dating with plans to announce their engagement. As Su Yan was an outsider, they had kept him from appearing in public to shield him from potential harm. The implications were understood by all present. This matter had escalated far too swiftly. Yesterday, Yang Ji had received photos of his disappearance, and today, such news had erupted, garnering far more attention than typical reports. Yet, it also demonstrated how easily public opinion could be manipulated. The audience lacked discernment, ready to accept any relatively plausible explanation. Zhu Chuan turned to Yang Ji, reminding him, "Remember, you love Su Yan dearly."
Yang Ji scoffed.
Zhu Chuan disregarded his reaction, focusing instead on using marketing strategies to regain control of the narrative. Yu Peng and the others were more than capable of managing the situation, provided that Yang Ji and Su Yan cooperated. Coincidentally, there was a couples travel reality show coming up, and he insisted you and Su Yan will participate together. "I expect you to showcase your acting skills. Understand?" "Got it," Yang Ji responded, kicking his chair in frustration. After pacing a few steps, he turned back, calling out, "Hey, aren't you leaving?" Su Yan, momentarily dazed, realized Yang Ji was addressing him. He hurriedly stood, only to trip over his own feet and nearly crash into the table, saved only by Yang Ji's quick grasp. "Are you useless? Are you trying to harm me again?" Su Yan fervently shook his head. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I'll be more careful in the future." Yang Ji released him and led the way. "Hey, this brat has quite the temper," Zhu Chuan remarked to Su Yan, beckoning him with a finger. Cautiously, Su Yan approached, calling out, "Brother, don't be so afraid of him. This brat is nothing more than a paper tiger, all bark and no bite. Feel free to cry in front of him," adopting a woeful, pitiful demeanor, "and he won't dare to be harsh with you." Su Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhu Chuan playfully tapped his stomach. "Make good use of what you have. He might even come to like you." Yang Ji had a volatile temper, but at his core he was not malevolent. He might utter harsh words but would not resort to violence. "Just go along with him," Zhu Chuan advised. Su Yan could scarcely imagine this and frantically waved his hands. "I can't ask for so much. I just want to ensure he isn't harmed." Zhu Chuan recalled a classic tale of a soft rabbit confronting a tiger and earnestly instructed him, "If he bullies you, maintain that expression when you look at him. Once he calms down, you can approach him with your grievances. This lad responds to gentleness rather than force. Avoid confrontation, and he will feel guilty. When he awkwardly seeks to converse with you, that's when you should start crying, and he will indulge you in everything." Su Yan was utterly bewildered by the intricacies of handling men, his mind racing. Noticing Su Yan's dazed expression, Zhu Chuan's mischievous side surfaced. "Do you desire him?" Su Yan, suppressing his emotions, nodded subtly. "Then be obedient and heed my advice. I assure you, by the time your child arrives, he will be begging for your affection." Su Yan, swayed by Zhu Chuan's words, blushed at the implication and nodded vigorously. "Yes, I will follow your guidance." The subsequent matters required merely energy and financial resources, and Yu Peng and the team could manage them effortlessly. It was simply a matter of time. Zhu Chuan exhaled, retrieved a bottle of medication, and swallowed a few pills with water. "Damn, this medicine is becoming increasingly bitter." As Zhu Chuan checked the time, he picked up his car keys and descended the stairs. The throng of agitated individuals still gathered outside, necessitating a detour through the back exit for him to escape. Zhu Yuxi was engrossed in the news, not from the financial sector but from an entertainment program, thoroughly captivated. What brings you back so early? Zhu Chuan placed his keys down, changed his shoes, and sat on the sofa. Pouring himself a cup of floral tea, he drank it in one go. Wait, I just took my medication. Can I even drink this? I won't die, will I? Shut your mouth. Zhu Chuan retrieved a small box from his pocket and handed it to her. Your gift. A belated Happy Qixi Festival and Mid-Autumn Festival. Zhu Yuxi opened it to reveal a limited edition furlan necklace. Elusive even for those with wealth, its minimalist design elegantly suited her. She immediately handed it back. Put it on. Zhu Chuan took the necklace and fastened it around her neck. Indeed, my mother is stunning. She would undoubtedly win first place in a beauty pageant. He bore a striking resemblance to Zhu Yuxi, with almond-shaped eyes and diamond-shaped lips, their expressions reflecting a shared lineage. Leaning casually against the sofa, he inquired, when do you plan to find a companion? Though nearing 50, Zhu Yuxi maintained the appearance of someone in their 30s. At his question, she tossed the box towards him. You speak so recklessly. Zhu Chuan chuckled silently. Zhu Yuxi turned to him. I've never really inquired, given how Bo Xingze hurt you back then, why did you still choose to marry him? Was it conditional? Only a mother would know me so well, Zhu Chuan replied half-jokingly. Yet his eyes betrayed a deeper truth. He promised half of his assets upon divorce. That seemed like a good deal. Zhu Yuxi shook her head. Zhu Chuan lowered his gaze, concealing a flicker of pain. Her voice pierced his heart like a dagger, leaving him feeling raw and exposed. He resembled a fish on a chopping board, lacking the strength to resist. During your surgery, Zhu Chuan abruptly interrupted, Mom, I don't wish to discuss that matter anymore. Zhu Yuxi's heart ached as she patted his hand gently, recalling how, even now, she could close her eyes and see him lying on the hospital bed, delirious, murmuring that name. When he was diagnosed as an Omega, the doctor also revealed the malignant transformation of his glands, necessitating removal, yet even that did not guarantee survival. Zhu Yuxi, stifling tears, presented the test results to him, urging him to make a choice. He studied the results for an extended period before lifting his gaze, frail yet hopeful. Mom, I wish to see Bo Xingze. Could you bring him to me? Regardless of whether he asked for the stars in the sky, Zhu Yuxi later reflected that not bringing Bo Xingze for Zhu Chuan to see might have been their final chance. She attempted countless ways to contact Bo Xingze, but ultimately received no response. Day by day, the date of the surgery loomed closer. Zhu Chuan finally accepted that Bo Xingze truly did not want him. Those words were indeed sincere. Even in his final moments, he would not meet him. Was it out of fear of being entangled or a desire to avoid bad omens? Before the surgery, he grasped both Zhu Yuxi's and Zhou Yinyin's hands tightly. It's all right. Zhou Yinyin was the only one from the Zhou family willing to come, yet she was still young then, crying and pledging never to eat cake or wear floral dresses again, begging him not to die. Zhu Yuxi observed his eyes searching for a glimpse of the surgery room, wishing fervently that Bo Xingze would come to bid him farewell, yet he never arrived, and Zhu Chuan entered the operating room with a heart full of regret. Between life and death, he traversed that path alone. Since then, Zhu Yuxi had not heard him utter those 3 words again, as if they had been erased from existence, or perhaps they had never existed at all. 8 years had passed. He had matured into a vastly different individual, shrewd, worldly, and impeccably guarded. Yet his heart remained tender and fragile. Zhu Yuxi pulled him into her embrace. You little rascal. Why are you scolding me again? I just bathed, and I don't smell at all. I'm fragrant. Zhu Chuan extended his hand, eliciting a mixture of laughter and exasperation from Zhu Yuxi, who sighed. How is it that I gave birth to such a stubborn child? Just one life. Next time, I won't die. Zhu Yuxi released him, glancing at the ring on her ring finger. Have you made your decision? Zhu Chuan contemplated for a moment and then made a decision. Chapter 30, Mutual Support. Zhu Yuxi had always imposed strict discipline upon him, allowing him the autonomy to manage matters, great and small, as long as he could shoulder the responsibility. He had never resorted to coercion. Upon hearing him speak, she refrained from further inquiry and instead asked, Do you need assistance with the company's affairs? The situation regarding Yang Ji had escalated significantly. Even she had become aware of it within a mere morning. Zhu Chuan, reclining casually with his legs crossed, replied, "No need. I can handle it. It's not yet time for you to intervene. Besides, given your status, why would you involve yourself in trifling matters?" Zhu Yuxi understood that this issue was related to equality, and in such matters betas had the least voice. He was reluctant to wade into murky waters. It was manageable concerning Yang Ji, but if it were to escalate against Shang Huai or even Hong Yi, it would become a substantial problem. Handle it with care. I understand. Zhu Chuan opened his phone to check messages. The topic of Yang Ji tagging Su Yan remained a hot discussion, with some individuals persisting in their demand for the truth. Shang Huai had issued an official statement, and beneath it, a tempest of discord raged. Yang Ji's private Weibo had reposted and tagged Su Yan, and fortunately, he had not pursued an idol-like persona, which spared him the stain of being a disqualified celebrity. The apology was notably sincere, clearly penned by the company's copywriter. This was a protracted battle. Calming the fans and re-establishing a married image would not be accomplished overnight, and the current vitriol was something they had to endure. Zhu Yuxi was watching television while Zhu Chuan moved to the window to take a call. Xian, sounding as if just awakened, asked, "Bro, did Yang Ji trend? Did he tag Su Yan? Is he pregnant? Are you awake? You should sleep a bit more. The child will be born soon." Xian had indeed just roused himself. Given his erratic sleeping pattern, it was a miracle he was awake at all. "When did this happen? How come you never mentioned it? You're quite the secret keeper. I just found out. Yang Ji probably just learned he has a child." Xian was left dumbfounded. What? What should we do? This situation is too dire. It hasn't affected Bo Xingze, has it? Zhu Chuan remarked. "From the tone of your voice, it seems you're rather eager for him to face some trouble." Xian whispered, "Well, he did wrong you. You, being magnanimous, forgave him. Can't I, as a brother, feel aggrieved on your behalf? What he did back then was atrocious. Even if there weren't feelings involved, he should have at least seen you." "Yin. All right, I want to say more." Xian recognized that when Zhu Chuan spoke in that tone, he was displeased. So he quickly changed the subject. "Regarding Yang Ji, I have an idea. Would you like to hear it? Speak. Remember a friend of mine who wanted to connect with you? Liao Yicheng? He is interested in launching a project concerning Omega pregnancy and infant care. After all, there's no harm in additional investment." Zhu Chuan pondered. This project was indeed something he had considered. At this juncture, Yang Ji needed a wealth of positive information regarding Omegas to turn the tide, and this pregnancy initiative was akin to timely assistance. "Are you familiar with Liao Yicheng?" Xian paused before responding, "Yes, he is a senior of mine from high school. He won scholarships every year while studying abroad. Unlike someone like me who just muddles through life, I find him credible. Do you think there's something amiss with him?" Zhu Chuan hesitated, feeling that the man's eloquence was too impeccable. His conversations left no room for error, utterly flawless. The more perfect someone seemed, the more cautious one ought to be. "In that case, arrange for him to meet. We'll decide after the meeting." Xian eagerly agreed, "All right." Meanwhile, Bo Xingze had just entered the company, burying himself in paperwork, and after 3 successive major meetings, he emerged, momentarily leaning against the doorframe. Yan Xian observed him with concern. "Bo, perhaps you should take a break. I can order some food for you? I'm fine. Just pour me a cup of coffee. Thank you." Bo Xingze handed her the folder he was holding, insisting that she not respond to anything, and answered Su Lao's call directly. "Focus on your work. No statements on any platform." Yan Xian nodded in acquiescence but noted that many people had gathered outside, making entry and exit difficult. Miao Miao returned from outside, having lost one shoe, and was now sobbing in the hallway.
Boxing Z's gaze remained indifferent.
"If anyone else comes, have security remove them. If they continue to cause a ruckus, we'll call the police." Yan Xian, skeptical, queried, "Wouldn't that make us seem overly rigid? If they embellish the story and cause us trouble, wouldn't that leave us speechless?" Bo Xingze regarded her, stating, "Blocking others' pathways, prying into their privacy, disturbing their normal lives. My employees are the victims. I haven't caused them trouble yet. If they seek it, they should weigh their own capabilities first." Yan Xian genuinely gave him a thumbs up. "That's reasonable. If it's so reasonable, why aren't you acting on it? Leave the work for me to handle?" Yan Xian swiftly departed with the coffee and documents, stumbling upon Zhu Chuan as he exited the elevator. "What brings you here?" "I came to see if you needed assistance, especially since my employee has caused you trouble. My apologies." Yan Xian was taken aback and waved her hands. You needn't apologize. If anything, it's half the fault of young Master Su and Yang Ji. Besides, you couldn't have anticipated this situation. We can manage. Zhu Chuan squinted with a smile, eager to ask if she was considering changing jobs. My assistant has been mercilessly criticizing me for being a slacker. You would be much more considerate. How could I dare change jobs? Bo is furious right now. So many people have been scolded this morning. I can't even breathe. It was no wonder the entire company felt as if a storm was brewing. All right, I'll go soothe him. Yen Xian gestured toward the office door and raised her coffee cup to show him. I haven't eaten a thing since I got to the company, only had this cup of coffee. You must hurry and talk to him. If he keeps working like this, he'll surely burn out. All right, you go on. As Zhu Chuan sauntered to the president's office, Bo Xingze had just settled into his chair, casually adjusting his tie, tugging at the constraining fabric, revealing a suppressed desire. This was the first time Zhu Chuan had seen Bo Xingze in a professional setting, which was quite different from the casual attire he wore at home. The black suit and white shirt lent him an air of cold severity, making him appear decidedly sharp. The spacious office was suffused with a faint scent of sake. His pheromones. Knock, knock. Come in. Bo Xingze did not lift his head, engrossed in the documents he was meticulously reviewing. After a moment of silence, he casually extended his hand for the papers. Zhu Chuan, intrigued, picked up a folder and placed it in his hand. Bo Xingze set it aside, glanced at his watch and said in a subdued tone, "Is today your first day with me? We still have 10 minutes before departure. You may leave." Zhu Chuan leaned slightly forward, extracting the black pen from Bo Xingze's grasp, using the end to gently lift his chin. "Where should I go, Bo Xingze was momentarily taken aback, entirely unprepared for this person's presence in his office for the first time. "Are you dazed?" Zhu Chuan waved his hand in front of him, only to be caught by the wrist and abruptly redirected. "I saw the trending topic. What's the situation?" Upon mentioning this, Zhu Chuan felt a headache coming on. What else could it be? That fool can't control himself and is now avoiding responsibility while sleeping with someone. Bo Xingze retorted, "I didn't Zhu Chuan paused, processing the cool, aggrieved tone of Bo Xingze's voice. It took him a moment to grasp the meaning. "I wasn't scolding you, but you really haven't been managing your lower half well."
Bo Xingze mumbled.
"Unusually admitting, I can only lose control around you. I manage everyone else just fine. Yes, it's my fault. As soon as it sees me, it becomes disobedient. All right then." Zhu Chuan found himself amused by Bo Xingze's obstinacy, laughing at how it had become his fault. Bo Xingze's gaze softened, and the usually cold voice held a hint of tenderness, drawing Zhu Chuan deeper into his charm. "I understand, but I want to assure you that I can be responsible." Zhu Chuan felt his heart soften at those words, inwardly cursing himself for his lack of resolve. Knowing well the truth was hard to discern, yet still being stirred by such a statement to the point of feeling warmth in his eyes. "This matter concerning Yang Ji will likely implicate you as well. I apologize." Zhu Chuan seldom offers apologies, and this incident is indeed an unforeseen calamity for Bo Xingze. Despite his utmost efforts, he remains unable to safeguard everyone. Zhu Chuan was momentarily taken aback by the sudden chill in his voice, exclaiming, We are already married." "I know, so what's the matter?" The words on the contract were penned by his own hand. Although the marriage certificate was kept by Bo Xingze, the ring still adorned his finger, a reminder not forgotten. "It's nothing." He was disinclined to hear such distant apologies, akin to the cold and detached words of a stranger. What he desired was a close, intimate relationship where affection could be freely expressed. Bo Xingze beckoned him over, and Zhu Chuan, perplexed, approached only to find himself pulled by the wrist and seated upon his lap, trapped between the desk and the enveloping shadows. "Wait, hold on." The office door was unlocked, and Yen Xian could enter at any moment. Though Zhu Chuan was bold, he wasn't reckless, pushing against his chest and insisting they discuss serious matters. What time would they finish work? Being past 5. Bo Xingze refrained from further kisses but maintained his embrace. "Is Auntie at home?" Zhu Chuan tugged at his tie, teasing, "Still calling her Auntie? Do you think my mom will scold you for that?" Bo Xingze had contemplated this, yet he hesitated to utter those two words, for their breakup years ago had been anything but graceful, and Zhu Yuxi's impression of him was likely dreadfully poor. "Where shall we go for dinner? I'll make a reservation." Zhu Chuan pressed his hand down. "No, going out now might attract unwanted attention, and my mom is too weary from her travels to dine out." I had Yuan send over some food. Let us eat at home.
Boingze nodded. All right.
Nervous about meeting your mother-in-law? Bo Xingze nodded again, without any hint of hesitation or concealment. Nervous. Zhu Chuan chuckled lightly, leaning in to peck his lips. No need to worry, Dad will take care of you. Bo Xingze buried his head into the crook of Zhu Chuan's neck, murmuring, I will treat you well, better than anyone else, ensuring you have no regrets. So please, don't leave me. If that day ever comes, don't let anyone tell me. He could not endure another unannounced departure. Chapter 31. The Legacy of the Flowing Wind. Zhou Yinyin, upon hearing that Zhu Yusi had returned, begged for leave from work and hastened home. On the way, she purchased 2 servings of stinky tofu, and as soon as she entered, she shed her shoes and rushed to embrace Zhu Yusi, only to be met with an outstretched hand barring her way. Goodness! Where did this little girl come from? It stinks, get away. It doesn't stink. It's delicious. Zhou Yinyin scampered around barefoot, plucking a juicy red strawberry from the dish Zhu Yusi was washing and popping it into her mouth, chewing like a little hamster. Zhu Yusi swatted her hand. You haven't washed your hands. Zhou Yinyin casually rinsed them, hastily grabbing a kitchen paper towel to dry her hands before tossing it into the trash. Zhu Yusi shook her head in exasperation, pinching a strawberry and offering it to her. Auntie bought a lot of groceries and even washed the strawberries herself. I'm so envious. Your older brother bought them. Zhou Yinyin perched on the sofa, devouring her stinky tofu, filling the room with an inexplicable odor, while Zhu Yusi, still in her home attire, exuded an undeniable sharpness, tilting her head slightly. The young girl keenly sensed that Zhu Yusi harbored some disdain for Bo Xingze, though she could not fathom the depths of it and dared not interfere. Zhou Yinyin quietly finished her stinky tofu, licking her lips before dashing over to snatch another strawberry from the table, only to receive a light tap on the head from Zhu Yusi. If you steal a few more, you'll finish them all, little mouse. Zhou Yinyin nimbly retreated, darting away. I'm going to change. Bo Xingze was unlike Zhu Chuan. He had appointed a manager to handle the company's affairs, allowing him to simply await the profits. He was the one responsible for the company's profitability, burdened with a plethora of tasks, all decisions awaiting his final affirmation. He toiled until 6:30, barely managing to conclude his work as he left the office, still discussing matters with Yan Xian. The site inspection had been rescheduled to 8 the following morning. The bidding meeting was set for 10:30, and a representative from Huanshan had notified him to meet at 1:30 in the second conference room. He personally planned to attend the Lu family's project discussion at 3 in the afternoon, instructing Feng Miao to prepare the necessary documents to accompany him. You go with young Master Su back to the old residence and convey my intentions to old Su. Zhu Chuan walked alongside him, silently absorbing his meticulous work-related instructions, akin to a machine segmenting his life into precise intervals. Each moment was designated for specific tasks, the labor expended, the returns anticipated, and how to maximize benefits while filling every available moment. Yan Xian was quite capable, swiftly jotting down all the directives, bringing forth any overlooked matters, and reiterating the day's itinerary, receiving a nod of acknowledgement in return. Zhu Chuan remained silent, waiting until Yan Xian had departed before he spoke, the echo lingering in the expansive parking lot.
Boingze.
Bo Xingze paused his hand on the car door, a fleeting look of regret crossing his features. I'm sorry. I was so focused on work that I neglected you. No. Zhu Chuan pressed a hand against the car door, glancing at him across the vehicle's body. What about your rest time? I will make time to be with you and try not to work overtime or bring work home. Bo Xingze was acutely aware that Zhu Chuan disliked when he immersed himself in work at the expense of their time together. What I mean is, you fill your schedule so completely, striving to resolve every project personally, maximizing the company's profits while saturating your own time. What about you? Bo Xingze was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to interpret Zhu Chuan's words, fearful of misjudging his intent. Moreover, he had always lived this way, filling every waking moment with work, maintaining a tense awareness during high-pressure periods to avoid the void that would allow room for longing and discontent. Aren't you tired? Bo Xingze hesitated before shaking his head. Zhu Chuan felt a sudden jolt of pain, akin to being unexpectedly stabbed in the back. For reasons unknown, he found himself inexplicably angry, exclaiming, You are first and foremost yourself and only secondarily the CEO of Hongya. Is your father working this hard for you? You might as well be dead. Are you angry? Bo Xingze was baffled by the abrupt shift in the atmosphere, recalling how just moments ago he had initiated a kiss. Had he said something wrong or made a mistake? After 8 years apart, he struggled to decipher Zhu Chuan's temperament, where every step had to be cautiously taken to maintain their fragile equilibrium, akin to navigating a venture capital investment. I'm not your father. I have no right to be angry with you. A rare look of helplessness flickered in Bo Xingze's eyes. Please don't be upset. After Zhu Chuan vented his frustration and witnessed Bo Xingze's bewildered apology, he began to realize that his anger was baseless and irrational. Why should it matter to him how hard others worked? It wasn't as if it were for his benefit. Forget it, let us get in the car. Bo Xingze hesitated for a moment but eventually slid into the car, inserting the key and driving out of the Hongye underground parking lot, taking a route to avoid the crowd at the entrance. Zhu Chuan lowered his head, fiddling with his phone, contemplating how to reopen the conversation. That was just how he was. Even in school, he diligently completed every exam despite knowing the answers, and now, in the workplace, he carried that same diligence, feeling he should not berate himself. You go first. No, you go first. The two stared at each other blankly before bursting into laughter. Zhu Chuan turned his head, somewhat awkwardly catching himself. I'm not scolding you. You should allocate some personal time for yourself. Work is important, but so is personal life. Bo Xingze tentatively reached out, grasping Zhu Chuan's left hand, hesitating a moment before intertwining their fingers. I understand. Zhu Chuan did not pull away, allowing their fingers to remain entwined as he carefully observed the road ahead, crafting his next words. Starting tomorrow, I'll arrange for someone to deliver lunch to you. What time do you usually have afternoon tea? Bo Xingze replied. Our company doesn't have a habit of afternoon tea. Zhu Chuan knew that the company was filled with young women, and Bo Xingze, with his charming social nature, treated them like little princesses, allowing them to indulge in afternoon snacks and choose their birthday gifts at will. Under the oppressive regime of Bo Xingze's draconian policies, employees at Hongye approached their workdays with trepidation, ever fearful of making a misstep. Lunchtime often drags on until 3 or 4 in the afternoon, as they dare not suggest afternoon tea in the presence of the president. I shall have Yen Xian supervise you. Should you take even a single bite less, do not expect to return home. Do you understand? Zhi Chuan fears that this individual may feign compliance, for once lunch is delivered, it is futile to expect him to remember to eat amidst his busyness. Bo Xingze would never neglect his meal, especially one that he has personally arranged. I will eat, he affirms. Suddenly, Zhi Chuan's spirits lift, and he inwardly curses, feeling as capricious as a young girl, one moment bright, the next dim. Yet, astonishingly, Bo Xingze seems to endure it, his patience having grown significantly compared to 8 years prior. Hey, Zhi Chuan calls. Bo Xingze turns his head. Why do you not retort when I scold you? Do you allow me to berate you without a word? Bo Xingze lightly brushes his fingertips over Zhi Chuan's hand, his voice soft and melodic, blending with the tunes emanating from the car's sound system. I forgot. Zhi Chuan shifts to face him, withdrawing his hand to rest beneath his head. Then when you remember, you should scold me back. Bo Xingze parts his lips, whispering, even if I remember, I would hesitate to scold you. Zhi Chuan is unexpectedly softened by this remark, reaching out to pinch Bo Xingze's ear, then teasingly adjusting his glasses. Bo Xingze tilts his head. Do not be mischievous. Zhi Chuan retracts his hand, miraculously producing a pair of glasses that resemble Bo Xingze's but adorned with a delicate golden chain that sparkles like autumn waters. They suit him wonderfully, igniting a sense of yearning. Where did you get those glasses? He inquires. They're rather appealing, aren't they? During my last visit to the university, I realized my appearance lacked the gravitas befitting an academic, so I borrowed these from Professor Fu in the lab. It seems he has grown bolder, sporting these glasses with the intent to charm his own little wolf dog. Bo Xingze glances at him, then removes the glasses from his nose and tosses them into the car's interior. You are not nearsighted. Do not wear glasses recklessly. It harms your eyes. Just don't break them, Zhi Chuan retorts, reaching for them, but Bo Xingze firmly restrains his hand. If they break, I shall compensate. What a wasteful indulgence. Zhi Chuan relinquishes his attempt, suddenly recalling that this car was his purchase, and he queries Bo Xingze about driving it. It was supposed to have a chauffeur, yet he has taken to driving himself recently. The driver has been occupied. Bo Xingze replies nonchalantly. The truth is, he relished the idea of personally driving the car Zhi Chuan had bought, Hence he had reassigned the chauffeur elsewhere. Ji Chuan nods, refraining from further inquiries. As the evening rush hour has passed, they quickly return home. Bo Xingze parks the car, retrieving a bouquet of flowers and a sizable gift box from the trunk. Ji Chuan, taken aback by his solemn demeanor, asks, "What is this? It's not our first visit, and yet you bring gifts. Are you so afraid of my mother? Will you be fearful when conducting business with her in the future?" The streetlights cast a cold glow, twinkling like stars in Ji Chuan's eyes, prompting Bo Xingze to lean down and plant a gentle kiss on him, only to retreat, feeling it was inappropriate. "Big brother," a voice interjects. Zhou Yinyin stands at the door, though her ability to recover is remarkable. She quickly resumes her usual composure, whispering, "Auntie is waiting for you." "You two are late." Bo Xingze inhales softly, maintaining an impassive facade, though his heart races fiercely, far more than when he first assumed the role of executive president. Zhu Yuxi appears unchanged from 8 years ago, still youthful beyond her years. Yet her features now carry a softness absent before, lacking the former sharpness. Beneath the calm, Bo Xingze can still sense her subtle resistance. "Auntie, I apologize for not being able to personally pick you up from the airport due to urgent company matters and for making you wait," he states with respectful politeness, presenting the flowers and gift. Zhu Yuxi nods, accepting the flowers without making him uncomfortable, saying mildly, "It is commendable for young people to be busy with work. Just do not become as aimless as Shu Yi." Bo Xingze concedes without contesting, offering a polite nod. Ji Chuan raises an eyebrow, intrigued by his attentive demeanor, unable to suppress a smile. Zhu Yuxi places the flowers and gift on the entrance cabinet, noting it is not the first time they have met, and adding, "You have gone to such lengths to bring a gift. I have not prepared anything for you." "It is only proper," Bo Xingze replies. "You are an elder. One should always bring a gift when visiting, regardless of the occasion." Ji Chuan stands to the side, observing their exchange, then clears his throat and nudges Zhou Yinyin forward. "You have been whining about hunger all day. Even a pig does not eat as much as you do, and you still wish to debut. You'll be stuffed to death." Zhou Yinyin, bewildered, points to herself, but upon receiving her brother's wink, she begrudgingly accepts the blame. "Auntie, I am starving. When will dinner be ready? I am so hungry." Zhu Yuxi retracts her gaze. "Let us eat." She turns toward the dining room as Zhou Yinyin mutters, "Stupid big brother." Ji Chuan and Bo Xingze change their shoes and wash their hands in the bathroom. Ji Chuan lowers his voice. "My mother is easy to please. She has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. You need not be so anxious. Just treat her as a business partner." Bo Xingze takes a towel to dry Ji Chuan's hands, responding softly, "She is your mother." Ji Chuan raises his hands for him to dry, chuckling as he leans in for a kiss. "Your ears are all red. Let me check if you're sweating." He reaches to tug at Bo Xingze's shirt hem, only to be caught. "Do not be troublesome." Bo Xingze hangs the towel up, returning the kiss with restraint, just as Zhou Yinin's voice calls from outside. "Are you two ready? I'm starving." "Coming." Ji Chuan steps out first, playfully tapping her forehead. "Behave well, and tomorrow I shall allow you to indulge in 2 extra pieces of stinky tofu without telling your manager." "Brother, I love you," Zhou Yinin exclaims, attempting to leap into an embrace, but upon catching sight of Bo Xingze approaching from behind, she stands upright. "Hello, sister-in-law." "Hello." Zhou Yinin hastily scurries to her seat at the dining table, and the 2 men follow suit. Zhu Yuxi speaks calmly. "You two have been married for quite some time now, yet you have not met each other's parents. You should arrange a meal together when convenient."
Bo Xingze pauses.
His fingers momentarily stilled. Unlike moments ago, he hesitates, falling silent for several seconds. Ji Chuan glances at him. "All right, I will arrange a time.